Volume 11, Chapter 500, I am always a good support. Just like a gentle breeze, time quickly passed as UA trained under Glacia on planet Luminara beneath the Tree of Fate day and night without much rest. Similarly, Alec, Carcel, and the others immersed themselves in intense training within the sacred divine land. They also explored ancient tombs, searching for treasures, all to prepare for the upcoming gladiator arena. Alec and his group always stayed together and trained in Xeron's sight because of the dangers on the land, while Sinon made sure to leave their names on the gates of the ancient tombs they discovered. So, if Kyle and the others they are searching for ever come across these tombs later, they would know Alec's group had been there. That was also the reason their names became famous in the sacred divine land, as the ones who were looting the ancient tombs and vanishing after leaving their names before anyone could see them. Simultaneously, Nine discovered that he had arrived on a planet ruled solely by a few ancient tribes of a lizard race. It turned out to be a stroke of luck, as one of these tribes was also getting ready to go to the sacred divine land for the gladiator arena. Despite the initial unfriendliness of the lizard race towards him due to his sudden appearance, Nine managed to forge new friendships effortlessly due to his personality. In the end, he even started training alongside the lizard race members who were getting ready for the gladiator arena, under the guidance of an elder of their race who was over 200 years old and had attained the initial stage of the supreme rank. Just like that, a year passed, and then another, with only 6 months left for the gladiator arena, gates to open up for the whole universe on a distant, medium-sized planet that was once beautiful and teeming with life. However, the ongoing war for the past 50 years between the Nightkin race and the human race had transformed that lively planet into a battlefield scattered with ruins and graveyards. In the midst of the very ruins, a loud battle cry erupted as a handsome transcendent rank human with pale hazel eyes, dressed in gray armor, clashed against a transcendent rank individual from the Nightkin race in the sky to prevent him from interfering in the battle happening on the land. The human let out a groan and spun the white spear, bathed in blood, in his hand to push his enemy with such force that the latter was thrust back midair. His hand holding the spear trembled as he calmed his breathing and glared at the man with crimson eyes and a pair of horns atop his head across from him, who balanced himself midair and licked the blood away from his ghostly pale hand. After the man from the Nightkin race balanced himself midair, he sneered at the human opposite him with a wicked smile, as if mocking the human's struggle to save his planet that is already in ruins. Just admit defeat. You know you can never win. Why the struggle then, huh? Trust me, if even one of the Shadow Generals arrived here right now, victory would be ours. His words abruptly halted when he sensed a presence behind him. In an instant, his figure turned into a mirage, and he disappeared from his spot. The moment he disappeared, a metallic chain engulfed in red flames encircled the vacant space like a snake. The chain moved in the empty space and after a second went back to its owner. The Nightkin race individual stared at the chain's owner with intense hatred, as if the latter had taken all his money. On the other hand, the human's hazel eyes brightened up as he caught sight of the chain's owner. Giant, finally you are done with your opponent, now help me a little. I want to get rid of this bastard. Giant chuckled. His shoulder-length red hair was flowing in the air as he wrapped the metallic chain around his arm and gazed at the human before turning his attention to the transcendent rank individual from the Nightkin race who was glaring at him. Don't worry, Xavier, I may be weaker, but I'm always a good support, right? Xavier laughed at his words, well aware of how valuable Giant could be as a support. It had been this way since the red-haired human arrived on his planet. He lifted his spear that glistened under the sunlight filtering through the dark and red clouds, and signaled for Giant to get ready before launching another attack on the Nightkin race individual. Their battle continued, with Giant using his skills to assist Xavier in midair. However, after a minute, a loud cry pierced the air. Giant's eyes lit up upon hearing the voice. He whipped his head back to see the massive phoenix engulfed in golden flames that had just arrived to join the battlefield alongside a horde of flying and land monsters. Beer is also back. Now victory is ours. Xavier's eyes widened slightly. No matter how many times he saw the divine phoenix controlling thousands of monsters to fight alongside her, he could never grow accustomed to it. It was truly amazing. He knew Bia had just recently reached the divine rank, but even before that, she could handle many divine beings thanks to the golden symbols engraved on her wings. Those symbols always repelled all the divine pressure directed towards her. Xavier wondered who had engraved those incredible symbols on the phoenix's body. He really wanted to meet that person and request them to engrave similar symbols on his body. Still, it was a matter for later. He smirked because, just like Giant said, victory was now theirs. He could see no Shadow General had arrived on the planet, and from the circumstances, they weren't going to come either. It seems the war that had been going on for so many years on his planet is finally going to end after so much struggle. Chapter 501, Leave Him to Me. Xavier kicked the Transcendent Rank individual from the Nightkin race opposite him away in midair before he raised his spear to use his strongest skill to kill the numerous enemies on the land. Bia's eyes narrowed at his move. She had seen it before. Not only Bia, Jian's eyes also narrowed, and he also prepared to use his strongest skill with the man. Just like the duo, many other floating strong divine rank and pseudo-divine rank humans also got ready to use their strongest skills. The air rumbled, and cracks appeared within the space around Xavier. The eyes of the Transcendent Rank individual from the Nightkin race, who had just balanced himself midair, dilated when a beam of white light shot out from Xavier's spear, traveling toward the people of his race who were fighting on the land. The beam of light moved even faster than lightning, and only selectively killed the people of the Nightkin race while leaving the humans untouched. Bia's eyes brightened, and a touch of blue shimmered within her crimson pupils that had begun to turn completely golden after she stepped into the divine rank. In the next moment, a thunderous echo resonated from her body, accompanied by a flood of pure golden flames that extended to follow the beam. Jian chuckled, his pupils quivered slightly as he utilized nearly 90% of his divine energy to conjure another sea of flames that followed the golden flames. But unlike before, after reaching the true divine rank, he had learned to control his skills and spells completely. Now his flames and all the other spells he used as a mage traveled according to his command to target only the individuals he desired to eliminate. After the duo, many other pseudo-divine and divine rank humans also unleashed their most potent skills and spells. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in ice, flames, earth, lightning, wind currents, and various other abilities that rained down from the sky upon the enemies. The air became saturated, and the sky darkened due to the immense divine energy harnessed in mere moments. The land trembled violently under the pressure, and countless agonizing cries echoed through the air. The humans seized the advantage they gained and started killing every enemy within their sight. Xavier panted and glanced at the Transcendent Rank individual from the Nightkin race who was fleeing from the scene after seeing how his people were completely defeated. "Where do you think you are going, you bastard?" He raised his spear and with immense force hurled it directly at the fleeing man, who cried out as the spear impaled his shoulder. Instantly, blood oozed out from the man's shoulder to stain his already red clothes an even deeper crimson. Xavier clicked his tongue as his hand trembled. He had barely maintained his balance in midair after hurling his spear away. His entire body was screaming with pain, and he swore if not because he wanted to kill the strongest enemy he would have closed his eyes. A smile spread across his face when he saw Jian, who arrived beside him and grabbed his arm to balance him. Bia glanced at the duo, and after ordering the monsters under her command to clear the battlefield, she zoomed in towards the man who was still attempting to flee despite his badly injured shoulder. "Leave him to me." Jian blinked as he stared at the phoenix, who immediately started beating up the injured Transcendent Rank individual with the advantage of her huge body. He winced at the sight and glanced at Xavier, only to see the man had placed his other hand above his head to watch the fight with an excited expression. Jian shook his head at the excited man, who had been trying his best to rope the phoenix since the moment Jian and Bia arrived here. It's actually been more than 3 years since he and Bia arrived on this planet. At first, he thought they had landed on a planet that had been conquered by the dark side because they fell from the sky directly into the middle of a battlefield. Bia immediately lost consciousness, probably because she took the most impact when they crashed on the planet. Jian fought in the battlefield for a while, but the enemies were too strong. He quickly realized he was on the losing end, but he couldn't leave Bia behind, so he fought and did his best to wake up the phoenix. But fortunately, before anything bad happened to them, a group of humans saved them and took them to a safe place. Bia was frustrated and angry after she woke up because she was not able to contact Kyle properly, and Jian wouldn't allow her to leave the planet alone. She was very happy when she finally managed to reach Kyle, but after talking with him for a minute, she cursed a lot and scared away every human who dared to approach her for the next few days. Jian found out about it later, but Kyle, that bastard, asked her not to look for him and instead go to the sacred divine land. The silver-haired man claimed he would come find her, but for some unknown reason he blocked Bia's voice, and after that she couldn't sense him at all. That was the moment when the duo decided to help the humans on the planet as a token of gratitude for the time when the humans saved their lives. They both entered the battlefield and began fighting alongside the humans to defeat the Nightkin race. Additionally, they started searching for a way to reach the sacred divine land to find Kyle, who had disappeared after Bia's last interaction with him, almost as if he had ceased to exist. If it weren't for the fact that Bia could still sense their connection and hadn't felt that Kyle was dead, the Phoenix would have already left Jian behind to search for Kyle in the vast universe. Jian let out a sigh and slapped Xavier on the back to make him stop gazing at the Phoenix with sparkling eyes. Xavier was the only transcendent rank human on the planet after his father, who was the strongest on this planet, passed away in the war. But as Giant had mentioned earlier, from the moment Xavier laid his eyes on the Phoenix, he became interested in Bia. Also, his interest grew when he witnessed Bia commanding thousands of monsters to fight alongside her. Man, she's already taken. Don't even think about trying to win her over because, Giant took an exaggerating breath to emphasize his next words, her companion is very dangerous. He could easily turn you into an ice sculpture with just a flick of his fingers. Don't come crying to me later saying I didn't give you a heads up. Chapter 502, We Are Not Here to Sit. Xavier rolled his eyes, and his expression clearly showed he didn't believe the red-haired man one bit. Well, I'm 100 times better than her companion who left her alone in such a dangerous world. I will see just how strong that person is when the time comes. He asked you and Bia to go to the sacred divine land, right? Jian raised an eyebrow. It's been a while since they talked about the sacred divine land because they were caught up in the war. Initially, he and Bia had no idea about the location of that place and how to get there after leaving this planet. But then Xavier informed them that a few elders on his planet were knowledgeable about that place. These elders requested Jian and Bia to stay on the planet for a few years due to the Phoenix's unique ability to control thousands of monsters, which greatly aided the human race in repelling the Nightkin for the first time. No matter what, the prospect of having a vast army of monsters at their disposal was truly remarkable. In order to persuade Bia to remain on the planet, they suggested teleporting both Jian and Bia directly to the sacred divine land, using an array once the conditions on their planet improved. But no one could have imagined that within just a few years they would win the war. Xavier chuckled and thumped his chest. The elders had already informed him and Jian about everything regarding the sacred divine land. Now they just need to use the array and go there. Doesn't that mean Bia's bonded companion will take part in the gladiator arena? Haha, I can join as well since I have not gone past the transcendent rank yet. The war just ended as well, and now I can leave the planet. I am also going to enter the gladiator arena just so Bia can see who's stronger. His words got cut off as he cried out when Jian let go of his arm, and he immediately plummeted towards the ground. Xavier quickly regained his balance midair and glared at the red-haired man. What was that for? Jian smirked and tilted his head with an innocent expression. Oh, sorry, my hand slipped. He glanced around. I really thought a fly was buzzing around my ears. Tusk, tusk, it really needs a good beating so it can acquire some common sense because despite knowing the risks, it insists on poking the hornet's nest. Xavier's eyes widened with disbelief. Did that little punk who is more than 20 years younger than him call him a fly? He rolled up his sleeves to show Jian just who the fly really was, but before he could confront the red-haired man, Bia killed her opponent and her body flashed with a bright light. The phoenix regained her smaller form and then landed on the red-haired man's shoulder. Jian crackled menacingly and dared Xavier to come closer with his smug expression. He grinned when Xavier's expression fell and reached out to stroke Bia's head, only to hiss as the phoenix pecked his finger. Bia, see, my fingers have marks from your fierce attacks. I was just going to pet your head gently, Bia sneered. Why, I don't like it. Besides, you are not handsome, not a beautiful woman. It doesn't suit you. Jian's expression stiffened at her remarks, and he quickly lowered his hand to rub his throbbing finger. In the distance, Xavier burst into laughter and taunted him with a raised brow, almost as if saying who had the upper hand now. The war concluded with the victory of the human race after the transcendent rank individual died, and the monsters under Bia's command ruthlessly killed all remaining enemies on the battlefield. Xavier, Jian, and some other high-rank humans themselves attended to post-war matters, such as arranging for the injured to be taken back to the camp for treatment, and selecting some powerful divine-rank humans to scour the entire planet to ensure every last individual of the Nightkin race was found and dealt with. After 2 hectic days, the human camp was now celebrating their victory with delicious food, a variety of beverages, and tears of happiness as they had saved their planet, the very planet that was on the verge of collapse just a few years ago. Jian entered Xavier's tent with Bia sitting on his shoulder. The gray-haired man was busy organizing papers on his desk. Xavier had finally taken off his armor, and his white spear was resting in a corner. Xavier paused in his actions when he saw Jian approaching. He dragged a chair from a corner and placed it next to Jian before attempting to organize the stack of papers on the only large desk in the tent. Sorry, I have been busy. Sit down, I will be done soon, just give me a minute. Jian and Bia both eyed the chair, but then the red-haired man grimaced silently when Bia placed her paw on his shoulder and squeezed it roughly. Jian quickly cleared his throat to get Xavier's attention. Directly support the authors on web novel. We are not here to sit. Xavier sighed and set the papers on the desk before looking at Jian quickly cleared his throat to get Xavier's attention. We are not here to sit, Bia and Jian. I understand. Now that the war has ended, you both want to leave. Just wait for another week. A few others and I are also planning to go to the sacred divine land. Let's all go together. Bia shook her head. No, it's already been so many years. I want to leave as soon as possible. Giant shrugged his shoulders when Xavier gave him a pleading look to convince the phoenix. Xavier immediately changed his strategy and turned to Bia with a smile. I have fed you so many delicious things and taken care of you, plus you said you like my eyes. Can't you even wait another week for this pretty face? Bia narrowed her eyes and muttered quietly. Your eyes are just a bit like Kyle's, nothing special, and you're not that pretty. Jian laughed quietly as Xavier's expression darkened at Bia's words. The gray-haired man let out a big exhale and raised his hands in surrender. All right, we will leave for the sacred divine land in 2 days. I just have to sacrifice some sleep, no biggie. Come on, Bia, you have got to at least give me a thank you. Bia rolled her eyes. The phoenix spread out her wings and left Giant's shoulder to land on Xavier's shoulder, who grinned excitedly just because she sat on his shoulder. She glanced at Giant, who looked betrayed because she left his side. Bia's eyebrow twitched at their behavior and she closed her eyes with a tired sigh. A bunch of idiots, chapter 503, they are here as well. It was a sunny day when Giant, Bia, Xavier, and 2 other humans stood in the middle of a large circular array that filled a vast space, surrounded by numerous mana stones floating in the air. In the distance, several elderly humans in robes who had set up the array, and many others who had come to bid farewell to their planet's strongest individuals, and the divine phoenix stood. The emotional ones were cheering for the people standing on the array, and the elders were quietly watching those on the array. The array lit up, and a bright light flashed, enveloping the people standing above the array in a bright embrace. In the next second, the light scattered, and the array with the people standing above it all vanished within the particles. The air fell silent as everyone watched the bright particles that scattered in the wind. One of the elderly humans stroked his beard and let out a sigh. I hope the kids stay safe and return unharmed. That place is dangerous, but I have faith they can endure, especially Xavier and Giant. They both hold promising futures, and with the divine phoenix alongside them, I trust they can overcome all the challenges in their way. Inside the sacred divine land, numerous new faces and formidable figures from various races began to arrive. After all, the opening of the gladiator arena was merely less than 6 months away. The land was expansive, and despite thousands of newcomers arriving each day on floating ships or through teleportation arrays, the space was still large enough for them to easily lose themselves within it. Nevertheless, they were all aware of their ultimate destination, the gladiator arena. So even though they wandered the sacred divine land in search of treasures, they were all ultimately making their way towards the arena. It was a huge shock for everyone when a supreme rank representative from the demon race arrived to negotiate with the supreme rank individuals who would oversee the gladiator arena. The representative from the demon race expressed their eagerness to participate in the gladiator arena. Not only the demon race, but he said that its 2 subsidiary branches, the dark and nightkin races, would also participate. He threatened the old figures that if they were prevented from joining the event, they would make every effort to disrupt it. Also, the people of the demon and dark race who are currently residing on the sacred divine land, as they have conquered a part of it, would start a war on the land to slaughter every single participant. The supreme rank individuals were taken aback, and some even considered killing the representative. But they halted their actions when the representative mentioned with a wicked smile that the 2nd and 3rd Shadow General would also attend the gladiator arena as they are a little bored from the ongoing battles. The Shadow Generals promised not to intervene if the demon, dark, and nightkin races were permitted to participate in the gladiator arena. After hearing about this, the old supreme rank individuals had no choice but to agree with gritted teeth, but they swore in front of the demon race representative that if the Shadow Generals dared to interfere or if the dark demon and nightkin race dared to break the rules of the gladiator arena under their watchful eyes, they would not care about the war that is still ongoing on the other end of the universe and do their best to kill the Shadow Generals even if they have to give up their lives. At the same time, Alec and his group trained intensively as they had said, and all of them reached the divine rank. They wanted to look around for some ancient tombs in search of treasures, as Mia had finally befriended a few mystical spirits. But Zeron sensed the tense atmosphere in the sacred divine land and noticed numerous groups from the demon and dark races lurking around everywhere. That's why, for the first time, the old dwarf suggested to the youngsters that they take a few months' break from training before the gladiator arena opened up. This break would also allow their bodies to solidify their newfound strength. Also, a bit of rest is always necessary to rejuvenate oneself and maintain peak performance. Despite knowing they did not need rest since they had been training rigorously to reach the divine rank, Alec and the others opted to follow Zeron's suggestion upon noticing a solemn expression on the old dwarf's face. After all, it was rare for Zeron, who always wore a carefree expression, to become so serious all of a sudden. In the end, they discovered a huge cave beneath a withered tree trunk and chose to take shelter inside for a few months, while Zeron and Susan sealed the cave entrance with a concealment array. But because they decided to remain inside the cave, they missed the rumors about the divine phoenix and the red-haired man who arrived on the sacred divine land with Xavier and two other humans. Bia was frustrated because even after entering the sacred divine land, she still could not sense Kyle's presence. This led her to vent her frustration by making enemies with everyone she encountered, particularly the individuals from the dark and demon races. Jian found it amusing and couldn't resist joining in the fun. As a result, the duo quickly became famous in the sacred divine land. Xavier shed many tears because of the duo and started to regret his decision to follow Bia and Jian to join the gladiator arena. He was the strongest in the group. That's why he always ended up getting beaten up in the end, because both Bia and Jian were skilled at escaping after making enemies. However, his heart always melted when Bia gave him some attention and asked him if he was all right. Therefore, he allowed the Phoenix to do as she pleased. But no one could describe Xavier's inner turmoil, because the more time he spent with Bia and Jian in the sacred divine land, the more he realized that Jian's luck was at rock bottom, or perhaps the red-haired man's luck stat was in the negative. Before, during the war on the humans' planet, Xavier never noticed this, and even when something bad happened in Jian's presence, he blamed it all on the war. But now, seeing how every time Jian chose a path they ended up in trouble, and how Bia always chose to stay behind whenever Jian was taking the lead, Xavier understood that no matter what, he should never let Jian take the lead. Otherwise, they would all perish even before the gladiator arena opened. Xavier took charge, and within the first 2 weeks of their arrival on the sacred divine land, they discovered an underground tunnel leading to an ancient tomb. The two humans with Xavier were delighted, but Jian and Bia's eyes widened in shock when they saw a few familiar names inscribed on the huge gate that served as the tomb's entrance. Both of them surprised Xavier and the others by shouting together with excitement, "Alec and the others are here. Mia is here." Jian looked at Bia to know why she only called out Mia's name, but the response he received was something he would have been better off not hearing. "She is pretty and warm." Chapter 504, just ignore her. After finding out that Alec and the others are on the sacred divine land, Jian and Bia also started leaving their names wherever they went and began searching for the group. In the end, they were unable to locate the group or Kyle, but they were confident that if Alec and the others were present on the sacred divine land, they would certainly participate in the gladiator arena. So the duo, along with Xavier and the other humans, slowly started making their way toward the gladiator arena. 3 months later, on the elven planet Luminara, Yue was also ready to depart for the sacred divine land along with many other elves. A massive flying ship was docked beneath the Tree of Fate, and many elderly, powerful elves started gathering their most skilled individuals who had been training to participate in the gladiator arena. In one of the largest elven cities beneath the Tree of Fate, Yue opened her eyes and released a deep breath. She was floating in midair and her body was enveloped in divine energy. However, if someone with a sharp eye were to observe her at that moment, they would also notice spiritual energy around her body. She adjusted the elegant blue robe on her figure and gazed at the woman hovering in front of her with nothing in her eyes, not even anger, because Yue had learned to hide her emotions. Glacia gazed back at her with a smirk. The two of them locked eyes for a few seconds before Glacia raised her hand and motioned for Yue to attack her. She never thought Yue would reach the divine rank within a year and a half. Yue surprised her even more by reaching the elite stage in divine energy after entering the divine rank within another year, just because Glacia gave her a little helping hand. Perhaps it was because the Tree of Fate showered Yue with unlimited divine and spiritual energy, but Glacia didn't care. The elven woman was simply ecstatic that an ant she trained became incredibly powerful in such a short time. Glacia burst into laughter when Yue ignored her presence as if she didn't exist at all with a calm expression. The woman shook her head and clapped her hands in amusement. Her flowing green dress, embroidered with a familiar tree insignia, swayed gently in the wind as she spoke. "No matter how many times I see it, it's always amusing when you act this way, even though you know I am powerful enough to." She lowered her voice intentionally to emphasize her words. "Make you vanish from this universe." Yue didn't say anything in return and just listened with a calm expression as the woman spoke up again. "Yue, remember, I am your master. No matter what you think about me and how much you hate me, this fact can never be changed. How about you call me master? Just once would be enough and I would let you go." "No, no. Wait, I will honestly tell you whether that silver-haired man was alive or not when I left your planet." Yue's eyes quivered slightly, yet she quickly composed herself in a heartbeat. It's not a big deal, she told herself inwardly. She never called Glacia her master, not even once, even though she had trained under the woman. But it really wasn't a big deal if she could know about Kyle. Glacia was still stronger than her, and she knew she needed to wait until she had the upper hand to fight her head-on. Yue opened her mouth, and even though it was a bit harder than she expected, she called out the word she had avoided like a plague since she began training under Glacia. Master, happy. Now keep your end of the bargain and tell me about him honestly. Glacia grinned and waved her hand. Of course I will, he was alive. I said it before as well, but I am saying it again. He was alive, now go. In a few days, everyone will be leaving for the sacred divine land, so get ready. I hope you come back alive, but it's okay even if you don't. Haha, I will make sure to marry off your friend and ask someone to take care of your mother. Yue clenched her fists, but her expression remained calm. A huge shadow loomed over her and Glacia's body. She quietly raised her arm, and the massive lynx with two horns and stunning iridescent scales on his body, which had been flying above her, reduced in size before landing softly on her arm with a weary yawn. Nox's piercing blue eyes shimmered with a strong intent as he looked at the woman floating across from Yue. Just ignore her. She is someone we will kill in the future, probably. Yep, we will. Yue heard the voice in her head as Nox jumped to climb her shoulder. She caressed the lynx's head, and after glancing at Glacia one last time, she decided to head towards the elven town to meet and bid farewell to Ellie and her mother. In a few days, she had to leave for the sacred divine land. But she vowed to become stronger and return alive to fight the woman who had always looked at her as if she was an ant. However, the moment Yue landed in the town, Sebastian blocked her path and told her he had also broken through to the divine rank. After countless attempts and being beaten up by his father many times, he had finally succeeded in persuading the old town's head to let him join the gladiator arena with Yue and the other elves. Yue frowned, and after listening to the green-haired elven man for a few minutes, she quickly left the area with Nox to head towards one of the small wooden houses scattered in the town. She soon spotted Ellie sitting outside the wooden house on the stairs with an older woman who had long honey-colored hair similar to hers. After taking a breath, she called out to Ellie and her mother. Chapter 505, It's Just, Happy. Ellie's eyes lit up when she spotted Yue, and she immediately waved her hand toward her. Iva also stood up to hug her daughter, who rarely came to meet her because Yue was busy training. She immediately asked what her daughter wanted to eat, and she would make it for her. Iva knew Yue was going to leave the planet in a few days, but her daughter had grown up and become stronger even more than her brother and father. So even though she was very worried, she let her heart calm down and agreed when Yue told her she would be leaving for a dangerous place. The three of them entered the house together, and after Iva prepared a delicious meal for everyone, they all gathered around a round wooden table to eat. The aroma of food filled the air as the sound of utensils clinking echoed through the house while the trio chatted softly. But the one who spoke the most was Iva. She asked many questions about what Yue did and what rank her daughter had achieved. Iva did not fully understand the new terms Yue used, but she enjoyed listening to whatever her daughter shared. In the distance, Nox stretched his body and leaped onto the dining table to let the three women know he was also in the house, so they would stop ignoring him. Iva chuckled and lifted Nox before gently patting the lynx's head. Nox, remember you must always stay with Yue, look out for each other, I truly don't want either of you to get hurt. Nox blinked and looked at Yue, who sighed and said she would contact Iva and Ellie from time to time after leaving. It's not like the sacred divine land would stop her from using a communication crystal. Yue spent the next few days with the two women, and soon it was time for her to leave. Sebastian showed up outside her house dressed in a stylish gray outfit that suited his hair and eyes. He mentioned he wanted to go with Yue as they both needed to head towards the flying ship docked a bit farther from the town. This ship would take them and all the other elves participating in the gladiator arena to the sacred divine land. Sebastian smiled and shamelessly extended his hand toward Yue, but his smile stiffened when she ignored him and started walking towards the town's exit with her mother and Ellie, who insisted on seeing her safely board the ship. The area around the massive ship was bustling with many elves who had come to watch their family members and friends board the ship. Many powerful old elves, who were also heading to the sacred divine land to supervise and safeguard those taking part in the gladiator arena, floated above the ship, discussing which elves had a better chance of winning in the arena. Across from the ship, in the middle of the crowd, Sebastian was getting beaten up by his father, who complained about why the young man ran off alone when the old man wanted to watch him board the ship. Iva tightly grasped Yue's hands and hugged her one last time before asking her to go and board the ship. Ellie also opened her arms with a smile for a hug. She never thought Yue would become her closest friend because, for her, Yue was someone strong she could only admire from afar. It was all thanks to Nine, that fool who she doesn't even know where he is right now. Knox, who had been sitting on Ellie's shoulder, leaped and climbed onto Yue's shoulder when she started moving toward the ship. Sebastian also ran behind Yue as his father dabbed his moist eyes with a handkerchief while voicing out little curses directed at his only son, whom he wasn't even sure would come back alive or not. After everyone who was going to participate in the gladiator arena boarded the ship, the old elves prepared to leave. But suddenly, the Tree of Fate began to tremble slightly. The crowd's eyes widened in shock and the old elves were also taken aback. Immediately, a huge discussion ensued with everyone pondering what was happening. What's going on? The Tree of Fate has never reacted like this before. Is it bidding farewell to the elves heading to the sacred divine land? The crowd fell silent when a beautiful humming sound emanated from the tree and its leaves began to dance as if expressing joy. Instantly, everyone erupted in happiness, thinking that the Tree of Fate was bestowing its blessings upon the people leaving for a dangerous place. The people who had boarded the ship all expressed their gratitude to the Tree of Fate. Even Yue held out her hand to touch some leaves of the Tree of Fate, but she blinked when, for the first time, the Tree of Fate ignored her. She stared at the tree and watched as it once again erupted with another humming sound that became more like a melody reverberating throughout the whole planet. Suddenly, one of the old men let out a shout with a boisterous laugh. The Tree of Fate has given us all its blessing. We shouldn't waste more time and leave to not disappoint it. The crowd agreed with the old man and cheered with tears of happiness because it's been a long time since they saw the Tree of Fate humming with such joy. Many people quickly started filling the ship's engine with mana stones, and after a minute the ship started floating. Under everyone's eyes, it reached the sky. The old queen of the elven race left her living quarters in a beautiful, elegant robe and stared at the tree with shock before muttering under her breath. What the heck is happening? Why is the Tree of Fate so happy? Don't tell me it's going to bear the fruit of fate. The woman hiding in her shadow disagreed with her immediately. No, if it was going to bear the fruit of fate, it would have showered the whole planet with spiritual energy. It's just happy. They watched the tree in silence, not just the two of them. Many powerful individuals came out from their houses to watch the tree whose leaves danced in the air. Glacia also left the restaurant where she was staying and narrowed her eyes at the Tree of Fate. Not only were the elves, but also the demons residing on the elven planet, alerted by the tree's sudden movement. The current leader of the demons, who had been waiting for a chance to get her hands on the fruit of fate, also left her chamber to watch the Tree of Fate with hungry eyes. Chapter 506. What a strange place. Meanwhile, in the midst of the elven crowd watching and loudly cheering at the massive flying ship that soared in the sky, a man clad in a hoodie that hid his facial features stared at the same ship with a pair of curious yet uninterested eyes as it sailed beyond the planet's borders and vanished into the distant horizon. The man considered directly teleporting inside the massive ship, but chose not to when he felt a powerful presence of a supreme rank individual inside. He accepted the fact that he was a bit late to arrive, just a bit though. He thought if he followed one of the two faint presences he could sense in the vast universe, he would encounter someone familiar, but what a pity the nearest person he sensed left before he could even catch a glimpse of their face. The man furrowed his brows as a branch of the Tree of Fate attempted to approach him with enthusiasm. He raised his hand and roughly swatted the branch away, causing it to emit a regretful and pained sound as if expressing how it had welcomed him only to be treated this way in return. What a strange place. Due to the sudden movement, his hoodie was lifted to reveal a bit of his face. He shook his head, thinking what a waste of time, and turned to leave, but then his gaze met a pair of eyes in the crowd, and he swore those eyes looked quite familiar yet unfamiliar at the same time. Ellie's eyes dilated in shock when she saw the familiar green eyes staring at her as if she were a stranger. Iva noticed her pause in the middle of their conversation. That is why the older elven woman followed Ellie's stunned gaze and also spotted the familiar man standing across from them. The silver hair that peeked out from the man's hoodie and those green eyes. Iva opened her mouth and let out a loud gasp. Kyle blinked and tilted his head as he observed the two unfamiliar faces that seemed somewhat familiar, yet he had no knowledge of them. He let out an amused "oh" and quickly changed his expression to mimic someone who had just reunited with his long-lost relatives, even though he felt no connection to the two women. It seems they know me. A while ago, inside the no-mana land, Kyle hovered in the air with his upper body exposed, revealing his chiseled and toned muscles, each sinew defined and entirely enveloped in a glistening layer of ice. His physique alone exuded a sense of strength and power, and he could easily be mistaken for an ice sculpture of a deity frozen in time within the monolith land, if not for the subtle rise and fall of his chest, showing he was breathing. Kyle's shoulder-length silver hair was tied up and cascaded to cover his neck. The luminous silver strands, combined with the vast spiritual energy surrounding his body, enhanced the ethereal sight, as if an otherworldly being had graced the colorless gray trees with his presence, cloaked in a radiant aura of spirituality. A sleek and elegant spear, with a stunning shade of gray that exudes sophistication and charm, floated behind him. The spear's metallic tip glistened with a powerful force as Kyle snapped open his eyes and grabbed the shaft to block the golden sword aimed at his right shoulder. Instantly, a loud clicking sound echoed in the forest, and a chilling aura spread out from Kyle's body to cover everything around him in a blanket of ice. He breathed out a wisp of cold smoke when he noticed the hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Hubert let go of the sword and lunged to snatch the gray spear from Kyle's grasp, but he let out a frustrated groan when the silver-haired man moved back in midair with a speed that was even faster than lightning and easily avoided him. In an instant, a vein bulged on the old dragon's forehead, and he let out an angry laugh as he watched his hand that had grasped nothing but empty air. "You scoundrel, give me back my spear. I gave you such a powerful sword and you want to steal my spear. No way, I regret the time when I decided to teach you my spear art." Kyle blinked innocently and swiftly stashed the spear in his mind space before the old man could try to snatch it again. He was able to access his mind space after his body started to naturally absorb spiritual energy, and now for him, using spiritual energy was even easier than mana. "Second master, you don't even use it. So is not it better if you give it to me?" Hubert's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. What if he no longer used his weapon? How dare this bastard steal his cherished weapon just because Kyle liked its shape and size in his hand after practicing with it once? Kyle saw the old man's expression and realized things were escalating. So he changed the conversation while discreetly creating a small portal behind him in midair, using spiritual energy to also take the golden sword that had fallen to the ground after their little clash. "Old man, it's time for me to leave this place. You should just give me the spear as a parting gift." Hubert took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and recalled the time when he led Kyle to his armory. Then he asked the young man to choose a weapon because Kyle didn't have a proper one, but who would have thought the silver-haired man's eyes would fixate on his precious spear? He did let Kyle use the spear once, but he never thought this day would come when the rascal would steal his spear while he was sleeping. "I should have stored my spear in my mind space, but after living inside the no-mana land for so many years, I have become accustomed to managing things without energy. Otherwise, I would never have left my spear so openly." "Kyle, you are the first person ever to squander spiritual energy like mana. I'm not even sure if I should be proud of this or not." After grumbling for a few minutes, Hubert sighed and approached Kyle. He gave the silver-haired man's shoulder a rough pat, but winced at the coldness that spread to his fingers and quickly withdrew his hand to rub away the icy sensation. "I can never understand why your body is always freezing, and it's getting colder as time goes by. But are you really ready to go? Don't you want to stay a few more years since you are near another breakthrough in terms of your physique?" Chapter 507, I am getting bored. Kyle glanced at the sky for a few seconds and then grabbed a shirt from his mind space to cover his upper body. Although his facial features remained unchanged, his eyes now exude maturity and the extensive experience he acquired over the years under the old dragon's guidance and alone. "It's already been a long time. Now I don't even know what I want to do next. You have already taught me a lot, and I am sure now you have nothing else to teach me." He stopped mid-sentence because Hubert smacked his head with a smile that didn't reach the old man's eyes at all. Kyle cleared his throat and swiftly shifted his words. "I mean, now that I have enough power to leave this place, I should go. This land can no longer increase my strength. Moreover, I need divine energy to break through to the divine rank to equal my physique rank with my true rank. Otherwise, when my physique jumped another rank, it wouldn't be good for my body." He held back his next words because he knew the old man would smack him again. "Also, I am getting bored." Hubert closed his eyes and thought for a few minutes. He knew that the day when the human would leave would come eventually, but now that Kyle had finally mentioned it, he felt somewhat emotional. However, when he remembered how Kyle had forgotten everything except the fact that Hubert was his second master, and how Kyle had secretly taken his spear, all the emotions he was experiencing vanished into thin air. The old man turned to face Kyle, with a smile that stiffened a little when he noticed that even the golden sword which had fallen to the ground a while ago had disappeared. He softened his voice as much as possible, even though he so badly wanted to beat up the man floating across from him. "Right, you should get lows. I mean you should go. It's better for your body to progress in true rank now that your physique has advanced so much. Kyle, you're not a dragon, so even though your body has been handling the imbalance quite well, I know it wouldn't be good for the long term. Therefore, even though it pained me, I believe and urge you to leave." He paused for a second. "Don't forget to bid farewell to the villagers before leaving, or else the old couple and the many people who had accepted you as one of them would be sad if you left without a word." Kyle willed the ice on his body to melt into particles that drifted in the air. He waved his hand to disperse the particles around his body and glanced at the old man. "I have already said my goodbyes to the villagers. I just wanted to talk to you one last time. Now that I have done it, I am going to leave shortly." Hubert's expression mellowed as he glanced at the pair of green eyes staring back at him. Kyle's eyes had not lost their brightness, but they were not shining either. You have changed a lot over the years, but sometimes I still catch glimpses of the old Kyle in you. So, young man, don't you ever dare to risk yourself for the sake of amusement. It's a reckless habit you have picked up over the years. The old man's expression turned grim. He had watched Kyle change with his own eyes and had seen how ruthless the young man could get if someone else dared to harm him. It seems that after forgetting about his loved ones, Kyle started to love and care for himself more than anything else. I should have kept a closer eye on him and scolded him the first time he disappeared for 2 whole years within the No Mana land. After that, Kyle's long disappearances became a regular thing. There was a time when I even thought he had left the No Mana land, but he came back again. The old man stared at Kyle, who gave him a subtle nod that wasn't even sincere to tell him he wouldn't put himself in danger. Hubert rubbed his temples, which ached due to this troublesome brat. Even though Kyle had spent many years with me, I can still affirm that he had spent even more time alone in this land. I can scarcely fathom how he eradicated nearly 90% of the monolith creatures in this huge land. Also, even though the villagers had gotten closer to Kyle over the many years they spent with him, Hubert had noticed that Kyle never genuinely opened up to anyone, nor did he completely accept them, as if he just couldn't trust others like before that incident involving A's happened. Hubert hoped that Kyle would reconnect with someone he considered his family before he arrived in the No Mana land. But the old man knew it was highly unlikely because the universe was too vast. How could Kyle possibly search for his family without even a trace of old memories? He let out a sigh, but then suddenly he remembered about the sacred divine land. Hubert's eyes widened slightly. How could he forget about that place? He called out to Kyle, who paused and tilted his head to stare at the old face he had seen the most in his time on the No Mana land. Kyle, right now the thing you need the most is divine energy, correct? Go to the sacred divine land. It's dangerous, but it's the best place for you right now if you don't encounter any individual above transcendent rank. Also, Hubert counted with his fingers because the time here and outside was different. So he always had to calculate to know how much time had passed outside. I don't know if it's going to open, but I remember a grand arena called the Gladiator Arena opens up in the sacred divine land every century. It's a risky event, but if you enter the arena, you might come across someone you know, since individuals from all over the universe gather and participate in this grand event. I can give you the location of that place. Chapter 508. Thanks for the reminder. Interest sparked in Kyle's eyes, and he asked the old man to share more about the sacred divine land, but Hubert didn't have any additional information besides the location of that place. Kyle let out a hum. Anyway, he would uncover more on his own once he reached the sacred divine land. After an hour, he was floating before the gray field that encased the entire No Mana land tightly. As he extended his hand toward the gray field, his hand smoothly traversed the thick layer with minimal resistance. However, before he could leave, Hubert, who had been following him all along for some reason, spoke up from behind. It's been a long time, but Kyle, you asked me once to remind you of this when you are leaving this land. You want to kill the Shadow Generals and many other enemies you might forget with time. You said to tell you that if your gut feeling is telling you to kill someone, you should do it because that person could very well be someone who had tried to take your life in the past. Kyle's lips curled into a smirk, and he cast one final glance back at the old man. Thanks for the reminder, Master. He stepped into the gray field that stretched out to make way for him, but before he vanished into the field completely, he heard the old man's last words, which brought a faint yet genuine smile to his face. Rascal, if you ever find yourself in grave danger that threatens your life, throw the spear you have stolen into the air and it will come find me, and I will come to help you immediately. After some time, Kyle sucked in a deep breath as he stepped out of the gray field that rippled behind him before closing together as if it had never opened at all. He lifted his eyes to look at the numerous spatial tunnels brimming with turbulent currents encircling the No Mana land and the expansive dark void ahead, littered with sizable shattered land pieces drifting aimlessly in all directions. Kyle extended his hand and touched the current flowing out from one of the spatial tunnels nearest to him. The current slithered on his fingers before traveling toward his arm like a snake. However, it vanished as it lost its strength, leaving behind a faint ticklish sensation. I have learned to manipulate the natural elements around me using spells just like mages, but I wonder if I can also control the space around me and create such spatial tunnels. It seems achievable. I just require more time. He muttered quietly before, with a blink, he utilized the spiritual energy within his body to disappear from his location and swiftly traveled a large distance away from the place in just a split second. As his body materialized outside the magnetic field that enveloped the scattered pieces of land around the No Mana land, his eyes flashed with surprise as two foreign yet oddly familiar energies rushed into his body desperately. In an instant, a refreshing sensation coursed through Kyle's body, and he somewhat felt overwhelmed as his body once again began to absorb mana and divine energy. Kyle could clearly see the countless transparent particles clinging to his body. He shut his eyes and guided the mana and divine energy inside his body for a while before they started to flow naturally in his body like spiritual energy. Suddenly, the dark space around him started to quiver slightly, and he watched as the divine energy in his surroundings gathered around him to create a delicate veil of divinity. The veil dispersed in every direction with a gentle rustle, and Kyle felt a slight enhancement in his strength. He clenched and unclenched his fist as he finally ascended to the divine rank after so many years. However, reaching the divine rank didn't grant him a significant increase in strength. Instead, it just doubled the reserve of divine energy his body could store. Regardless, it doesn't matter as his physique had already reached a rank beyond the divine. Kyle glanced at the image displaying his stats from the corner of his eyes, and his lips trickled upward into a satisfied smirk. Not bad. Name, Kyle Race, human/semi-celestial bloodline, celestial soul rank. Transcendent rank, divine stats, strength, transcendent rank late stage mana, divine rank divine energy, first stage 0 spiritual energy, divine rank agility, transcendent rank late stage current physique rank. Transcendent rank talent, celestial luck, S+ unique ability, nature's favorite, unlocked due to S+ rank luck, skills. I believe that with another year my physique will naturally break through to the supreme rank. Now I don't need to focus on my physique. I just need to gather enough divine energy to increase my overall rank. He squinted his eyes to peer in two different directions in the vast darkness around him, filled with nothing but tiny stars and a couple of distant planets. Throughout his time in the no-mana land, he consistently sensed two presences, but they were so faint that he couldn't quite connect with them. Now that he had left the boundaries of the no-mana land, they became too vivid to ignore. I can sense a connection with the first presence, but the second presence. I can't believe I left a mark on someone else's body. Doesn't that mean that person was quite important to me? Kyle randomly selected the nearest presence he sensed, and instead of heading straight to the sacred divine land, he opted to go and see if catching a glimpse of their face could trigger his forgotten memories. After all, he could always head to the sacred divine land later since Hubert had already given him the location. He blinked and vanished from his spot. It wasn't difficult to travel a vast distance in mere seconds using instant teleportation. Also, his agility stat was high. So even if he didn't use instant teleportation, he could cover considerable distances in seconds. Chapter 509, I should cut this strange tree. Along the way, Kyle spotted various planets and expansive floating lands. But with the exception of one or two, he detected a repugnant odor of darkness emanating from each one of them. But he didn't stop and continued his journey because it doesn't really matter to him what was happening inside those places. That's why within a short time, he arrived outside the boundaries of a colossal planet, which had nearly half of its surface dominated by a massive and expansive tree. The tree stood so tall that its countless branches had surpassed the layer of clouds, and Kyle could see them from outside the planet's boundaries. However, Kyle noticed that its leaves had started to wither due to the dark particles that were spreading inside the planet. He activated his scent perception skill and immediately sensed numerous powerful presences inside the planet. One of them almost detected him, but luckily, his scent perception skill had recently advanced to the transcendent rank. That's why even though that individual was much stronger than him, he quickly retracted his skill before they could sense it. That was a close call. He tilted his head with surprise when all of a sudden the massive tree standing tall on the planet began to tremble. What's happening with the giant tree now? Well, I suppose it's not something I should worry about. I can sense the exact location of the mark I placed on another person. So I will head straight there and see who it is. Kyle thought for a moment and grabbed a hoodie from his mind space to conceal his hair and eyes. It would be best to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Plus, there was a chance he had put the mark on an enemy's body. In the next second, a few symbols lit up in midair across from him. He used a bit of divine energy, and the symbols merged together to create a portal. Kyle wore the hoodie over his shirt and stepped into the portal, which scattered into particles behind him. He emerged from another portal that appeared in the middle of a huge crowd, but no one noticed him because everyone was focused on the massive tree above them. His eyes widened a bit when suddenly, a branch of the giant tree tried to get closer to him. Kyle swatted the branch away with furrowed brows and quickly followed the presence of the mark to find the person he was looking for. However, he paused when a beautiful humming sound emanated from the tree. Instantly, every person around him fell silent for a few seconds, and then the crowd erupted with joyous cheers. Kyle's expression turned serious because even amidst the clamor, he felt like the tree was calling out to him to get closer. What the? He stepped back when a few more branches of the giant tree attempted to approach him once again. But then another louder humming sound emanated from the tree that resembled more like a sweet melody, and he got distracted for a minute or two. Kyle only snapped out of it when he sensed that the mark he was following was moving further away from him, only to realize that the person he was looking for was inside the massive flying ship that had set sail toward the sky. I can't directly teleport inside the ship because there's a supreme rank individual in there. He gazed at the flying ship that vanished toward a distant horizon, thinking what a waste of time it was to come here. But that was when he saw the two strange elven women who recognized him, and his mood improved a bit because at least his trip wasn't completely useless. Ellie let out a sharp noise and quickly sprinted toward Kyle, who raised his brows with surprise. He watched the young elven woman who grabbed his hand and bombarded him with numerous questions, asking how the heck he found them, how he ended up on the elven planet, and how he had been. Iva also joined them and asked him similar questions with a warm smile, but Kyle simply stared at them and nodded occasionally to respond. He was curious about the relationship he had with these two elven women since they were definitely not his blood relatives, given that he was human and they were elves. Therefore, he decided to go along with them to learn more. Ellie lowered her voice upon noticing the old town's head staring at them strangely. "Oh no, we need to leave and find a secure place. If Glacia discovers you are here, it won't be good." Kyle rolled the name Ellie just spoke up on his tongue but felt nothing. He could sense the hostility in the elven woman's eyes when she called out that name, and he was certain that whoever this Glacia was, she was an enemy. He quietly followed the two elven women who took him inside a town before they headed directly toward a small wooden house in the distance. His eyes flashed with a clear warning when once again a branch of the huge tree that surrounded half of the planet tried to get near him. "If possible, I should cut this strange tree." The moment he muttered those words, immediately the tree of fate turned eerily silent and quickly moved away from his path to watch him from afar. Ellie noticed this small interaction and her eyes flashed with surprise. They stepped into the house, and once Kyle settled into a chair, he watched as the older woman with honey-colored hair asked him if he wanted to eat or drink something. He shook his head and then the air inside the house turned silent. Ellie and Iva exchanged glances, unsure of what to say to Kyle as they noticed his lack of response. Iva hadn't interacted with Kyle much before. She had only met him once and her knowledge of him was based on what she had heard from UA and the rumors. She thought he might be the silent type. However, a sense of foreboding crept into Ellie's heart when she saw Kyle's eyes, which remained calm and composed even when she suddenly mentioned that Nine had disappeared a few years ago. Kyle just let out a regretful "oh" and half-heartedly said he hoped wherever Nine was he would be safe. Chapter 510. Oh no, you missed. Ellie had witnessed Nine and Kyle's interactions before, and from Nine's boasting she knew their relationship was quite close. There was no way she would believe that the Kyle she knew would respond like that upon hearing that his closest friend was missing. She wanted to voice her doubts, but the words got stuck in her throat when Kyle grabbed the edge of his hoodie and lowered it from his head. Immediately, his long shoulder-length hair, which was neatly tied up, cascaded down to cover his neck. He cleared his throat and gazed at the two women seated opposite him at the round table with a beautiful yet insincere smile. His face, which had turned even more attractive from using the encasing ice skill on his entire body countless times over the years to heal his injuries, combined with that brief smile that lasted only a few seconds, immediately captivated both of the women across from him. Kyle groaned inwardly but showed nothing on his face. He glanced at the older woman because he could sense that the younger one was catching onto the fact that he was somehow behaving strangely. "So, it's been a while, Auntie. How have you been?" Iva rested her hands on the table and a bitter smile flashed on her face. "I have been fine. The locals here have not mistreated us apart from bringing us here, but Yue, she's had to endure a lot because of me. You know her, she's too caring. Now she has gone to such a dangerous place." Confusion flickered in Kyle's eyes as he heard the name that struck a chord with him, evoking a sense of familiarity and warmth. "Yue, who? I mean, where is she?" Kyle almost bit his tongue when he accidentally asked, "Who is Yue?" He didn't even notice how his voice sounded a bit eager to know about the person he heard the name of for the first time. Ellie's eyes flashed with relief when she finally sensed something in Kyle's voice. She let out a smile. At least, he still cares for her. Iva fell silent at Kyle's question. She had only learned about the sacred divine land from Yue after their arrival on this planet. She wondered how Kyle would know anything about it, considering he lived in a place where people knew very little about this vast universe. She hesitated to answer, thinking he had already come so far and must have suffered a lot to find them. How could she burden him with more? But Ellie spoke up with a solemn expression. "I don't know the location of the place, but it's called the Sacred Divine Land. Yue is going to participate in a dangerous arena. I heard many people die in that place, and Yue went there because of Glacia." Kyle blinked. He knew a thing or two about the Sacred Divine Land, and the arena the 11 woman was talking about was probably the gladiator arena. His second master specifically asked him to head to the sacred divine land because right now his body needed a lot of divine energy. Yue went to the sacred divine land to participate in the gladiator arena. Ellie's eyes widened slightly. You know about that place? Kyle nodded, and Ellie let out a sigh of relief. She didn't hesitate like Iva and wanted to tell him everything. However, she then remembered the silver-haired man had yet to tell them how he arrived here at a place that is so far from their planet. So even though she had a feeling he wouldn't answer, she asked the question again to know just one last time that he was truly all right, because she could feel something was wrong with Kyle. You. Have you been fine all these years after Yue and Nine left without a word? She let out a bitter smile. Don't blame Yue, she was forced to come here. And Nine, that fool, he mentioned before he vanished that he would let you beat him up once as a form of apology because unlike Yue, he left the planet with Glacia on his own. But I don't know how the two of them would feel if they knew you have been searching for them all this time. Ellie's voice trailed off at the end because she couldn't grasp just how much Kyle had endured to come this far. Kyle let out a hum, and both Iva and Ellie felt the chill when all of a sudden the room's temperature plummeted. The two elven women watched as Kyle pushed his chair back and rose to his feet with an emotionless expression to gaze into empty air. I can't tell if I am angry or not because it's been too long for me to tell. Honestly, how I have been doing all this while, it's quite a lengthy story, but still, I would have made something up to continue the conversation if I was not getting annoyed by the uninvited guest's presence. Kyle let out a snarl while gazing at the vacant space. So you don't want to come out? Iva and Ellie exchanged a glance to understand what had suddenly happened for Kyle to act like this. But the duo froze in their spots when a familiar laughter filled the air around them. Ellie snapped her head towards the direction Kyle was staring, and her eyes widened when she saw Glacia stepping out from behind a shadow. Glacia clapped her hands together and examined Kyle from head to toe with an incredible and amusing expression. Her eyes conveyed how she had found something very interesting. So you are indeed still alive, huh? And you have managed to come this far even after I wreck your body. She raised her finger with a pondering expression. What was your name again? An awe slipped out from her mouth and her lips curled upward into a wide smile. Kyle, right, all this time I have been regretting that I wasn't able to peer inside your mind space. How about I do it now? Also, I am getting very curious to know just how did you sense my presence when I can clearly see you have just entered the divine rank. Iva and Ellie both panicked, and quickly the two elven women stood up. Ellie grabbed her weapon and yelled at Kyle to step back. Even though Iva had stopped fighting after she got married, she also prepared to cast her most powerful skill. But Kyle's gaze was locked on the bronze-eyed woman in front of him. His ears twitched slightly when he heard a loud name coming from Ellie's mouth. Glacia. Glacia turned to look at the panicked expressions of the two elven women with an amused expression for a second, which is why she failed to notice when Kyle's eyes chilled enough to scare everyone who would have locked eyes with him at that moment. Kyle's pupils glazed over, and a faint old memory of a similar bronze-eyed woman in a dark cloak flashed inside his mind. He watched as the woman reached out her hand with a smirk towards his head, and tremendous pain wrecked his body. He couldn't speak, but he remembered he swore to kill this woman at all costs if he survived that day. Ha ha! Glacia blinked and whipped her head towards the silver-haired man who let out a laugh and covered his eyes with his palm. She smirked, if it weren't for the town's head informing her that Yue's mother and Ellie had taken some unknown hooded man in their house, she would have never found out that Kyle, the same man she badly injured in the past, had arrived on the elven planet. All of a sudden, she remembered the Tree of Fate's unusual behavior. It was strangely aligned with Kyle's arrival, and a sense of foreboding welled up inside her mind. No way, don't tell me the tree reacted that way because of him. Oh ho, intriguing, but let me first take a look at that thing inside his body that I wasn't able to see last time. Glacia's figure turned into a mirage as she reached out her hand toward Kyle's head with a smirk, but her eyes contracted when the human in front of her sidestepped and evaded her hand. A shiver ran down her spine as a faint, deep and chilling voice sounded beside her ear. Oh no, you missed. Chapter 511, I wanted to help you a bit. The atmosphere inside the wooden house got colder as Glacia swiftly turned left to grab the man who had sidestepped and dodged her hand. Huh, she scrutinized her empty hand and attempted once more to grasp Kyle, but in that moment something both blunt and sharp pressed against her back. Without hesitation, she vanished from her position and reappeared a short distance away from the silver-haired man who had his hand suspended in midair. Glacia fixed her gaze on Kyle's hand, particularly his fingers, which were stained with blood. The blood couldn't have come from the man since he had evaded her grasp. So then, she extended her hand to touch her back and her expression chilled when she felt something moist on her fingers. That blood is mine. How? She lifted her eyes to stare at Kyle with a stunned expression. Did he just try to dig his nails into her back? No, the main question is how and when did he do it? How the hell could a person who had just reached the divine rank move so fast that she wasn't even able to notice? Her face darkened as the blood trickled down her back, and she felt the sensation vividly. The wounds weren't deep, mostly because she moved away before he could further dig his nails into her back. Ellie and Iva both staggered back with shock, and just like the woman, their eyes were fixed on Kyle's bloodied fingers. The man lowered his hand with a remorseful expression, and the blood on his fingers turned to ice before it scattered into particles and vanished into thin air as if he never had it on his hand at all. Kyle tilted his head and stared at Glacia, whose facial expressions mirrored shock, disbelief, and bewilderment. "It's been a while, hasn't it? I'm glad you remember me because I just did as well." Glacia's eyes twitched, and she let out a laugh that echoed through the wooden house. In an instant, the wounds on her back started to heal as spiritual energy emanated from her body to cover them. She used her divine energy to envelop the space around the house in her domain to gain complete control over her surroundings. At first, the woman believed she could easily handle the human, but it turned out she was utterly mistaken. Kyle's sudden appearance was indeed something that sparked her interest, but she was angry because a human who had just entered the divine rank could wound her, especially when she was just a step away from reaching the supreme rank. Glacia's lips curled upward into a sweet smile as the silver-haired man took a step toward her, completely unaware that the domain that had rendered him powerless in the past had once again expanded to encompass everything around them. "Right, it's been a while, so how about we pick up where we left off and finish what was left undone in the past?" It was then that she noticed the land beneath her had completely frozen into ice, adorned with countless bright symbols lighting up the icy surface. "When did you?" Kyle rubbed his wrist, and the numerous bright symbols on the ground began to float, creating a mesmerizing spectacle of gold, white, and gray. They trembled under the immense amount of spiritual energy that emanated from his body to envelop them. In the next second, under everyone's eyes, the symbols spread out in all directions and disappeared as they passed through the wooden walls to leave the house. Kyle glanced at Glacia, who unconsciously stepped back. "Nice question. It's when you were busy expanding the layer of divine energy to isolate the space around us." He vanished from his spot, and Glacia's eyes widened in disbelief because she was not able to control his movements even after expanding her domain. In the next moment, a thunderous boom echoed through the air, causing it to quiver as Glacia's eyes narrowed into slits at the sight of the clenched fist aimed at her upper body. The speed was so fast that it rivaled hers. No, it was even faster than hers. She hastily raised her arms to intercept the attack. But the woman immediately realized she had made a big mistake because, even though she managed to block the attack successfully, the unmistakable sound of her bones fracturing upon impact pierced her ears like a haunting melody. Moreover, the sheer force of the blow propelled her body backward, and a cry of pain escaped her lips as she crashed through the wooden wall behind her. Right after that, the house's structure started to crumble as a hole opened in the wall across from Kyle. He stared at the dust and shattered pieces of wood that scattered all over. But his ears twitched when he heard Iva and Ellie's cries that echoed a little later, because the scene turned messy just too fast for them to comprehend what the hell happened. Kyle glanced at the two elven women who scrambled back when they saw the pair of green eyes staring at them with little to no emotion. He clicked his tongue and exited the house through the hole. Outside the house, Glacia managed to stop herself by planting her feet firmly into the ground. The woman gazed at her shaking arms, and for the first time her eyes reflected fear. What in the world just happened? However, no one could capture the magnitude of her shock when she saw the solid layer of ice that encircled the area around the house. It was as though the icy barrier had entirely sealed off the space from the outside world. The icy layer was shimmering with the familiar symbols that had just left the house, and her domain. It was completely overshadowed by the icy layer brimming with immense spiritual energy. Her breath caught in her throat when a familiar deep and cold voice responded. "Oh, it's my domain. I thought you didn't want anyone to disturb us, so I wanted to help you a bit. We don't want to attract any more unwelcome guests now, do we?" Chapter 512. "You still haven't noticed." Glacia let out a laugh that sounded too strained and dry. So he expanded his domain while she was distracted by the symbols. The man also specifically used spiritual energy to create his domain to counteract the influence of her domain. But the real question was, how the heck did he have so much spiritual energy? Even she, a transcendent rank individual herself who was just a step away from the supreme rank, didn't have so much spiritual energy to power so many symbols and also cover such a huge space. A shiver ran down her spine when she noticed Kyle stepping toward her. The woman instantly used her spiritual energy to heal her injuries, but before the spiritual energy could even completely envelop her arms, her ears heard another thunderous boom, and she caught sight of another fist aimed at her stomach. "Hold on," Glacia clenched her teeth and used her divine and spiritual energy to erect as many barriers as possible in front of her to block the fist because, After blocking the previous attack, she realized she couldn't rival the silver-haired man's strength. But her eyes widened in horror as the barriers shattered into countless fragments, and the fist squarely struck her abdomen, causing her to scream out in pain as she heard her ribcage crack upon impact. In an instant, her body was propelled backward toward the icy layer. Her vision blurred momentarily from the intense pain coursing through her entire body, and before she could even regain her focus, a swift kick connected with her figure and hurtled her deep into the earth. Immediately, a deafening boom echoed through the air, and dust and debris scattered in all directions. Kyle grasped the fabric of his pants and pulled it up as he crouched down to look at the bronze-eyed woman who was coughing blood in the crater. Her pristine dress, which just moments ago swayed elegantly around her body, was now tattered in various places and soaked in blood that oozed out from her wounds and mouth. But she was alive. She has reached the end of transcendent rank, so I have to completely erase her consciousness to kill her. Glacia's head was spinning, but even amidst the pain coursing through her entire body and the dust that clouded her vision, she could clearly see the green eyes peering at her from the distance as if she were already dead. In an instant, a surge of extreme anger clouded her eyes. "You bastard," she spat out, and the air around her began to tremble. In the next moment she vanished from her position. Kyle let out a hum. He tilted his head to the left and caught the silver knife with his bare hand that almost grazed his neck. Glacia's eyes widened. She had just used one of her skills to double her speed, but he still managed to thwart her attack. How? Kyle snatched the knife and tossed it away, his lips curved into a smirk as he stood up and glanced into the woman's eyes. "You still haven't noticed," Glacia's voice faltered as she took a step back. She couldn't understand how the human had become so powerful that she couldn't even properly fight back. What? She admitted for the first time in her life that she was scared. The woman even regretted the time when she harmed Kyle, because now that she gazed directly into his eyes, she could not even see a speck of emotion in those green orbs. Glacia felt it clearly that he would kill her without a second's hesitation, even if she offered him many precious treasures. That's why she wanted to run away. Yes, she would put her anger, hatred, and the shame she felt today because of the human aside, as she loved her life more than anything else in the world. Now that she is so close to the supreme rank, the rank so many people dream of but can't achieve, how can she just let it all go because of a mere human who was an ant in her eyes just a few years ago? Nonetheless, she can always repay the human tenfold later because Kyle was inside the elven planet. She simply has to step out of the icy layer, and as soon as the townspeople catch sight of her condition and the stranger who wants to harm her, they would attack Kyle. And it's likely that due to the commotion, many powerful old elves on the planet would be alerted. They would restrain the human who dared to enter their planet and tried to kill one of them right under their noses. Then Glacia just needs to watch from a distance as Kyle meets his demise at their hands. There's no need for her to endanger her life when she can simply watch him die. Kyle chuckled when he saw how her eyes scanned the area around them to find an 049 opening or vulnerable spot in his domain. "You really haven't noticed, not even after getting beaten up by me. Hasn't your speed and strength decreased compared to before?" He saw how her eyes scanned the area around them to find an opening or vulnerable spot in his domain. Huh? Glacia blinked and quickly checked her body, but she wasn't able to notice much difference. It was only when she saw the image displaying her rank and stats that she noticed her stats had decreased. Did the human cast a spell or use a skill on her body? If so, why didn't she even notice? If before her strength and speed were at the final stage of the Transcendent rank, now they were both at the middle stage of the Transcendent rank. It finally dawned on her why Kyle's speed looked similar to hers but much faster at the same time. His strength and agility stats are probably at the Transcendent rank, but how? He was just at the Divine rank. Kyle let out a bored sigh as he saw Glacia's expression pale at his words. He didn't even bother to share the fact that her stats were reduced because of his domain, and just watched as the woman slowly moved back toward the icy layer, probably to run away. "Where do you think you are going?" Glacia's eyes contracted as he vanished from his spot and reappeared above her body with both of his hands clenched together into a fist that slammed down at her body. The woman let out a horrified scream and dodged the fist by a hair's breadth as it crashed into the ground with a resounding boom, forming a big crater as dust and debris flew everywhere. Kyle stood up and swept his hand to disperse the dust in front of him. He then glanced at the woman whose body transformed into a mirage as she vanished towards the icy layer. "Hey, don't you remember we need to pick up where we left off and finish what was left undone in the past? It's just that our roles would be reversed." He paused for a split second as he recalled the words that echoed in his head when he remembered the old memory featuring the same woman who was running away before him. "Don't worry though, to repay you for the kindness you showed me in the past, I will also make sure not to completely destroy your body, but unfortunately I do need to kill you." Chapter 513. "I cannot break it." Glacia gazed at the icy layer before her and without a moment's hesitation, she used a big chunk of her spiritual energy to form numerous long, razor-sharp nails. The pointy tips of the nails shimmered with white and golden energy as she frantically directed them to breach the barrier wholly made of glistening ice. There was only one thought engulfing her mind: she had to escape this space by any means necessary. After the initial exchange with Kyle, she understood she can't defeat him, not when her strength was lowered for some reason. The woman watched as the nails pierced the ice and a visible crack appeared in the barrier's surface. Instantly, Glacia's eyes lit up with hope, and she channeled more spiritual energy to create more nails that punctured the icy surface. In the distance, Ellie and Iva, after calming down, stepped out from the wooden house through the same hole as Kyle. The duo couldn't quite make out Glacia's figure because the woman was just moving too fast. But the two of them could clearly see the silver-haired man who had paused a few steps away from the blurred silhouette of the bronze-eyed woman. Kyle just stood there and watched as countless nails formed in the air and stabbed the icy layer he created as if he didn't care, even if Glacia broke it. However, both Ellie and Iva took in a shuddering breath when they saw a cold smile on Kyle's face. It was one thing to watch someone who is your enemy in desperation, but why was he laughing at the scene? Under their eyes, he raised his hand and simply snapped his thumb and index finger together. The moment he did it, the many glistening symbols blanketing the circular layer of ice gathered together to fill up the crack that Glacia managed to make within the ice after so much struggle. Glacia screamed and slammed her fists against the ice with even more desperation. Her knuckles turned bloodied, and her arms, which weren't even properly healed yet, started to sting with immense pain as she expended all her remaining spiritual energy to somehow break the barrier. The land around her began to disintegrate from the immense amount of spiritual energy she focused in one place. But the crack that had appeared in the icy layer, after she poured all of her spiritual energy into it, completely sealed up before her disbelieving eyes. Why the hell won't this darn ice break? Immediately, red veins flared up inside her eyes as she clenched her fists and used her divine energy to create as many fire spears as possible. The spears shot towards the ice, but even though the ice melted a bit, its glistening surface remained devoid of any major damage. Haha, I can not break it, she accepted with dread, and a chill ran down her spine when a familiar voice sounded behind her. This looks familiar. Your struggle, but unfortunately, even after watching you for a while, I can't remember why. Kyle vanished from his spot, and before Glacia could move away, he grabbed her head and slammed it into the icy barrier. Immediately, a pained gasp escaped her lips, and her bronze eyes that had turned completely red shook when she saw the pair of green eyes staring down at her. Regardless, I believe you are done struggling. Let's continue. Shall we? Glacia gritted her teeth and tried her best to get away from his grasp, but when she couldn't, she changed her tactics. Wait, I am sorry, all right, let's talk. Please, let's just talk. Her words were abruptly cut short as a panicked gasp escaped her lips when he seized her shoulder and hurled her body away from the barrier before he vanished from his spot. Glacia barely managed to halt herself, but she cried out when another kick landed on her abdomen and slammed her body deep into the ground. After that, it was just a one-sided beating. Ellie and Iva watched for a few seconds, but then they both closed their eyes in fear and trepidation when Kyle grabbed the bronze-eyed woman's hair, whose whole body was covered with bloodied injuries. He dragged her out from one of the many pits that filled the once grassy land in front of the wooden house before forcing her to kneel in front of him. Kyle gazed down at Glacia. He had never erased someone's consciousness before. However, he was familiar with the process. Hubert had shared the theory with him. He needs to peer into her mind to completely wipe out her consciousness and all her memories before severing her soul from her body. This is crucial because if the woman's soul held onto even a bit of her consciousness as a transcendent rank individual, she had the ability to reconstruct a new body for herself. Glacia's eyes widened in horror as a cold touch pierced through her hazy vision. She snapped her bloodshot eyes up and gazed at the silver-haired man who placed his broad palm on her forehead. What? What are you doing? Kyle raised an eyebrow. Nothing special, it's just getting boring, so I thought I should end it. Instantly, a chilling premonition welled up inside her heart and it made her beg. Wait. Please stop whatever you are going to do. Just stop, I said I'm sore. Why IMS? Ori, her voice broke as she stared at Kyle. She desperately wanted to get away from his grip, but she couldn't move her body much. Kyle's eyes reflected irritation when the woman started to struggle. He immediately spread out his fear skill, and even though Glacia was strong enough to counter it, her condition wasn't good enough to fight back the fear that crept into her mind and heart. She stopped her struggle and gazed at him with wide eyes filled with dread as he ordered in a voice devoid of emotion. Just stay still. Chapter 514, It's empty. Nevertheless, in the end, Glacia was a transcendent rank individual. That's why even amidst the fear that clouded her vision, she reached out towards the steel ring on her middle finger. The ring contained a life-saving artifact gifted to her by the current queen of the elven race a few years ago. She never imagined a day would come when she would need to use it because it was incredibly precious to her. The artifact possessed the ability to transport the user to a distant planet or land in mere seconds, but due to the pure energy within, it couldn't be stored in the mind space. Kyle paused in his actions as his eyes traveled downward toward the woman's fingers as she fiddled with the plain steel ring on her middle finger. He narrowed his eyes at the ring, but blinked in confusion when Glacia spoke up in a tone filled with shock and disbelief. Where did the artifact go?" Her words were cut short because Kyle closed his eyes and forcefully directed his spiritual energy into her body. He shut down all his senses to concentrate solely on her mind, and without any concern for the pain it would cause the woman, he started erasing her memories and consciousness. Ellie and Iva both turned their heads away from the harrowing scene as the woman screamed out in agony. Glacia's eyes started to lose life, and blood seeped out from them to paint her face red. After she endured a long and torturous minute, Kyle finally wiped everything from her mind. He then proceeded to separate her soul from her body. It was a delicate procedure, and if he injured her soul during the process, she would not be able to live a normal life once she entered the cycle of reincarnation because her impaired soul would impact her future existence. That's why he ensured his spiritual energy was as harmless as possible before enveloping her soul to separate it from her body, so he wouldn't accidentally harm her soul. Just try to lead a better life next time. He watched as a faint light, pure yet slightly tainted with darkness, left Glacia's body and disappeared into the air before the woman's lifeless body gently fell back to the ground with a soft thud. Kyle did not notice, but when he was about to touch Glacia's soul, the Tree of Fate got ready to intervene. It loved the silver-haired man's presence. Yet the tree couldn't bear to watch from the sidelines when someone from the race it had protected for thousands of years was about to lose their entire existence, even though that very person wasn't a good individual. However, when Kyle let her soul go without any harm, the tree branches that were just an inch away from breaking the round icy barrier surrounding the space retraced back with a pleasant hum, as if saying that even though the human heart had turned a lot colder, his soul remained untainted. Kyle crouched down on his heels beside Glacia's body and removed the steel ring from her middle finger. He noticed a barrier around the ring and effortlessly shattered it with his divine energy, only to find the ring completely empty. It's empty. His words halted as he spotted a folded page floating within the ring's storage space. He took out the white page from the storage ring and unfolded it to reveal a few lines inscribed on its pristine surface. Kyle ran his thumb over the words and read them with a puzzled expression. "Haha, it's 9, your one and only best friend. I am taking what you asked me to. You lucky bastard, never forget this. You must inform me timely that I needed to steal it to save my life." He rubbed his chin when he read the familiar name he had heard from the two elven women a while ago. Instantly, blue flames spread out from his body to envelop Glacia's body before her body turned into ice that transformed into bright particles. He stood up and gazed back at the two elven women standing in the distance. Ellie and Iva both flinched when they met his gaze and they started to move back. Kyle clicked his tongue and realized the duo wouldn't be much useful anymore. He folded the paper and tossed it inside his mind space. Anyway, he would investigate about 9 and the meaning behind the lines written on the paper later. Kyle glanced around and murmured a few spells under his breath that he had learned to manipulate the natural elements around him like mages. Instantly, the broken land filled with pits and craters began to tremble before the earth gathered together to revert it back to its previous state. He gazed at the damaged wooden house, but unfortunately, he couldn't do anything about it since he had no idea how to control wood like water, air, fire, and earth. Kyle glanced up at the icy layer that surrounded the space, and it started to crack under his gaze. He watched as the countless bright symbols covering the layer vanished and the ice began to dissipate. Just within a few moments, the icy layer completely disappeared into thin air as if it had never existed in the first place, allowing the sunlight to filter through the leaves of the huge tree above him. He cast one final glance at the two elven women and pulled his hoodie over his head. Ellie and Iva were not even able to watch his fading figure because he just simply vanished into thin air. Kyle appeared in the distance where he had sensed an old elven man lurking around. He didn't recognize the man, but he had a faint inkling that this man was the one who told Glacia about his presence. So he beat up the old man enough to make the old town's head appearance unrecognizable. After getting done with the old man, he decided to leave the planet since the person he had put the mark on had already left for the sacred divine land. However, before he could leave, the huge tree above him let out a loud noise and started to tremble violently. Chapter 515, The Fruit of Fate, Part 1. The entire elven planet shook with intensity as countless branches of the Tree of Fate suddenly began to stir restlessly. The elven queen, who had just returned to her quarters to rest after confirming that nothing was wrong with the Tree of Fate, paused in her steps. Instantly, her eyes moved down to stare at the wooden floor beneath her that started quivering. No one could describe her shock when a wave of pure spiritual energy flooded into her chamber. The warm and gentle energy was familiar. Very familiar because she had felt and absorbed it countless times whenever she meditated beneath the Tree of Fate to enhance her strength. Startled, she jerked her head back as the spiritual energy expanded not only in her room but throughout her entire house. The overwhelming presence of the spiritual energy in the air was undeniable, and it overpowered everything else. "No way," she gasped with wide eyes, and instantly the old white-haired woman hiding in her shadow emerged with serious eyes. "What's happening? It's not even time yet. Why is the tree getting impatient?" The queen's expression turned solemn as she grabbed the fabric of her robe. "How would I know? I just checked the tree and it was fine just moments ago." "Don't tell me it's—" She glanced at the old woman and the duo vanished from the room together without saying another word. In the next moment they appeared in the sky, which was getting brighter with each passing second, even though the day had long since started to darken. They watched the massive tree. It was radiating spiritual energy to envelop the entire planet in a wave of white, gray, and gold. Not just the duo, many powerful divine, transcendent, and supreme rank old and young elven figures also appeared in the sky and gazed at the colossal tree in astonishment. All of them knew the time when the Tree of Fate would bear the fruit of fate was near, but there were still several years remaining before the expected time. So, why was the tree preparing to yield the fruit so early and with such eagerness? The older elven individuals looked at the queen for an answer, but she could only shake her head and gesture for them to wait because she herself was shocked by the unexpected turn of events. The floating elves all witnessed as every single elf on the planet came out of their homes or paused in their activities just to observe the colossal tree with awe. They then respectfully sat down to seek the tree's blessing with hope. After all, it was a well-known knowledge among the elves that it was up to the tree to decide whom to bestow the fruit of fate upon, and no one had the right to take that fruit from the chosen one unless they were not of elven descent. Nonetheless, to this day, the Tree of Fate has never granted its fruit to any race other than the elven race. Still, the elves were also aware that whoever received the fruit of fate this time would face many life-threatening situations because every demon residing on the planet would pursue and hunt that individual for the fruit. Also, the demon's leader, Samara, who has been relentlessly battling the elven race for years just to get her hands on the fruit of fate. How could she relinquish her pursuit so easily when she even went as far as to corrupt the tree with dark energy? She would undoubtedly stop at nothing to eliminate the individual who obtained the fruit, even if that individual is under the protection of the elven queen. All the elves watched in anticipation as multiple branches of the colossal tree reached up to encircle a specific higher branch that stayed bare without leaves, yet untouched by the extensive dark energy that has been spreading throughout the planet and corrupting the tree. The branches, in a mesmerizing display, began wrapping around that single branch to create numerous protective layers. They only stopped when not even a speck of light or any intruder could breach their intricate cage, shrouding the untouched branch in a protective embrace. After the wondrous display, all the spiritual energy that had dispersed across the planet congregated around the massive circular barrier and began to permeate through it. At that instant, a small white flower sprouted from the bare, untouched branch that twinkled within the dark cage. The flower continued to grow with a speed visible to the naked eye within the security of the protective layers, nourished by the energy surrounding it. Slowly but steadily, the delicate petals transformed, and the flower evolved into a fist-sized white fruit that appeared ordinary except for the wisps of pale gray, gold, and white light surrounding its surface. In the distance, many powerful demons who had been fighting in the war against the elven race started floating in the air. They gazed at the tree with wide smirks. Although they weren't able to completely corrupt the Tree of Fate in time, they were determined to obtain the fruit for their leader, or, if the elves somehow killed their leader, then obviously for themselves. The elven queen's face turned ashen, and not just hers, but the white-haired woman floating behind her and all the other old and young elves hovering in the sky became serious upon seeing the demon leader, Samara, who appeared across from the cage of branches, wearing a wide, menacing grin on her face. Samara didn't even glance at the elves who surrounded her to stop her and flapped the four wide wings behind her back. The white slits between her pupils brightened as dark energy began to crawl around her body. She was ready to completely destroy the cage of branches when the white-haired woman, who had always stayed by the elven queen's side, vanished from her spot after receiving a signal from the queen and pushed her away from the cage in midair. "Don't you dare lay a finger on it." Chapter 516, The Fruit of Fate, Part 2. Samara laughed at the words the old elven woman spat out with a dark face. She clapped her hands, and the snug dark fabric that hugged her body stretched over her enchanting figure as she stared at the multitude of elves surrounding her. What if I do touch it? It's mine to begin with. Do you have any idea how long I have waited for this day? Not even all of you combined can stop me. In the next moment, several powerful demons with 4 expansive wings behind their backs arrived around the floating elves. The demons glared at the elves with menacing expressions. The atmosphere crackled with tension as numerous eyes locked onto each other, each side waiting for the other to initiate the first move. However, the silence was shattered by an unexpected event. Before everyone's astonished gazes, some branches from the impermeable cage extended and began to form a staircase. The Elven Queen's eyes widened in realization, but before she could speak, Samara interjected with a smirk. "Oh ho, the Tree of Fate has chosen who it wants to give the fruit to. I wonder which unfortunate elf that may be, haha." Meanwhile, completely uninterested in whatever the heck was happening on the planet, Kyle looked up at the massive tree that had been annoying him since he arrived on this planet. He let out a snicker at the countless powerful auras he could feel in the sky without even using his scent perception skill. They all had gathered around the cage of branches the tree had just formed a while ago before his eyes. Seems like a big fight is about to start. I never imagined this useless tree had so much spiritual energy that even I am tempted to secretly cut some big branches to store in my mind space. He shook his head and secured his hoodie on his head to completely cover his hair. Tusk, I really want to go and check what's inside the cage of branches that so many powerful people have gathered to fight for. However, even if I overlook the many pseudo-divine, divine, and transcendent rank individuals, there are just too many supreme rank individuals. So it's impossible for me to get my hands on it without losing an arm or two. His lips twitched slightly at his own words, which came off a tad arrogant. Just an arm or two. Nah, if he dares to steal something right under the noses of so many supreme rank individuals, it would be a miracle if he makes it out of this planet alive. Kyle stopped in his tracks when the beaten-up old man lying lifelessly beside him all this time suddenly began to cry tears of joy. Kyle was pretty sure that the old man would have started dancing with happiness if not for his wounds. Did he lose his mind? He furrowed his brows and turned his head to follow the old elven man's gaze as the latter started laughing like a maniac, but he was stunned when he spotted a staircase descending from the sky. No, the staircase was actually coming down from the same circular cage the tree branches had formed a while ago. Kyle watched as the branches intertwined to extend the staircase further towards the ground. A sense of impending doom crept into his heart, causing him to take a step back. Beside him, the old elven man wiped his tears and reached out his hands towards the staircase. "Come on, so this old me is the chosen one. Haha, just you wait, you silver-haired human. I am going to get back at you. Just you wait, I am going to get stronger, haha." Kyle raised his hand to smack the man's head to shut him up, but stopped and put his hands behind his back when he felt many eyes fixed on his head. Fuck, he turned eerily silent because if the many eyes staring at him found out he was an intruder on their planet, he was definitely done for. He took in a deep breath and got ready to use instant teleportation while also slowly stepping back away from the crying old man and the staircase descending from the sky. However, as the staircase advanced toward him and the old man, his eyes chilled because the staircase ignored the weeping old man who let out a horrible cry and started to move closer to him. "No, no, no. Don't come towards me, you bastard, I will sever you." "Stop." Kyle's eyes darkened, and he muttered many curses under his breath when he sensed numerous elves surrounding the place he was standing from all directions. He so badly wanted to cut this tree. No, he would light the tree on fire and watch it burn to ashes with his own eyes if he was able to leave this planet alive. But almost as if mocking his threats, the staircase landed in front of him just an inch away from his feet. He watched as a few branches nudged him from behind to urge him to climb up. Kyle's head throbbed, but then his eyes flashed brightly and he vanished from his spot. He reappeared a little distance away from the staircase when a layer of spiritual energy interfered with his teleportation. He attempted to teleport again, but this time he couldn't even teleport as a barrier of spiritual energy surrounded him from all directions. Haha, his expression darkened as he clenched his fist and got ready to shatter the layer of spiritual energy, but he stopped when the old elven man he had beaten up began muttering frantically behind him. "It's no use. The Tree of Fate has selected you, you cannot escape. You must climb. The Tree of Fate has chosen another instead of the elven race. It is displeased with us. Yes, it is upset with us because we can't help it clean the dark energy that's corrupting it." Kyle exhaled deeply and gazed back at the staircase with a calm expression. He could sense the many eyes on him, so even if he destroyed the spiritual energy barrier, he wouldn't be out of danger. So he decided to just go with it. After all, what's the worst that could happen, right? Would the many supreme rank individuals feast on his flesh? No, he just needs to fight them to stay alive. It's not that bad, considering he had experienced worse in the no-mana land. He stretched his neck with an irritated scowl and disappeared from his spot, only to reappear above the staircase. He gazed up at the sky where the massive cage awaited him and began to climb up. I swear I will burn you to ashes if I don't gain anything useful from all of this. Chapter 517, The Fruit of Fate, Part 3. The branches surrounding Kyle froze in place upon hearing his threat, then slowly withdrew with a remorseful rustle, allowing him to ascend on his own. It was as if the massive tree understood that the human might truly follow through on his words if provoked further. Kyle's sharp eyes, hidden beneath the hoodie covering his head, covertly surveyed the area as he advanced towards the impenetrable cage awaiting him. He gazed at the many elves gathered around the staircase on the ground and hovering in the air before glancing at the dark beings with expansive wings behind them. Surprise flickered in his green eyes because, oddly, none of them attempted to approach the staircase to climb it or to hinder him. He blinked once as a sudden thought crossed his mind, and to confirm his suspicions, he raised his fingers to touch the space beside him. Instantly, a faint ripple formed in the air before him, and he felt the familiar spiritual energy barrier that had stopped him from leaving the place a while ago. An almost imperceptible "oh" escaped his lips as a sudden realization dawned on him. It seemed he didn't have to worry about the numerous onlookers, because the staircase was encircled by a strong barrier made purely from spiritual energy, and even the supreme rank individuals are unable to break through or pass it. Kyle stopped in his tracks and felt the weight of countless intense stares focused on him, each stronger than the last as if they wanted to eat him alive. "Ha!" A soft laughter bubbled out from his throat, and due to the solemn and hushed air, the faint noise intensified. It resounded in the air clear enough for every single individual around him to hear. In an instant, the many eyes staring at him narrowed, but Kyle didn't give a damn, especially after knowing that they can do nothing to him as long as he stood on the staircase. He couldn't help but think, how long had it been since he felt his body so tense and eagerly anticipating what would unfold once the barrier around him shattered. It's been more than 10 years, at least for him, since the last time he surrounded himself with countless monolith beasts to gauge his strength. Yeah, he did that many times, so many times that he can't even count. Those crimson-eyed beasts would always gnaw at his skin whenever he made even a single mistake, but he had long since learned to rip their hearts to make them lose their lives within seconds. But what a pity, after the monolith beast population thinned, it became hard for him to gather or find a large number of them. Right now, the sharp eyes staring at him felt akin to the crimson eyes of the monolith beasts who sought to devour him. The only difference was that these people can only watch as he climbed the staircase and took what they want right before their eyes. A rush of adrenaline coursed through his veins as this thought emerged in his head, and his eyes gleamed with excitement and amusement. The feeling wasn't bad at all, and the more he thought about it, the better his mood became. That's why he deliberately slowed his pace, almost as if taunting the people watching him, making them see how he raised his leg and slowly placed it on the next stair. In the distance, the Elven Queen's expression turned solemn, especially upon hearing the faint laughter from the hooded individual who clearly resembled a male elf from his body shape. She glanced at the elves around her with furrowed brows. "Who is this elf? Someone from the town. I can't see his face because it's covered, and due to the strong barrier, I can't even use my senses to communicate with him directly." But all the elves around her had similar questions, so they simply shook their heads, their attention solely fixed on the man ascending the stairs at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, one of the elderly elves spoke up. "Regardless of who he is, we need to protect him. Once he obtains the fruit, the tree will temporarily lose its power if we don't shield him. Samara will surely tear him apart." Different from the elves, the demons weren't as patient and started to grow irritated with Kyle because he was climbing the stairs too slowly. At this pace, the day would pass and he wouldn't even reach the fruit of fate. One of the demons licked his lips with a sinister yet annoyed smile and finally broke the silence as he taunted Kyle. "Little elf, why the delay? Hurry up and ascend. Don't test my patience with your slow steps, or else when I catch you I will ensure to crush your bones to dust." After the first demon broke the silence, it seemed like a floodgate had opened because many demons began urging the man climbing the stairs to hasten his pace. "Hurry up, will you? Damn this guy, I will break his useless legs. Why is he walking slower than an ant? I never thought watching someone walk could frustrate me so much that I want to chop them into pieces." The elves clenched their teeth before one of them raised his weapon towards the nearest demon with a dark expression. "Shut your filthy mouth." Samara glanced at the bickering demons and elves with a scoff and refocused her gaze on the man climbing the stairs. She had a faint feeling that this person was relishing the chaos around him, and her eyes sparked with interest. No one among the people present could breach the spiritual energy barrier to harm the person inside, as the Tree of Fate was stronger than all of them. Still, all the supreme rank individuals present could clearly sense the strength of the person climbing the stairs. That's why she couldn't help but wonder what on earth this elf had consumed to exude such arrogance in front of many formidable beings, considering he had just barely entered the divine rank. On the other hand, Kyle's lips curved upward and his eyes twinkled with mirth. He was enjoying himself, which is why amid the many noises urging him to hurry up, he halted in his tracks. Instantly, the demons cried out in frustration, and even the elves began to wonder how the hell someone from their own race could be so irritating as to make enemies of many powerful beings. Chapter 518. The Fruit of Fate, Part 4. Just as quickly as Kyle got excited, he became bored just as fast. After the second time he paused on the stairs, he let out a faint sigh, and before anyone could even blink, he vanished from his spot and appeared before the cage made of numerous thick branches. Instantly, every single person around him fell silent and gazed at him with shock, disbelief, and bewilderment. They couldn't help but wonder if he could freaking ascend in less than a second, then what the heck was he doing all this time? Kyle ignored the curses the demons hurled at him and noticed that many of the leaves on the tree's branches had begun to darken and wither, probably because of the dark energy spreading across the planet. In the next second, the branches clustered before him began to shift, creating a small opening within the wide cage. He narrowed his eyes at the darkness ahead, and after covering his body with ice armor to be ready for any surprises, he stepped into the opening. The many onlookers staring at him all became quiet when his figure vanished into the cage, and they all eagerly started waiting for him to come out. Contrary to their expectations, after a few minutes instead of the hoodied individual, what came out from the cage were chilling blue flames that expanded to engulf the cage made of branches, before the flames started to spread out to cover the entire tree of fate in a chilling embrace. In an instant, the Elven Queen's eyes widened with panic. "What's happening?" she let out a scream. "Stop the flames, hurry!" But before anyone could lunge forward to halt the chilling blue flames spreading out to encompass the whole tree of fate, another voice echoed in the air. It was the white-haired elven woman who has always stayed as the Elven Queen's shadow. She stopped the elves with a loud shout. "Don't, the flames aren't harming the tree." Immediately, everyone paused and stared at the older woman with disbelief. However, upon closer inspection, many strong individuals noticed that the flames were indeed not harming the tree. Instead, they were cleansing the dark energy that had corrupted the tree for many years. An elderly elf let out a shocked gasp. How? No one could answer his question. They were too shocked by the sudden turn of events because even the Elven Queen and the many Supreme Rank elves together weren't able to completely cleanse the dark energy from the tree, even after exerting all their strength. So, seeing the icy flames devouring the darkness without harming the tree left them all stunned. Samara's expression chilled at the sight. What is happening? How can someone from the elven race possess something so otherworldly? These flames have a powerful allure to them, and I can sense they are no ordinary flames. She shouted at the demons around her because she couldn't allow this individual to live, especially since she had planned to take over the elven planet in the future. He could very well become a huge obstacle for her in the future if he survived. All of you get ready. The moment that person comes out, we need to eliminate him at all costs. He can't consume the fruit of fate unprepared. He is just a divine rank individual. So the instant he emerges, kill him and seize the fruit. The Elven Queen's face, which had been tense for so long, finally relaxed upon witnessing how the icy flames transformed the dark energy clinging to the tree of fate into mere particles drifting in the air. She let out a faint smile and gestured to the elves beside her to get ready. No matter the cost, she would protect the elf inside the cage. How could she allow him to die at the hands of the demons when he held such a promising future? The icy flames alone were sufficient to deem him valuable. "You think I will let you kill him, Samara?" The Elven Queen made a mental note to learn everything about the elf inside the cage after this crisis subsided. She faced the demons with a resolute expression, and all the floating elves gathered behind her. There was no way they would let someone who could become a strong pillar of their race in the future die. The atmosphere grew heavy, and in the next moment, the floating demons and the elves attacked each other with loud cries. They wielded their weapons and attempted to overpower their opponents with all their might, completely unaware that the man responsible for all this chaos had already secured a means to leave the planet after striking a deal with the Tree of Fate. A while back, after Kyle entered the cage, he was greeted by nothing but darkness. But his eyes quickly shifted to the surrounding darkness, and as he took a few slow steps forward, he noticed a small light twinkling within the dark enclosure. In an instant, his gaze focused on the fist-sized fruit that had sprouted from a leafless branch. He rushed to grab the fruit, but a familiar barrier of spiritual energy materialized in front of his hand and prevented him from reaching the fruit. A vein throbbed on his forehead as he spoke with a cold voice. "Are you kidding me? After luring me here, you now want to stop me from taking the very thing I came for?" Before he could say more, the bright spiritual energy in front of him quivered slightly and formed a few words in the air. Kyle narrowed his eyes at the words, "Help me." Huh, what's this now? You can even communicate with others. Well, it's to be expected from something with its own consciousness. There was a moment of silence before Kyle let out an exasperated breath. He couldn't believe he had to deal with all this because of a tree he could just chop into many pieces. But as he stared at the powerful fruit before him, he realized he couldn't just let it go now that he had laid his eyes on it. All right, let's first hear what help you want from me when so many strong individuals are floating around you. If it's within my ability, I will assist, but even if it's not, I expect you to give me the fruit because if you don't, I'm gonna light a fire here and watch as it consumes each and every branch of yours. After a few seconds of pause, the spiritual energy before him quivered once again to form new words. Help me cleanse the dark energy that has begun to consume my essence with the flames you used to turn Glacia's body into particles. In return, you can take the fruit, and I will also teleport you directly to the sacred divine land. You desire to go there, correct? Kyle raised a brow and a mirthful chuckle escaped his lips. So you witnessed me killing that woman. I won't delve into how and why because I like the deal, but how can my flames assist you in cleansing the dark energy when they are only capable of completely obliterating whatever they touch? I have indeed learned to unfreeze things frozen by the flames with divine energy, but how will they cleanse the dark energy? The spiritual energy before him shifted to form some new sentences, and his eyes widened slightly as he read them. Your flames can consume dark energy as long as you possess sufficient control over them. I will provide your body with ample spiritual energy. All you need to do is concentrate and envelop me entirely with the flames, then gradually control them to only eradicate the darkness seeping into my body. Kyle's eyes narrowed with a hint of suspicion. So everything would be resolved just like that. He would leave this planet with a powerful treasure without any issues at all. Suddenly, a smirk played on his lips. Aren't you afraid, what if? Instead of helping you, I completely destroyed your body once my flames engulf you. His smile faded as the response came almost instantly. No, I'm not. Your flames lack the strength to harm me at this point. They are feeble because you are feeble. Kyle scoffed with an impassive expression. He was already strong enough to easily defeat a transcendent rank individual, so when he heard the tree label him as weak, a bitter taste lingered in his mouth. Let's just begin without further delay so I can leave as soon as possible. Chapter 519. Thanks but no thanks. The atmosphere surrounding the Tree of Fate grew extremely cold, almost icy, as the blue flames extended and enveloped every part of the colossal tree without regard for the ongoing battles in the air between the numerous elves and demons. In the midst of the darkness surrounding him, Kyle sat cross-legged as he exhaled a cold mist. His eyes were closed tightly, his mind fully concentrated on the immense spiritual energy flowing into his body from the Tree of Fate. At first, it was hard, absorbing a huge amount of spiritual energy quickly, and then immediately using it to spread out the blue flames over such a vast area. Besides, he had to stay focused to ensure the flames only consumed the dark energy clinging to the Tree of Fate. However, after doing it for a while, he started to get the hang of it. He also felt his body adjusting to the abundant spiritual energy flowing through him. It was almost as if the more he repeated the process, the amount of spiritual energy his body could hold was growing. Kyle's brows were tightly knit in concentration. It was his first time spreading his flames so extensively. And he had to admit, even though he couldn't see where his flames were reaching, he could unmistakably sense them enveloping every branch of the tree. Many cries and the clear sound of metal clashing with metal filled his ears, indicating that the elves and winged dark beings had started their battle. But he didn't stop. He continued to engulf the Tree of Fate in his flames. In no time, the air around the tree grew so frigid that even the people below, and the powerful individuals engaged in combat in the air began to get affected by it. All the supreme rank individuals battling in the air were intrigued by the nature of these icy flames and how the one within the cage acquired them. After a while, Kyle slowly blinked open his eyes when he sensed that his flames had completely covered the Tree of Fate. He let out a faint sigh, and the tension on his shoulders finally relaxed as he directed the flames to disappear now that their task was accomplished. Immediately, the icy blue flames surrounding the massive tree began to transform into numerous bright particles that floated in the air in a mesmerizing display. Shortly after, the Tree of Fate emitted a pleasant hum, indicating that it had finally rid itself of the darkness consuming its essence. The elves below the tree gazed up with relief and tears of joy as it stretched its branches in all directions. Under their delighted gaze, slowly but surely, the withered and darkened leaves clinging to the massive tree branches began to revert to their original green state now that the dark energy surrounding the tree had been purified. Many lively sounds filled the air as the numerous elves on the land cheered and called for celebration at such an incredible moment. The battle in the air also halted, and the demons and elves retreated to face each other when the numerous branches of the tree, which had assembled to create an impenetrable cage, began to retract to reveal what lay inside. The Elven Queen's expression turned serious as she ordered every single elf floating behind her to prepare to protect the individual inside the cage. Samara also instructed all the demons under her command to prepare to attack the moment the cage opened and the spiritual energy barrier disappeared. However, what happened next shocked every single person in the air. Inside the cage, Kyle plucked the shimmering fruit from the bare branch and held it in his hand with a pleased expression. Now that he had fulfilled his end of the deal, he would have been very angry if the tree prevented him from taking the fruit. He lifted his head and rose to his feet as the cluster of branches around him began to shift, revealing the light filtering into his eyes from outside. Kyle grinned as the spiritual energy in front of him began to converge around his body, likely preparing to teleport him to the sacred divine land. His eyes gleamed mischievously as all the branches around him shifted away to reveal the numerous beings with dark wings and elves floating across from each other. In a moment, his eyes locked with a pair of eyes with two white slits inside their pupils, prompting him to tilt his head. Samara chuckled at the hoodied man across from her, her gaze fixed on the glistening fruit in Kyle's hand. She would have lunged forward to grab it if not for the barrier still surrounding the man's body, but a puzzled expression crossed her face. After handing over the fruit, shouldn't the tree have weakened for a while? So why was it still expending so much spiritual energy to protect the man? Not just Samara, many others shared the same question. In that moment, the Elven Queen spoke up loudly. Young one, once the barrier vanishes, unleash all your strength to leap towards me and the elves. We will protect you. Fear not, you need not fret about these demons. They cannot even touch a single strand of your hair in my presence. Kyle raised an eyebrow upon hearing the words. He let out an "oh" as he tossed the fruit in his hand up in the air, nearly startling the onlookers before catching it again. He directed the fruit towards the dark beings he had just discovered were demons. If he remembered correctly, weren't the demons working for the Shadow Generals? He bore no grudge against them, but they were simply standing on a side he needed to eradicate. Samara's eyes widened as Kyle extended the fruit to her, and then a high-pitched yet slightly soft voice emanated from his lips. Eradicate. Samara's eyes widened as Kyle extended the fruit to her, and then a high-pitched yet slightly soft voice emanated. Do you want it? The Elven Queen's eyes turned solemn, and she spoke up with furrowed brows. What are you doing? This precious fruit is bestowed upon you by the Tree of Fate. How could you give it to the demons? I promised we would protect you. There is no need to fear. Just come towards us. After her, many other elves also started urging him to join them the moment the barrier surrounding him disappeared. They all believed the young elf was frightened and merely trying to save himself by giving away the fruit. How exasperating! He just used such a powerful skill to clean the dark energy from the tree but has no courage. Kyle glanced back at the older woman who had been urging him to go toward the elves. He looked at the other elves behind her and with his other hand grabbed the edge of his hoodie to make it drop behind, revealing his silver hair and green eyes. The air turned deadly silent, but the elves weren't shocked by his appearance. They were shocked when their eyes landed on his ears. His ears, they weren't pointy. That means he wasn't an elf. Doesn't that mean the Tree of Fate just gave away the fruit of fate to someone who is not from the elven race? Why? Kyle's smirk broadened as he realized from their expressions alone that they had mistaken him for an elf. He gazed directly at the older woman who had earlier encouraged him to approach the elves for protection before uttering a few words. Thanks but no thanks. You see, I don't really like being protected by others. Chapter 520. It's gone. Samara erupted into laughter at Kyle's words, the sound resonating like a sweet melody that startled every elf who had been taken aback after discovering that the man they aimed to safeguard was not one of their own. The Elven Queen's expression shifted to one of pure bewilderment and astonishment. It took her a few moments to grasp that the individual she had just pledged to protect was a human, not an elf. How could this be possible? According to the countless history books she had studied, the Tree of Fate had only ever bestowed its fruit upon the elves. The demon's eyes sparkled with interest as they gazed at the human. Now that he was not an elf, they wondered if the Elven Queen would still go to such lengths to protect him. Samara suppressed her laughter and extended her hand towards Kyle with a wide, menacing grin. After finding out that the man was human, she realized he needed to protect himself. So the best way for the man to come out unharmed from this situation, where many powerful demons and elves surrounded him from all sides, was to give the fruit away. Pretty human, you possess good judgment. Give me the fruit and I will ensure no demon dares to harm you. The Elven Queen's eyes contracted. She was determined not to allow the demons to take the fruit, as it would have negative consequences for the whole Elven planet's future. But before she or any of the elves could say anything, Kyle withdrew his hand from under Samara's eager gaze, and then the fruit disappeared from his hand as he tossed it into his mind space. A look of innocence crossed his face as Samara's expression darkened with angry veins flaring around her forehead, and he gestured towards her with his empty hand. Oops, I don't want to, why don't you come and retrieve it? I might consider giving it to you if you plead a bit. He even made a pinching gesture with his thumb and middle finger in front of her to underline his words, and his eyes gleamed because he promptly witnessed the reaction he desired. In an instant, Samara's anger exploded and she vanished from her spot. The elves tried to stop her, but before anyone could intervene, she forcefully slammed her entire weight into the barrier surrounding Kyle. You bastard. Do you think you can hide inside the barrier forever? No, and believe me, I will make sure you face hell once the barrier shatters. Haha. Kyle narrowed his eyes at the tiny crack that appeared in the barrier. He couldn't even properly see how the woman moved from her place before slamming into the barrier. A single thought crossed his mind that she was fast, much faster than him, at least for now. But in that moment, he sensed his body starting to vanish within the spiritual energy that had completely surrounded him. Tusk, it was just starting to get fun. Samara also noticed his body fading, and her pupils narrowed so much that the white slits within turned into thin lines. Stop! She slammed her fists into the barrier again and shouted at the demons. Hurry, you useless idiots, help me break it, he is going to disappear. The elves who had wanted to stop the demons halted when the elven queen signaled for them to remain in place. She realized it was too late. It seemed the Tree of Fate had already known that once the elves discovered the person who got the fruit was not an elf, they would not help him. That's why it was sending the human away to protect him, utilizing its final reserves of energy. Kyle raised his hand and waved it at Samara, who shouted at him with clenched teeth. His lips twitched slightly at his own actions and he promptly lowered his hand. I know I can't hide inside the barrier my whole life, that's why I shall leave. Come find me soon, okay? He paused for a split second, and as if recalling something crucial, he struck his fist against his palm. Right, you don't know where I am going. I am heading to the sacred divine land. Now I hope we cross paths again for a proper one-on-one. His words floated into the air as his body completely vanished into thin air. The instant he disappeared, the barrier around him also dissipated. Samara lunged forward, but her hand grasped nothing but empty air. She let out a menacing crackle before an angry scream escaped her mouth, echoing through the entire planet. After a few seconds, she glanced at the elves and mumbled under her breath. It's because of all of you that I can't break through now. Yes, it's because of all of you that he ran away. I, Samara, will make sure all of you understand what it means to be deprived of something you desire so much. She flapped her wings behind her back and an angry shout escaped her mouth. Kill them all? In a flash, the demons hovering behind her all lunged at the elves. The battle raged on, and the air filled with the smell of blood and metal as even the supreme rank individuals exerted their full force to defeat opponents of equal rank. The elven queen's gaze turned grave at the scene. She drew her weapon, and alongside her shadow, the duo faced off against Samara to protect the innocent citizens under the Tree of Fate. The air exploded with raw power, but after a day of non-stop fighting, a sudden stillness settled over the elven planet. The white-haired elven woman wiped the blood oozing from her mouth and raised her head to look at the sky where a crack appeared. She narrowed her eyes and muttered quietly to herself, I can't seem to gauge the strength of the person who is entering the planet. It's someone extremely powerful. The elven queen pushed Samara aside and glanced up to follow the white-haired elven woman's gaze. Her body stiffened as she saw a male figure dressed in skin-toned attire emerge from the crack. The man watched the intense battle between the elves and demons with his piercing blue eyes. His gaze briefly flickered towards Samara's frantic figure before he vanished from his spot, only to reappear above the very branch where the fruit of fate had blossomed just a day earlier. A deep voice resonated from his lips. It's gone, chapter 521. It was a human. Not only the elven queen, but every high-ranking individual floating in the air recognized the man. The azure intensity of his eyes, the regal crest atop his head, and the powerful sculpted form he possessed were all unmistakable. He was Damien, the water dragon, or more precisely, the dragon who defied his own kin and ascended to the esteemed title of the inaugural Shadow General. The man's presence alone startled not only the elven queen, but every individual floating in midair. The elves averted their gaze as he swept his eyes over them with an inscrutable expression. Damien crouched down in midair, his fingers delicately caressing the barren branch devoid of leaves. As his thumb traced the spot where the fruit of fate had been severed, the branch trembled under his touch and tried its best to evade him. But unfortunately, the tree couldn't muster much strength to move the branch because it was weakened after yielding the fruit of fate. Also, it had utilized a significant portion of its strength to grow the fruit of fate a little earlier than intended. The elven queen's facial expression paled as tremendous pressure descended on her shoulders, causing her to struggle to maintain her balance in midair. She glanced around and observed that every person, whether demon or elf, had frozen in place with pale expressions. They were also experiencing the same intense pressure as she was. Damien glanced at the old white-haired woman beside the elven queen because he could sense she had the most spiritual energy in her body, indicating she was the closest to the Tree of Fate. Who took the fruit? I'm a bit late because I went to visit Master since I heard from Fifth that he woke up, but unfortunately I wasn't able to see him. His voice softened a bit, but his next words were something that sent chills down the spine of every elf who heard him. Just tell me who took the fruit and I will not touch this planet. Otherwise, I can just destroy it because, after all, the Tree of Fate is not strong enough right now to stop me. The elven woman clenched her jaw tightly as the pressure on her shoulders doubled. Nevertheless, she remained silent as the decision lay in the hands of the queen. She had stood by the elven queen's side since the king passed away and held a deep love for her race. But the Tree of Fate had bestowed the fruit upon that silver-haired human of its own volition. How could she question the tree's choice? Damien's eyes narrowed. So you're useless. A chill ran down the woman's spine, and in the next second her eyes began to roll and she started coughing up blood. But before she could fully succumb to the darkness, the elven queen gritted her teeth and appeared beside her body. Wait, I will tell you, it was a human. She already knew that the first Shadow General was also pursuing the Fruit of Fate because rumors had it the man had been injured in the war happening at the other end of the universe, and he desired to consume the fruit to heal his wounds. That's why she and many others elves had been trying to summon as many powerful individuals of their race back from the war. But who could have predicted the tree would bear the fruit earlier than expected, even before the two strongest individuals of her race returned to protect it? Damien raised his brow when he heard the elven queen's words. A flash of annoyance coursed through his eyes at the mere mention of human. He loathed humans deeply because of a human named James, who had been his archenemy for the past hundreds of years. The human and his followers, who have been increasing with each passing day, even though he kills many of them every single day, have been hindering him and all the other Shadow Generals from achieving victory in the war and breaking the last two seals that block the path leading outside the universe. He groaned and rubbed his temples the moment he thought about James. He could never fathom just where the heck that darn black-haired oddball came from out of the blue and messed up all their smoothly progressing plans. The dark side would have won ages ago if that bastard hadn't started gathering every powerful individual in the universe regardless of race to fight back. Not to mention, among the people following James, his closest friends were also battle-crazed fanatics just like him, especially that dwarf who slew 1,000 divine beings with an artifact he invented. The Shadow Generals haven't even found a single celestial spirit in Azazel's absence. He was certain his master would be very displeased upon discovering that the Shadow Generals, to whom he had granted significant power, had failed to break even a single seal from the remaining two and had not found a single celestial spirit. Damien let out a sigh and brushed away the negative thoughts in his mind, as he was here to find something important before locking eyes with the Elven Queen. A human, you say? It's quite unusual for the Tree of Fate to bestow its fruit upon someone outside the elven race. Are you being truthful? The Elven Queen's coral-colored eyes began to bleed as she felt a looming darkness above her head. She knew that now if she lied, he would kill her without a second thought, but to everyone's surprise, before she could speak, Samara stepped in. It was a human, a silver-haired man who appeared to be in his early 20s. I saw him. The Tree of Fate aided him, and before I could attack him, he vanished. She clenched her teeth. I have no idea where the Tree of Fate sent him. He just disappeared. How could we possibly know? Damien lifted his blue eyes to gaze at Samara, and she flinched not because he put pressure on her body, but because she had just lied to him. She was determined not to let the fruit of fate slip away from her grasp. She would go and track down that silver-haired man and secure the fruit for herself. She needs it to get stronger. How could she let it go after enduring so many struggles? Chapter 522. Tell me more about the human. Damien rubbed his chin. He had seen Samara before a few times because she had been striving to attain the title of the 6th Shadow General, even going as far as searching for a way to meet Azazel. So he knew she was also on this planet for the fruit of fate to increase her strength. You have got potential. You know I can see you can reach the celestial rank if you work hard. So don't let this small setback hinder you because I hope to see another celestial rank by my side soon. His voice grew more intense, and those who paid attention could detect the subtle threat in his words. Forget about the fruit because I need it. Samara nodded and Damien gave her an approving look. All right, now tell me more about that human. I believe he has not consumed the fruit yet since the branch from which it was taken still lacks any leaves. There was a hush in the air because all those who were familiar with the fruit of fate knew it required careful preparation before consumption. If the tree of fate's branch, where the fruit blossomed, stayed bare of leaves, it signified that the fruit had not been eaten. Ultimately, the fruit was incredibly potent because it not only greatly boosted the consumer's strength, but also possessed the ability to reshape and improve their fate. Samara started telling the first Shadow General everything about the silver-haired human except his location, saying that he had disappeared without a trace. The numerous elves who overheard Kyle's loud proclamation about heading to the sacred divine land all fell into an eerie silence and watched the demon as she lied with a serious face. They couldn't believe there would be a day they would see someone bold enough to lie in the face of the first Shadow General, known for being ruthless. Samara's eyes crinkled a bit as she deceived the man who had reached the initial stage of the celestial rank. She knew that even though the elves didn't get the fruit of fate, they wouldn't let the demons or the Shadow General take it. Therefore, they wouldn't tell the Shadow General that she was lying. As for the demons circling around her, despite their unruliness, they understood when to remain silent because ultimately their lives were in her hands. After she was done, Damien stared at her with narrowed eyes. He had his suspicions, but it's not like he can peer into her head and kill a demon who had the potential of reaching the celestial rank in the future. Moreover, when she was describing the human's appearance, he detected no lie in her eyes. But for a moment when she mentioned that she didn't know where the human went, he did sense a faint ripple in her eyes. Silver hair and green eyes, you say? He also has powerful icy blue flames. He thought for a second and glanced at Samara with a serious expression. That's enough. Now that I know his appearance, I will send my people to search for him. Also, you have been staying on this planet, right? Just remain here and keep an eye on the branch. I can't keep coming back to check if the branch has any leaves. Let me know immediately if you sense even a single leaf growing on the branch. Samara nodded eagerly, and Damien mentally noted to physically bind her to himself once she reached the final stage of the supreme rank. This way, she would understand the consequences of deceiving those superior to her. He had faced this situation several times before. Demons and those aligned with the dark side were all sly and constantly pursued what would serve them best. That's why he disagreed when the second Shadow General carelessly exempted the demon, dark, and nightkin races from having to put a dark petal on their bodies, just to display their loyalty if they didn't want to. After all, these three races were inherently dark and willingly followed Azazel for power. Tusk, that fish, was just being greedy. He's the strongest among us five, but he hates sharing his power. I will have to speak with Master directly about this so we can fully control these three races too. It's not like Master lacks dark energy. He has enough to dominate half of this universe with it if he chooses to. He glanced at the Tree of Fate one last time, and within moments, a crack formed before him. Without uttering another word, he stepped into the crack and vanished. He had numerous tasks at hand, unlike these incompetent demons who have failed to conquer the elven planet even after so many years. He needed to return to the war as well. Otherwise, that troublesome black-haired human and his followers would once again go on a killing spree in his absence to claim the lives of the many formidable individuals fighting for the dark side. The second Shadow General had also withdrawn from the war to recuperate and investigate the rumors he heard about the celestial spirit that is supposedly hiding within the sacred divine land. Damien really hopes that the fish find at least one celestial spirit in the sacred divine land, or else he will have to teach Sino a lesson, even if it means enduring a beating in return. After all, he had to bear the full brunt in the war because the four other Shadow Generals are all off doing who knows what. Now that Master has woken up, I hope he gives the others some punishment because they have all been wasting time. After Damien disappeared, Samara grinned and scanned the demons around her, who all began trembling under her gaze. Did you all hear what the first Shadow General requested? Keep a watch on the branch and inform him immediately if it starts to grow leaves. In the meantime, I am heading to the sacred divine land to search for that human. Haha, her gaze sharpened. I believe nobody will open their mouth when I'm not around because if they do, they would have to die together with me. Samara didn't even glance at the elves and retrieved a round wooden artifact from her mind space. The artifact brightened in her palm and several symbols illuminated around her. Subsequently, she disappeared from her location as the artifact teleported her directly to her desired place. The air fell silent for a moment after she vanished, then a single word slipped from the Elven Queen's lips, sending chills down the spine of every demon floating in the air. Kill. Chapter 523. What is this thing? A bug. Instantly, another fight between the elves and demons erupted in midair, but with Samara's absence, the elves started to overpower the demons. The Elven Queen glanced at the white-haired woman beside her amidst the battle and whispered softly, "Go to the sacred divine land. Locate that human and secure the fruit of fate from him before the first Shadow General or Samara catches him. I don't want the fruit to end up in the wrong hands." The old white-haired elven woman halted briefly but then released a sigh. "No, my queen, let's just leave the fruit be. The tree has bestowed it upon that human and I believe there's a purpose behind it. Now it's up to the human to decide whether to consume it or to pass it on." She glanced at the Elven Queen. "I have never opposed you before and this is the first time I am requesting something. I understand it's challenging to let go of something so valuable, but I believe this time the fruit was never meant for our race." The elven queen went quiet for a moment after hearing the woman, then she patted the old woman's shoulder with a nod. All right, I will honor your request this time. No need to chase after that human. Let that young man carry the burden of owning such a powerful treasure. But in that moment, only the Tree of Fate was aware that these simple words saved the life of the white-haired elven woman, and the future of the elven race underwent a significant transformation. After Kyle reached the sacred divine land, he cursed as his body plunged into a pool of warm water, and an unfamiliar warmth spread over his extremely cold body. He hissed at the feeling and quickly jumped out of the water. Immediately, he clicked his tongue in irritation as his clothes became soaked. Glancing around, he noticed numerous lush and large green trees encircling the lake where he had landed. He murmured a spell and manipulated the air around him to quickly dry his clothes within seconds. A grin appeared at the corner of his lips as he remembered what he had just done a while ago. Not bad. It was enjoyable. Kyle closed his eyes and gazed at the fruit floating in his mind space. It sparkled beautifully, but oddly, before his body vanished from above the massive tree, he heard an unfamiliar voice echoing in his head. The voice was similar to an elderly woman who had not spoken for many years. It advised him not to eat the fruit he acquired, at least for now. Otherwise, his empty fate would be sealed on a single path and he would face loss. Whom had said empty fate, so I don't have a destiny, great, just great. I already have no memories of the past, now I don't even have a fate. Tusk tusk, just what else can I expect from nature? He shook his head and secured the strands that had fallen out from his tied hair tightly behind his head. Then he donned his hoodie and decided to explore the sacred divine land, and on the way, he would also search for the gladiator arena. Kyle realized that despite the tree teleporting him to a far-off location, he felt no physical discomfort, likely due to his improved physical strength. He let out an exaggerated breath because he could sense the abundance of divine and spiritual energy in the air. He was certain that even if he did nothing in this land and just stayed still, he could easily reach the pinnacle of the divine rank since his body required no training, only divine energy at the moment. He sighed and took a step forward in a random direction, but his eyes widened when a faint twinkling light appeared in front of his face. The fuck? He jumped back and glared at the light that had just startled him. Kyle narrowed his eyes at the light when he sensed pure spiritual energy around its body. He noticed with a solemn expression that this strange creature, wholly made of light, hovering just a short distance away from him, had a beautiful pair of wings behind its back. What is this thing? A bug? The mystical spirit in front of him let out a soft sound, as if showing its displeasure at being called a bug. But who could blame Kyle for confusing a mystical spirit with a bug, especially since Hubert hadn't shared much about the sacred divine land with him? Kyle lifted his hand and prodded the hovering orb of light, causing it to tremble under his uncaring touch. However, before he could retract his finger, the light clung to it desperately. Amidst the ethereal glow, he could swear he saw a pair of small, shimmering eyes gazing at him, almost as if pleading him to allow it to hold onto his finger. Kyle raised his finger and gazed at the light with a complex expression. What the? Did I get myself a little bug made of spiritual energy as a pet? He pondered for a moment, and an evil gleam flickered in his eyes. Now that he thought about it, isn't this tiny bug actually a creature crafted from spiritual energy? Should I consume it? The light quivered as it felt the covetous eyes fixed on its form, and for the first time, a mystical spirit began to regret its decision to approach a human from whom it had sensed a "should I consume it?" The light quivered as it felt the covetous eyes fixed on its form, lovely fragrance. Yes, it had sensed an otherworldly fragrance coming from Kyle's body, which was almost akin to nature itself, leading it to approach the human quickly. But little did it know that this would be its last choice, as the human appeared determined to consume it. The spirit let out a deep breath and accepted its fate, as it really didn't want to release the human now that it had touched his body, emitting a calm and comforting coldness. Kyle noticed the trembling light clinging to his finger and clicked his tongue because it seems the bug understood his words. He gripped the light with 2 fingers and forcefully detached it from his skin before gazing at it. However, as he performed this action, a faint sense of nostalgia washed over his body, almost as if he had once picked up a familiar small creature with his 2 fingers. He furrowed his brows but unfortunately couldn't recall the form of the creature even after pondering for a few seconds, so he pushed the thought to the back of his mind. Now that I have got myself a little buddy, it wouldn't be right to consume you, so do you want to stick around, little one? You can have your meals when I'm eating and I won't let any small animal snack on you. Sound good? The mystical spirit body brightened up at his words and Kyle raised his brow as he confirmed his thoughts. The bug can really understand his words. He naturally wanted to place the light on his head but paused midway with a strange expression. What am I doing? Kyle let out a sigh and instead placed the spirit on his right shoulder. Then he watched as the light instantly snuggled closer to his body. Only if anyone knew he encountered a mystical spirit right after entering the sacred divine land, their jaws would drop because finding a mystical spirit is extremely rare. After all, mystical spirits tend to hide whenever they sense any presence nearby. But fortunately or unfortunately, no one was around Kyle to know about it. Chapter 524, I Forgot I Had Company. Kyle glanced up at the sky above him. It was getting a bit dark, indicating that night was drawing near. He started running and left the lake behind, even though he knew it was a hot spring from the warm water and the faint scent of sulfur in the air. He had come to understand that as much as he enjoyed warmth, he found that things just a bit warmer weren't compatible with his cold body. His silhouette darted through the verdant trees, enveloping him from every angle, while the mystical spirit desperately clung to his shoulder, trying its best not to be left behind due to the harsh wind that pushed against his body. Kyle expanded his scent perception skill in all directions to monitor his surroundings. Instantly, a multitude of scents inundated his nostrils, yet he didn't even flinch and extended his skill even further, detecting the diverse array of presences, monsters, and valuable items surrounding him. His eyes narrowed, and he paused above a rock amidst the grassy expanse because he sensed numerous underground chambers beneath the land he was running on. Oddly, he could only perceive the presence of these deep underground chambers due to the peculiar scent emanating from them, but couldn't discern what these chambers held within them. It seemed as though his skill was unable to penetrate the barriers or energy fields encasing those chambers. This place is filled with natural treasures, even though I don't know what they are. I can also detect a myriad of plants all around myself that are emitting pure spiritual energy and divine energy. He rubbed his chin with a pleased expression. At least his master had sent him to a better place than he had anticipated. But it was a shame that his body only needed divine energy at the moment, and even if he got those treasures, they wouldn't be very helpful to him. Also, his spiritual energy stat had a minor breakthrough after the massive tree infused so much spiritual energy into his body, allowing him to engulf the entire tree with his flames. Therefore, it wouldn't be wise for him to take in more spiritual energy than his body can handle right now, at least until his body adjusted to the previous breakthrough. This was also one of the reasons he held back from consuming the light sitting on his shoulder and saved it for the future. The mystical spirit on his shoulder shuddered slightly as it sensed a faint, ominous aura from the human eyes when they glanced at its form. It couldn't help but wonder if the human had lied to it when the latter said it could stay with him. Kyle averted his gaze, but his eyes narrowed as he noticed another floating light approaching him from a distance. He let out an "oh" and pointed his finger towards the familiar light before tapping the light on his shoulder. "Hey, is that one of your family members? Are they looking for you?" He chuckled and thought to himself that it was all good because he could just put the other light on his shoulder too, not realizing that he would soon regret his decision. At midnight, Kyle halted in front of a tree that caught his eye because its trunk was giving off a soft glow. He gazed at the two round fruits radiating divine energy hanging from the tree's branches and disappeared from his spot to pick them. As he vanished, the two spirits sitting on his shoulder were startled, and the duo instinctively flapped their wings to stay airborne after losing their positions. Kyle settled on his heels atop one of the tree branches and grabbed the fruits. He barely managed to contain the urge to let a smirk creep onto his lips as he watched the two lights rushing towards him from the distance. It somehow felt familiar. Oops, I forgot I had company. The two mystical spirits were incensed at his words, but they once again quietly sat down on his shoulder without complaint, even though they had the power to make this human regret his words. Kyle glanced at them once and then ignored them. He was feeling somewhat giddy, perhaps because initially he believed he would only meet the individual he had put a mark on upon reaching the sacred divine land. But now that he was here, he could also clearly feel the second presence he had sensed alongside the first one for many years in the No Mana land. The presence with whom he shared a bond. He wondered about their appearance. Were they a human, an elf, or maybe someone from another race? But he knew deep down he wouldn't connect with any of them as it didn't align with his taste. Also, forming bonds with humans and other races wasn't feasible unless it was done using unorthodox methods. So they must be a beast, right? A huge, intimidating, and dark beast. That would be his choice, something robust and mighty enough to catch his attention. He let out a sigh and looked in two different directions, unsure which one to follow as both were very far from him. Kyle stored one of the two fruits he had torn from the tree in his mind space and started eating the other while making himself comfortable on the branch. It was getting late, so he opted to spend the night on the tree meditating since he felt the divine energy around the tree was more potent than in other locations. After taking a few bites of the fruit, he moved it towards the two little lights sitting on his right shoulder, but the light bodies trembled and quickly moved away from the fruit as if scalded. Huh. It seems they don't like it. He gave a nonchalant shrug and ate the fruit before feeling his body fill with divine energy that needed proper assimilation. That's why he closed his eyes to meditate. However, after a while, a crease formed between his brows when he sensed a familiar presence, similar to the two lights sitting on his shoulder approaching him. He slowly opened one of his eyes and watched as another light approached him from a distance and settled on his body as if claiming ownership. Kyle's eyebrow twitched at the scene, but he sighed and let it pass since the bugs were not heavy as their bodies were made of light. He closed his eyes once more, only to be interrupted again by another light that appeared and sat on his forehead. Chapter 525. How did you get here? It was all good even when 4 or 5 more lights appeared and settled on Kyle's body. However, a vein throbbed on his forehead because, for some unknown reason, their numbers kept increasing, causing his body to tingle from the tremendous amount of spiritual energy around him. He released a deep exhale and repeatedly reminded himself inwardly to stay calm, but his final shred of composure shattered when another light appeared and settled on his left eye. Kyle swatted the few lights on his face away and vanished from his spot without a second hesitation. He reappeared in the distance and cursed under his breath while brushing his body to dispel the tingling sensation. His actions halted as he caught the sound of rustling leaves coming from the tree where he was sitting just a moment ago. Kyle blinked and whipped his head back only to see numerous lights rushing toward him. Their radiance illuminated the entire area around the tree, and his lips twitched when he noticed that, strangely, their speed was much faster now compared to before. Okay, I take back my words, I am good alone. I don't need a companion. His final words dissipated into the air as he vanished into thin air towards a distant place. The mystical spirits all froze when they witnessed his disappearance. Then they all let out faint sad whimpers and dispersed in all directions to search for the human they liked so much. They were even willing to lead the human toward valuable treasures. All he had to do was let them stick to his body. In the meantime, Kyle reappeared in a faraway place and clicked his tongue. It was late at night and he had no good place to sleep anymore. Well, it's not like he was sleepy. He just wanted to meditate, but now that he had started moving, he didn't want to sit anymore. So he gazed at the faraway place where he sensed the presence of the individual he had marked and vanished from his place to go see them. Unfortunately, on the way, he caught a repulsive scent of blood mixed with the scent of an individual that made him a bit angry for some reason. Kyle halted above a barren landscape. He had sensed many other people around him since he arrived here, and he was sure they were also exploring the sacred divine land just like him. That's why, to avoid unnecessary inconvenience, he always avoided them. However, among those presences, this familiar yet unfamiliar dark scent stood out distinctly, as if his body was drawn to it intentionally. I feel like even though I forgot, my body remembers. Who is this person to make me angry just by their scent alone? It's definitely not A's because I can clearly sense their rank. So, Kyle glanced to his left and vanished, only to reappear above a cluster of boulders. He gazed down at the concealed narrow tunnel that descended underground towards one of the numerous buried chambers he had sensed in this land. In the next second, a cold smile crept across his face as he leaped and entered the tunnel. Well, whoever it is, I will figure it out after giving them a little beating, won't I? It won't take much time, I'm sure. He blinked, and his vision adjusted to the darkness enveloping him as he walked through the tunnel leading down. After a minute or so, Kyle's eyes narrowed at the light at the other end of the tunnel. He stepped out into an open area that shimmered brightly due to the slightly ajar majestic silver gate adorned with various symbols that loomed across from him. Kyle's eyes quickly focused on the few individuals fighting before the massive gate. The first thing that caught his eye was the blood pooling beneath their feet before he noticed a middle-aged human male, 2 male elves, a living male demi-human, and the lifeless body of another middle-aged demi-human female. His gaze narrowed at the middle-aged human who, along with the 2 elves, was attempting to kill the demi-human. But even after looking at the middle-aged man clad in a blue shirt with jet black hair and a pair of gray pupils, he didn't remember or feel anything. So, is it just his scent that's making me feel infuriated? I should inquire if that man recognizes me. He had already sensed that none of the individuals in the group were powerful enough to confront him on equal terms. In the next moment, Kyle's floating body materialized behind the middle-aged man who was wielding a whip towards the demi-human and gently tapped his shoulder. Instantly, the middle-aged man who had a menacing grin on his face as he and the elves attacked the demi-human froze when he felt the fleeting touch on his shoulder. He snapped his head back, and his eyes dilated when he saw the familiar pair of green eyes staring down at him. Lear, the middle-aged man, for the first time since he left the blue planet through the ethereal tunnel to arrive on the sacred divine land, because he was able to construct a new body for himself with the help of the divine phoenix blood, felt like he was dreaming. After all, how could the human he had seen years ago on the blue planet The very human who he heard disappeared, leaving behind the phoenix, appear behind him out of thin air. His gray pupils trembled slightly because, even though he had only seen Kyle once before when he followed a stallion to check on the youngsters who emerged alive from the ancient realm, he could never forget those piercing green eyes. These eyes were the very reason that instead of kidnapping the divine phoenix, he asked a stallion to use a more diplomatic approach to request the phoenix for her blood in exchange for treasures. Lyrie's mouth fell open in a startled shout. How did you get here?" He leaped back from Kyle, who stared at him with emotionless eyes. The man was extremely shocked and wanted to know how and why the human who should have been on the blue planet was here. No way, the main question was how the heck did the youngster find him? Lear made sure before he left the blue planet that the ethereal tunnel would be completely destroyed if anyone else used it after him to take revenge against Odiak, who in the past ordered a group of divine rank individuals to kill him. So, how? The two elves fighting alongside Lyra kicked the injured demi-human aside and glanced in his direction after hearing his loud and shocked exclamation. Lyra, however, paid them no attention. He simply began moving with the elves because he needed allies in this dangerous place. At that moment, he couldn't fathom just how this human had arrived here. A sudden thought crossed his mind, sending him into a bit of a panic. If Kyle is here, does that mean the guardians of the Tower of Opportunity who survived when the ethereal tunnel collapsed are also here searching for him? But why so soon? It's not even been 5 years since he arrived on this land. Chapter 526. An enemy I need to get rid of. Kyle gripped the hem of his hoodie and pulled it back from his head. Instantly, his hair tumbled down to cover his neck as he scrutinized the middle-aged man opposite him from head to toe with a curious look. It's clear from his reaction that we both know each other. However, unlike Glacia, I can't recall anything even after seeing his face and hearing his voice. Only his scent is making me uneasy, almost as if he's an enemy. I did say I would trust my instincts, so he should just blame that his scent is bad. Leary calmed down when he noticed that Kyle was alone. He quietly extended his senses to check the youngster's rank, only to be caught off guard when he found out that the person in front of him had just recently stepped into the divine rank. That was predictable since Kyle didn't bother to conceal his rank. He basically flaunted it, almost like he wanted everyone to see how strong he was. But once Leary knew his rank, he let out a deep breath. The middle-aged man realized he had only panicked because Kyle had appeared behind him too abruptly. Leary shook his head and wanted to laugh at himself. Just what had caused him to panic upon seeing a divine rank person? Sure, Kyle was a threat to him back on the blue planet when he didn't have a physical form, but now that he had a body, he had almost regained all his former power. He was a transcendent rank individual for the world's sake. How in the hell could he get startled by a mere divine rank? He just needs to finish Kyle off and leave before the guardians of the Tower of Opportunity arrive and find him. Yeah, that's right, he just has to kill this silver-haired human. Nothing else. Leary's expression brightened the more he thought about it, but before a smile could settle on his face, he stilled as a chill ran down his spine upon seeing an evil smile at the corners of Kyle's lips. The silver-haired man peered directly at him with those green orbs that threatened to swallow him whole. Then, a deep voice emanated from his lips. "It's been a while, hasn't it? How about we reconnect and address any unfinished business from the past? What do you say?" The middle-aged man snapped out of his trance but then burst into laughter at Kyle's words. The two elves stared at him and the silver-haired man with furrowed brows. One of them even asked Leary if he needed help, but he waved dismissively at the elves. "No need, just handle that demi-human. This silver-haired fellow is my target. After all, we do have a bit of a history, don't we? Let's reconnect, shall we?" Kyle raised his brow at the man and his feet finally touched the ground. "Nice, I like it." Leary's smile faded, replaced by a menacing expression as his figure turned into a mirage and he vanished from his spot. The whip in his hand crackled with dark energy as he struck it out at Kyle. The air quivered at the attack as he watched the whip edge closer to the silver-haired man's body, who stayed rooted in his place. He and the two elves were at the initial stage of transcendent rank. The trio had been trying to take out two demi-humans who were both at the middle stage of the transcendent rank. All 5 of them found this place at the same time and just wanted to enter the hidden ancient tomb. It was only after they reached the Silver Gate and opened it that they discovered only a limited number of individuals could enter. Therefore, eliminating the others was necessary. Kyle blinked as he witnessed the dark energy emanating from the whip. He couldn't help but question why the man seemed so slow in his movements, even though the latter had reached the transcendent rank. His foundation is weak. He could clearly see every single action of the middle-aged man as the man sprinted towards him with the whip handle tightly gripped in his hand before snapping the long, slender leather lash towards him. But what made his relaxed demeanor change was the intense killing intent he perceived in the man's gray eyes. Kyle's eyes turned indifferent, and he grabbed the whip when it was just an inch away from his body. He quietly muttered under his breath with a nonchalant voice as he witnessed Leroy's expression morph into one of pure shock and disbelief when he seized the whip. This won't be an enjoyable fight. But one thing's for sure, this man is definitely an enemy I need to get rid of. The elves in the distance who had cornered the injured demi-human were stunned when they witnessed the scene. They wanted to help the middle-aged man since, in the end, Leroy was their teammate. However, before they could even budge, Leroy's body was thrown backward, and the man cried out in horror and pain. Kyle disappeared from his spot and reappeared in front of the man's body. And before the man could even get his balance back, his eyes dilated as Kyle clenched both of his fists together and slammed them down at his body. In an instant, dust and debris scattered in every direction as the middle-aged man's body was driven deep into the ground. The two elves in the distance and the injured demi-human quickly stepped back from the swirling dust, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could a transcendent rank be taken down so swiftly and effortlessly? They watched with bated breath as Kyle waved his hand, making the dust scatter in all directions before the silver-haired human grabbed Leroy's leg and pulled the groaning, bloodied man out of the crater without a single emotion on his face. Kyle's grip on the man's leg tightened so intensely that a distinct, crisp sound of bone breaking echoed through the air, accompanied by the middle-aged man's painful cries. Chapter 527. Does any one of you want to help him? Leroy's head was spinning violently. He could not even make out what in the world happened because everything just unfolded too fast for his mind to grasp onto even a single thing. He unconsciously wanted to crawl away from the agonizing hold on his leg. But before he could, his body was once again hurled upward before crashing painfully into the ground, with a resounding thud that intensified the ringing in his ears. Kyle mumbled a spell under his breath and controlled the wind around him to disperse the dust. He glanced at the two elves and the injured demi-human in the distance with a chilling smile. Does any one of you want to help him? The demi-human shook his head at him with an angry expression. He was already badly injured and wanted to witness at least one of the individuals who killed his companion die before his eyes. On the other hand, the elves quickly retreated with horrified expressions. The duo had recently attained the initial stage of the transcendent rank, and after witnessing how effortlessly the silver-haired man defeated someone of a similar rank to them, they realized he was much stronger than they were. No way they wanted to get involved in this mess. They don't even know who Lear is. Yes, they have no connection with the middle-aged man. The pair swiftly shook their heads like the demi-human, but a chill ran down their spines when Kyle spoke up again, this time staring directly at them with eyes that glowed ominously for some reason. If you all don't want to join, then what the fuck are you doing here? Watching the show? Get out of here. His words barely faded, and the two elves hastily scrambled toward the tunnel they came from to leave. Kyle's eyes narrowed sharply as he glanced at the demi-human who didn't move from his spot. A deep chuckle rumbled from his throat. What, didn't get my words? Need me to spell them out for you again? The demi-human opened his mouth to say something, but when he saw the silver-haired man stepping toward him, he gritted his teeth and also ran off towards the tunnel to leave the open area. Kyle clicked his tongue with a scoff as he glanced at the man's fading figure. But a smile crept onto his lips as he moved next to the middle-aged man. Then he lifted his foot and firmly planted it on Leroy's uninjured leg to halt the man who was discreetly attempting to crawl towards the massive silver gate opposite them. Where do you think you are headed? I don't recall asking you to get lost as well. Leroy clenched his fists, and another scream ripped from his throat when Kyle forcefully pressed his foot into his leg. His eyes contracted as the silver-haired man bent down in front of his face and roughly slapped his cheek a few times. Don't you dare pass out. I need to ask you some questions. If you tell the truth, we are good, but if you lie, I will break one of your… Kyle drawled his words as he scanned the man's bloodied body. Intact bones for each lie. I have a skill similar to a lie detector, you know. He lied with a straight face, thinking if a skill that can detect lies truly exists. Well, even if it doesn't, it's not like the man who is right under his mercy would have the audacity to question. Leroy stared at the silver-haired man with a pair of horrified eyes. How could the human he remembered who hadn't even stepped into the pseudo-divine rank come so far as to make him so miserable? His mind did not help much either because it was too jumbled up from the events that happened in mere moments. Moreover, his whole body was screaming with pain. So he simply nodded his head at Kyle while he secretly started searching inside his mind space to find an artifact or anything that could save him from this situation. He swore he would forget about the revenge he desired against Odiak and go into hiding all his life if he made it through the day. Ultimately, his life held the utmost significance. If he couldn't even survive, what purpose would revenge serve? But his expression sank only after hearing Kyle's first question. Leroy's lips quivered, and agony was evident in his gray eyes as he stared at the silver-haired man with shock and disbelief. Kyle offered him a smile that failed to reach his eyes. Well, you seem to understand the situation you are in quite well, so my first question is, who are you and what enmity do we both have between us? Leroy wanted to scream so badly to ask the human if he doesn't even know him, then why the heck did he beat him half dead? His eyes blazed red with veins flaring around the white surface. In that moment, his mind cleared up for a while. He finally pieced together everything that had happened now and in the past. If he remembers correctly, Kyle had never seen him before, right? Sure, the human felt his presence when he was hiding in a stallion's shadow, but that was the only time Kyle sensed him. They never crossed paths again, so why was the silver-haired man so hell-bent on ending his life? Right, he remembered he left behind a resonite gem on the blue planet to proudly inform the survivors that he caused the ethereal tunnel explosion. But if Kyle had seen that recording, he wouldn't have asked the question he just did. Still, he swallowed all his protests, and fear was evident on his face as the green eyes glaring down at him grew impatient. He wanted to plead, but his words got stuck in his throat as Kyle grabbed his hair and forcefully slammed his face into the ground with a click of his tongue. Leroy coughed up blood, and his eyes began to roll as a deep voice echoed in his ears. "Do you expect me to wait around all day for a single answer?" Chapter 528. At least I didn't die. A frown was visible on Kyle's face as he gazed at the man sprawled before him. He got the answer to his first question, albeit somewhat vague. Perhaps the vagueness stemmed from his missing memories. The man disclosed his name and mentioned a planet known as the Blue Planet, the birthplace of both him and Kyle. Subsequently, he explained that their enmity was minimal since they had never formally crossed paths, except Leroy messed with the ethereal tunnel before leaving the Blue Planet. So if someone attempted to use the tunnel to reach the sacred divine land after him, they would either die or become lost in the vast universe if they were sucked into the messed-up ethereal tunnel. The man did this to get back at his old enemy, Odiak, and planned to kill as many of the guardians of the Tower of Opportunity as possible. Kyle let out a sigh, completely unaware of who these guardians were. However, one thing was certain: he had finally discovered his place of origin. He quickly asked Leroy if the man had any knowledge about his family, friends, or acquaintances he had on the Blue Planet, but the man shook his head. Leroy only knew a thing or two about Kyle, mostly what he heard from a stallion. Kyle's interest was piqued when all of a sudden the man hesitantly shared information about his bonded beast. He was genuinely surprised to discover that it was not a muscular dark beast as he had thought but a beautiful fire phoenix. "Bia, you say?" He rolled the name on his tongue, and it felt more familiar than he expected. Almost as if he had called this name numerous times in the past. Kyle's demeanor relaxed a bit as he began to exert a little pressure on his head to remember anything about Bia, but unfortunately, even after a long minute, he had no recollection of the phoenix. Now he was curious and eager to see the phoenix, but his eyes darkened when he saw the man before him, who once again attempted to flee when he got distracted. Kyle let out a chuckle and stood up to gaze at the man's crawling figure. "You didn't lie, I could see it from your body language, but that ethereal tunnel you mentioned, I just formed a bad theory in my head. Do you want to hear it?" Leroy clenched his fists when Kyle planted his foot on his back. Instantly, a bad premonition welled up inside his heart. He gritted his teeth and used all his willpower to retrieve the round teleportation bead he had found in his mind space after searching for so long. His eyes lit up as he grasped the small white bead in his palm. Now he would finally be able to break free from the silver-haired man's grip. He watched with bated breath as a few symbols illuminated above his clenched fist, but before the symbols could teleport him, Kyle casually flicked the symbols away with a bored expression. Leroy's heart sank as Kyle grabbed his hand and peeled open his fingers to snatch the white bead. The silver-haired man clicked his tongue and threw the bead away. "Just some low-rank symbols. I thought you would have a better trick up your sleeve to get out of this. Also, it's a shame you're not interested in hearing my theory." Kyle placed his hand over the man's head, and unlike the first time, this time, sending his spiritual energy into another person's body to completely erase their memories and consciousness was rather smooth. At first, Leroy was a bit confused, but when the pain hit him, he started screaming, yet Kyle's eyes remained eerily calm. After a few seconds, a light tainted with darkness left the man's body, and Kyle sensed that the latter had stopped breathing. Kyle stepped back from the man's body and watched as blue flames engulfed the body before it transformed into an ice sculpture that disintegrated into particles and drifted into the air. The moment Leroy spoke about the Blue Planet, the ethereal tunnel, and how the man messed it up, Kyle connected the dots between the various incidents. He couldn't recall how he ended up in the No-Mana land, and all he knew was what Hubert had told him, that the villagers found him in a bloodied state. But now he understood, and he was confident his theory was completely accurate. Kyle, whether alone or with others, attempted to use the ethereal tunnel after Leroy, and the tunnel exploded. In the end, out of the two possible outcomes, death or being sucked into the tunnel, the latter likely happened to him. He was sucked into the ethereal tunnel and somehow ended up in the No-Mana land. "At least I didn't die." He shook his head with a wry chuckle and glanced at the large silver gate that stood slightly ajar across from him. After pondering for a moment, Kyle approached the door, but he didn't go inside the tomb. Instead, he gripped the silver door and spread out his scent perception skill. Before, he couldn't figure out what was in the different chambers he sensed buried underground due to the barriers around them. But now, as he stood in front of one of those chambers with the door open, he effortlessly extended his skill inside to explore its contents. Kyle's nose wrinkled because the smell inside was 10 times stronger than outside, especially the scent of decay and death. It was almost as if he was sensing remnants of someone. After a while, he let out a sigh and withdrew his skill because all the treasures within the chamber were linked to spiritual energy. Plus, even if there were treasures that contained divine energy, they weren't particularly useful to him. He stepped away from the silver gate and closed it shut before walking toward the exit of the place. But at that moment, he saw a familiar small floating body of light approaching him from the distance. Kyle clicked his tongue and this time just flicked the mystical spirit away with an annoyed expression. "I don't want any more bugs around me." He blinked and vanished from his spot, heading straight toward the presence he had marked. After all, the night was long and it's not like he was sleepy. Chapter 529, It's her, the person I marked. It didn't take Kyle long, not even a few minutes, to reach a vast, bustling area that was brightly illuminated even at night. He stood above a building and glanced at the myriad of people, each belonging to a different race, conversing or wandering among the numerous buildings scattered haphazardly throughout the area. The location housed a collection of buildings likely constructed to accommodate individuals participating in the gladiator arena who lacked lodging. Kyle's gaze swept the area. He saw several stalls and shops selling various things among the numerous buildings. But he couldn't shake the feeling that despite the lively atmosphere, the air was heavy with tension, as if every person present was vigilantly keeping an eye on their surroundings. He chuckled and gazed into the distance, away from the bustling area, because while he was on his way here, he felt a significant amount of dark energy spreading across the other half of the sacred divine land, gradually expanding to cover more ground. Also, he sensed many people with a scent similar to the demons he had recently come across on the elven planet. I suppose the air is tense because everyone is concerned about a potential attacks from the demons while they rest or sleep. But I wonder how so much dark energy manifested in this place. Kyle rubbed his chin and started walking on top of the building with a curious look. It's definitely not spreading because of the demons. They are probably utilizing some kind of artifact or array to spread the dark energy and corrupt this land. He reached the edge of the buildings and wanted to jump towards another in the distance, but he halted when some powerful presences, which he was sure were of supreme rank or even higher, scanned his body for a second or two before vanishing into thin air. Kyle's expression chilled, and he clenched his fists. He had sensed many powerful presences even before entering this place, but he didn't expect them to scrutinize every individual who entered the area to ensure they are not aligned with the dark side. It's fortunate that his bloodline is in his mind space. Otherwise, things could have taken a bad turn for him. He let out a breath and jumped down from the building to blend into the crowd, aiming to avoid a repeat of the situation as he truly disliked being scanned by others. After wandering through the crowd for a while, Kyle arrived at the area mostly occupied by elves, and his gaze finally settled on a familiar insignia, a graceful tree with intricate branches and leaves. He had encountered this exact insignia before, sketched on the attire of many elves on the elven planet. Kyle observed the group of elves, all of whom had an identical tree symbol on their attire, almost as if signifying their shared origin from a particular planet. He covered his hair completely that was peeking out from the hoodie and closed his eyes to accurately pinpoint the location of the person he had marked. His eyes lit up because it wasn't far. It was very near. As Kyle moved through the crowd of elves, he approached a distant building where he noticed many elves with the same tree insignia on their clothes. However, he stopped outside the building and furrowed his brows because he sensed some supreme rank individuals inside. But after seeing a few demi-humans entering the same building, he followed suit and slipped in with them. The ambience inside the building was completely different from outside, and as soon as Kyle stepped in, his nose twitched at the delightful aromas of food wafting through the air. He surveyed the area and noticed that the ground floor was filled with numerous wooden tables surrounded by chairs, where many elven men and women were actively taking orders and serving food and drinks to the people seated on the chairs. Would you look at this? They are having a great time here even though the demons are just around the corner. He mumbled under his breath with a snicker as he weaved through the tables, but he quickly fell silent when an elderly elf at a far-off table shot him a sharp look. Kyle's eyebrow twitched as he eyed the elderly elf who stroked his white beard and gracefully sipped the drink from the glass before him. However, even though the old geezer had averted his gaze, Kyle could keenly feel the latter's attention on him. Darn, can't he think I'm also here to eat? I never thought a supreme rank person needs to eat too, just why is he sitting with a bunch of youngsters? His thoughts abruptly halted as his eyes unconsciously swept across the round table where the old elf was seated, only to pause at a particular face. It was an elven woman in a robe, and just like everyone else around the table, her white robe also bore a familiar insignia of a graceful tree. Kyle's gaze lingered on the locks of long honey-colored hair cascading down her shoulders before settling on her amber eyes, which glowed warmly in the dimly lit atmosphere. His heart, which had remained silent for as long as he could remember, suddenly skipped a beat, and even though it was faint, he vividly sensed it when it quickened its pace. He only realized he had been staring at the woman's face too intensely when the old elf, who had shot him a sharp look earlier, cleared his throat loudly and emphatically slammed his glass on the table. Kyle jolted and instinctively spun around when he felt the old elf's eyes boring holes into his head. He could sense, even from afar, that the old man would surely gouge out his eyes if he stared a bit longer at the woman who was clearly among the people under the old man's protection. Kyle blinked once, twice, and a few faint images flashed through his head, but no matter how much he tried, he wasn't able to grasp them. In the end, he just let out a long breath and calmed his restless heart that had stirred just after seeing another face. He quietly muttered under his breath, "It's her, the person I marked." Chapter 530, You Need a Hand with Something. Kyle noticed that after the elderly elf emphatically placed his glass on the table, many eyes turned towards him. He quickly scanned the area and casually chose an unoccupied chair at a table where some elves and two demi-humans were seated across from the elderly elf's table. The elves and demi-humans were surprised when Kyle suddenly joined them and gazed at him with wary expressions. However, they relaxed when they detected his rank since he was practically flaunting it for everyone to sense. They were about to ask him to leave their table, but before they could, Kyle cleared his throat and skillfully adjusted his hoodie to reveal his face a bit, then looked over at the elven woman seated nearest to him. "Pardon me, miss, may I join you here?" The elven woman blinked, taken aback by the pair of green eyes gazing at her eagerly. Before anyone else at the table could object to Kyle, she nodded slightly with a subtle flush on her neck, clearly charmed by the intense gaze upon her. Kyle reciprocated with a brief smile that didn't last more than a few seconds. He softly uttered a quiet "thank you," though internally he found his own actions somewhat awkward. The other people at the table were all astonished by the exchange that happened before their very eyes and gazed at the elven woman with bewilderment. Her friend even whispered in her ear, questioning why she allowed a stranger to sit next to them. But the elven woman simply shrugged and remarked that it was because he looked handsome. The men at the table scowled at her comment and chose to ignore the hooded man who silently beckoned an elderly server to order some food. After the server left, Kyle's eyes once again wandered to the table across from him. Some elves around him tried to talk to him, only to fall silent after being ignored by the man who treated them like thin air once he got what he wanted. He gazed at the amber-eyed elven woman seated next to the old geezer who had given him a stern look earlier. Clearly, everyone else around her was dining, but she was evidently playing with her food, lost in her own thoughts. Kyle wanted to gaze a bit longer in the hope of recalling anything about her, but unfortunately, the supreme rank old elf sitting at her table was keeping an eye on him. So he closed his eyes with a sigh and began to wait for his food. "I know her name, it's Yue, right?" He remembered the two elven women who had spoken to him on the elven planet and began to think about what else they had mentioned about Yue. They informed him that she was compelled to come to the elven planet. And when he connected the information gathered from Leroy with this incident, everything started to strangely fall into place. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and he opened his eyes in surprise. If she was forced to leave, don't tell me I wanted to enter the ethereal tunnel to leave the planet so I could go find her. Oh ho, even though I have no memories of her from my reaction, it's evident we were very close or perhaps we were lovers. Kyle wanted to chuckle at his own words, but his smile waned as he glanced at Yue. He let out a hum, finding it hard to believe, particularly his willingness to go to such lengths for someone else. The truth could only be revealed once the gap in his memory was filled. I need to talk to her alone, but how can I manage it when she's surrounded by so many people, especially that old geezer? He clicked his tongue and crossed his arms. The ambience around him buzzed with myriad scents, particularly food, but everything faded as he began to craft a plan to share a private moment with the elven woman, all the while keeping an eye on her table to follow her whenever she left. Suddenly, a few more elves joined Yue's table. They were all young men, which was fine until one of the elves with brown pupils whispered something in the ear of the person sitting in front of Yue, prompting them to leave their seat. The elf then took the vacant seat with a wide smile. Kyle's crossed arms loosened as he gazed at the green-haired elf, whom he discovered was named Sebastian by listening to the faint whispers in the air. The old geezer who had previously given him a sharp look now directed a similar glance at Sebastian, but the man simply laughed it off without a care. It was tolerable when the bastard attempted to engage Yue in conversation despite her obvious annoyance. Kyle's eyes sharpened when Sebastian and the elves who arrived with him took out a few glass bottles of liquor from their mind space they had purchased at a steep price from a stall outside. He sneered as Sebastian confidently claimed that the drink they had acquired was very strong and was rumored to intoxicate even divine rank individuals. The supreme rank old geezer at their table, even though asked the youngsters not to drink just anything, seemed tempted to try the drink and sneakily took one of the bottles for himself. It was very normal to have a drink with food, and Kyle stayed calm, but he reached his limit when Sebastian and his friends began pressuring everyone at the table to drink it, even including Yue. That bastard! The people around Kyle were startled when he cursed out loud with dark eyes. They glanced at each other, but before any of them could ask him what happened, Kyle abruptly stood up and left the table. Okay, he was officially pissed. He walked toward an old server and inquired about where to settle the bill for the food he had ordered, but had not yet reached his table. The old man pointed toward a counter in the distance where a young human was seated. Kyle nodded and approached the person, who gazed at him with a bored expression and requested some mana stones. Kyle's lips curved into an evil smile as he retrieved the fruit filled with divine energy from his mind, which he had previously stored, and tossed it onto the counter. The blue-haired man at the counter was surprised and quickly stored the fruit before gazing at him with a knowing smile. So, you need a hand with something? I do. First off, I need a room in this place, and the second. Kyle dragged his words and glanced at Sebastian as he placed his arm on the counter. See that elf over there? He's really getting on my nerves. Can you help me get him out of this place? I will handle the rest. The blue-haired man's smile broadened as he looked at Sebastian. Just that. Sure, it's no problem. Chapter 531, A Bonded Beast. Sebastian let out an annoyed huff when a young server told him that someone was looking for him outside the building. He furrowed his brows, wondering who it could be since all the people he knew were seated with him. But his curiosity got the best of him, so after informing his friends that he would be stepping out for a bit, he stood up and left the table. Yue gazed at his fading figure and let out a deep breath. She quickly placed the glass that Sebastian had handed her on the table, but she had already taken a few sips of the fruity drink because so many people were asking her to, even the females. Moreover, the drink turned out to be stronger than her expectations, and after just a few sips she could feel its effects. She sighed and looked under the table where Nox was seated, eating meat from the plate placed before him. The lynx refrained from climbing the table because he disliked it when others touched his body. Nox looked up when he sensed Yue's gaze and tilted his head. What happened? His voice echoed in her head, and Yue pinched her brows with a frown. It's barely been a day since we got here, and Sebastian is already getting on my nerves. Also, she hesitated, wanting to mention that she had been sensing an intense gaze on her for some reason. Nox let out a sneer. I suggested you just pummel him, but hold on, you have already done that numerous times and it seems like he enjoys being beaten up by you, so you taking a swing at him is off the table. How about I handle him this time? Yue smiled at the lynx's words, but her following words betrayed her harmless expression. It's dangerous here, so return as soon as you're finished. Nox chuckled darkly and stealthily slipped away from under the table without anyone noticing. He had recently stepped into the pseudo-divine rank, so he was eager to test his new strength. He knew Sebastian was stronger, but he had trained alongside Yue and knew that the green-haired man lacked a solid foundation, having only relied on treasures to reach the divine rank just to follow Yue to the sacred divine land. Therefore, the lynx was confident he could defeat him. If not, he planned to use his true form to overpower Sebastian. After Nox left, Yue stood up, and even though a few people tried to stop her, she informed them that she was tired and wanted to go rest in her room. The supreme rank elf in charge of safeguarding the young ones while the other supreme rank elves were away gave her an approving nod with a slightly tipsy look, as he had consumed half the bottle of the liquor he secretly took from Sebastian, and she quickly left the table, heading straight to her room. Yue could not quite describe it, but ever since the Tree of Fate avoided her touch, she had been feeling strange, almost as if something positive was about to happen. The drink she had just consumed only intensified this feeling. However, she chuckled at herself, thinking what good could possibly come her way. In the meantime, after Nox leaped out from the building exit, he scanned the area with a sinister gleam in his eyes. The lynx deftly dodged every person in his way as his piercing blue eyes scrutinized every face to spot the familiar one. His gaze halted, and his eyes narrowed upon seeing Sebastian being dragged away by a hooded figure in a dim alley. Huh? Oh no, someone is stealing my prey. Who dared to? Nox's scales stood up as he hissed and swiftly followed Sebastian and the hooded man into the alley. However, he blinked the moment he entered the alley because some strange symbols lit up in the air and closed the area around him with a thin layer of divine energy, almost as if sealing it off from others' senses. The lynx started regretting the time when he followed behind Sebastian after seeing how the hooded man beat the shit out of the green-haired man with little to no effort. At one point, he even covered his eyes with his paws in shock, but Knox's breath hitched in his throat when he caught a glimpse of the hooded man's face as his hoodie slipped from his head. Kyle, his eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the man opposite him. Kyle casually flung Sebastian's battered body aside with a click of his tongue and abandoned the weeping elf to fend for himself. He glanced at the pseudo-divine rank beast that had stealthily entered his presence concealing array a while ago, only to be met with a pair of astonished blue eyes fixed on him as if they had encountered a ghost. And Kyle furrowed his brows, and before Knox could react, he vanished from his spot and grabbed the lynx by his neck, staring at his body with a curious expression. A bonded beast. I have seen a few on my way here, but to whom do you belong? Don't tell me you are bonded with the idiot I just beat up. Knox was left gaping at him, but his shock soon morphed into bewilderment. How could the human not recognize him when he vividly remembers the day Kyle wanted to cook and eat him up? That's just not fair. Hold on, maybe it's because he has changed a lot in the last few years. Yeah, that's it, but then again, his body hasn't changed much, so why is the human looking at him with eyes that seem to suggest he doesn't know him? Knox's body tensed as Kyle sniffed the air around him. The human's eyes lit up with a strange glint, and a sense of foreboding welled up inside the lynx's heart. This feeling was proven correct when he heard the human's next words. Are you UA's bonded beast? I can smell her scent connected with you. How about I take you to meet your bonded partner? It's a dangerous night, you know, you could get lost in a dark alley. Chapter 532, Of course it wasn't me. Knox fell silent because something was definitely off with Kyle, like really off, especially the aura surrounding him. It had become much scarier. As he caught Kyle staring at him, he simply nodded. He would just let UA handle the silver-haired human. After all, she would be happy to see him again. Kyle gave him an approving look, slightly pleased that the lynx didn't attempt to escape his grasp. However, from the beast's behavior, a thought crossed his mind that perhaps he knew this little lynx as well. He placed the beast on his shoulder, and after taking one last look at Sebastian's body, he exited the alley. Instantly, some curious onlookers who had previously seen Knox with UA turned their attention to Kyle as he re-entered the building, only to discover that UA left the table. Kyle noticed that the supreme rank old geezer was drunk and preoccupied in his own world. So, he effortlessly slipped away from the ground floor and began climbing the spiraling staircase leading up to the higher floors. He wanted to sense the mark he had placed on UA to know her exact location and follow it, but he paused when a young voice sounded in his head. Just follow me. He tilted his head toward the lynx on his shoulder and watched as the beast jumped down and began climbing the staircase. Knox gazed back at the human, and after ensuring the man was closely following behind him, the lynx quickened his pace until he reached the fourth floor. Kyle followed him onto the floor and discovered a symmetrical arrangement of wooden doors on either side, each marked with a different number tag. His gaze immediately shifted towards the lynx, only to see the beast sitting before a door in the distance. Knox looked at the silver-haired man who approached him and placed his paw on the door with a mischievous glint in his eyes. He called for UA in his head and asked her to open the door because he was done with Sebastian. Instantly, a surprised voice echoed in his mind as the elven woman questioned him how he did it so quickly while she opened the door for him. Don't blame me, it's a little revenge for the time you wanted to cook and eat me. The lynx laughed inwardly as the door in front of him creaked open, and he swiftly slipped inside before slamming it shut with his horns. Kyle stopped in his tracks and stared the door that slammed shut before his eyes. His eyebrow twitched, but then a smirk crept onto his lips. Little one, do you believe a weak door can prevent me from entering the room? Inside the room, UA blinked and watched as Knox leaped towards the only bed in the distance with a smug expression. Her face had a slight flush because she was feeling a bit tipsy from the drink she had earlier, even though she had used her divine energy to remove it from her body. UA let out a faint smile when she sensed Knox's emotions. The lynx was feeling proud, and she thought it was because he had beaten up Sebastian quite badly. However, she wondered how he did it so quickly. That's why she approached the bed and crossed her arms with a curious expression. So, what did you do? I sensed your emotions were quite troubled for a while after you left the building, but then you became very happy. I can't believe you defeated a divine rank so easily. Knox's eyes sparkled. Of course it wasn't me, not me at all. It was someone else, someone UA wants to see so badly. He's outside the room. UA looked confused and gazed at the lynx, who messed up the bedsheet with a yawn. Who are you? Her words were interrupted when Knox stood up on the bed and gasped sharply. Oh no, he entered the room without permission. UA's eyes narrowed sharply when she sensed the divine energy behind her stir. She spun on her heels and instinctively reached out for her weapon as she stared at the wooden door across from her. Who? She had let her guard down, thinking that with a supreme rank individual protecting her and the other elves, no one would dare to attack them. However, who would have imagined someone would be bold enough to enter her room? Yue swiftly nocked an arrow in her bow adorned with spiritual energy stones and spread out her senses to identify the intruder, but her expression sank when the air before her cracked, and with a speed visible to the naked eye, the divine energy in the air converged to create a portal that expanded to engulf a significant area. She prepared herself to attack as a man cloaked in a hoodie stepped out from the portal, but her breath hitched in her throat, and her eyes widened when she locked eyes with the familiar pair of green eyes staring back at her. Instantly, the bow and arrow in her grasp fell to the ground with a resounding thud that reverberated through the quiet room. It took Yue a few moments to accept that what she was seeing was not a figment of her imagination. She staggered and gasped in disbelief. Kyle stared at the shocked woman before him and muttered softly, "Yes." He waited outside the room for a minute to gather his thoughts on what he wanted to discuss with her, but even after that, now that he was standing before her, he didn't know where to begin. Right, he should start by asking why she left the blue planet and when, but before he could utter another word, Yue's figure disappeared from her spot. No, she didn't disappear. His mind supplied because he could see her coming towards him, but he didn't move and just watched as she heaved all her weight onto his body. Due to the sudden movement, Kyle staggered, and they tumbled to the ground together with a soft thud. He released a deep breath when Yue clutched his clothes tightly and buried her face in his chest, completely disregarding the fact that they had just dropped to the ground. Chapter 533. Is it really you? Kyle blinked and gazed at the dark ceiling quietly as he felt the warmth from the body above him that felt very familiar yet unfamiliar at the same time. A few fleeting images flashed through his mind and he tried to grasp them, but they slipped away from his reach as he stilled upon hearing a faint sob from the woman above him. She murmured softly, Kyle. Is it really you? Kyle shut his eyes and clenched his fists as he heard Yue call out his name repeatedly, as if making sure he wasn't just a figment of her imagination. How he wondered she would react when she found out that he lacked all the memories related to her. Instantly, a bitter sensation spread across his chest, and his heart pained whenever he heard Yue's sobbing voice. This sour feeling alone was enough to make him believe that she was truly his lover. The moment this thought crossed his mind, his body strangely relaxed. His hands, which had been still beside him all this time, hovered above her, and when she called out his name once again, this time much louder, he wrapped one hand around her waist and placed the other on her head before whispering softly, "Yes, it's me." He felt it distinctly when Yue's grip on him tightened and she pressed her face further into his chest before calling out once again, "Kyle." A mirthful chuckle rumbled out from his throat, and it was as if a knot loosened in his heart. He replied with a faint smile. Yes, Yue nodded slightly and slowly but surely loosened her grip on him. Kyle noticed with a soft sigh that she didn't move and stayed still on him. They stayed on the floor in silence for a long time. Kyle let out a hum and was surprised even at himself that his body didn't reject the warmth coming from her body. He stared at the dark ceiling and started playing with her hair by running his fingers smoothly through her long locks. Her hair was smooth, silky, and emitted a pleasant scent. Unlike the countless scents that always overwhelmed him, this scent was gentle and gave him a nice feeling. Kyle unconsciously tilted his head and buried his nose into Yue's neck to take another sniff of the sweet scent. Only after he had done so did he pause and blink, a bit surprised at his own actions, but before he could move back, the elven woman in his arms finally stirred. Yue raised her face to stare at him with red-rimmed eyes. Clearly, she was happy to see him again, but she just couldn't stop the emotions she had been keeping inside herself from the moment she left the blue planet from bursting. Now that she had calmed down, she was feeling a bit embarrassed at her behavior. Kyle tilted his head to get a better view of her face and raised his hand to tuck the locks of hair cascading down toward him behind her ears. He gazed into her eyes with a smile, but his next words caused Yue's already flushed face to turn an even brighter shade of crimson. Done crying, she rolled her eyes and let out a huff before softly punching his chest. However, she paused when Kyle wrinkled his brows as if her fist had caused him great pain. I didn't hit you that hard. No, I didn't even put pressure into it. Yue stared at her hand, thinking maybe she accidentally used divine energy. After all, she had been training non-stop, so perhaps she instinctively used it. Also, her fist was heavier than before. However, her eyes widened with disbelief when she saw how Kyle coughed to hide his laughter. She raised her fist to punch him again but stopped midway and released a breath. Yue decided to let it go because she was feeling happy after seeing him. Kyle thought she would finally stand up, but how wrong he was because this time she just pressed her face into his neck. There was hesitation in Yue's voice when she spoke up again. So, how have you been? Are you angry that I left the planet without telling you? I am sorry. I thought I would be able to tell you, but it happened so suddenly. She paused for a bit and after gathering her thoughts started bombarding him with one question after another. How did you come to sacred divine land? What about Bia? No, how did you find me? What about the others? Kyle let out a chuckle and surprised Yue by grabbing her waist tightly before he stood up from the ground. She hastily wrapped her hands around his neck for support and stared at him unblinkingly. His movement faltered when he sensed her intense stare, but he quickly approached the bed in the distance and lowered her body onto it. Don't you think it's cold, the floor and then my body as well? She shook his head. Not really, it's fine and the sensation is pleasant. Also, as long as I remember, your body has always been cold, so I was just a little surprised when it was even more colder than before. Kyle raised his brow. So they have had intimate physical contact before. He quickly refocused his thoughts before they strayed in the wrong direction, but then his eyes landed on a familiar lynx peacefully sleeping in the center of the bed. He narrowed his eyes and approached the oblivious lynx. Knox let out a startled gasp when Kyle grabbed his neck, and his eyes widened with shock when the human tossed him away from the bed as if he were a rag. He looked at Yue for comfort, but despair clouded his gaze when he saw her eyes fixed on the silver-haired man. Instantly, a shuddering thought crossed his mind. It seems from now he had to get used this treatment. No way. Knox screamed in his head and wanted to jump toward Yue, but when he saw Kyle he quietly turned around and accepted his fate. Kyle glanced around. When he entered the room, he didn't notice, but it was completely empty, with nothing but a bed in the center, a table, and a chair on the right side. There wasn't even a window, and the dim light inside was coming from the two bright stones embedded in the walls. He sat on the bed and placed his hands behind him to balance himself before looking at the elf who had been watching him. Yue blinked when he remained silent and asked again, "So how have you been? Also Bia, where is she? Why is she not with you?" Kyle let out a thoughtful hum. "Well, I'm doing all right as you can see. As for Bia, I'm not sure. She has never been by my side for as long as I can remember." Chapter 534, I placed a mark on your body. Kyle let out a sigh inwardly. Initially, he was here just to talk to her, to figure out why she left the blue planet and to confirm if he had truly left the planet to search for her. But after seeing her and having a conversation with her, he felt that it was fine for her to know that he remembered nothing if she was his lover. He felt it strongly, the distress and bitterness creeping into his heart as he heard her soft cry above him and could do nothing but hold her tightly. That's why he feared if he acted oddly in her presence or said something different from his usual self, she would surely question him. If she found out about his memory loss on her own and thought he kept it hidden because he couldn't trust her, it would surely break Yue's heart, a sight he was certain he couldn't bear to see. He laughed to himself inwardly at how effortlessly he felt compelled to share everything with her. So, the feelings are mutual, huh? It's surprising that with my personality I developed feelings for someone. I wonder about when and how. Now I truly wish to recall what I have forgotten. Kyle looked at Yue as she furrowed her brows in confusion at his response. It was understandable because he had just said that his bonded companion, who should have always been with him, hadn't been by his side for as long as he could recall. He lifted his hand and gently placed his finger between her brows to ease the tension. "It's fortunate we met before I entered the no-mana land. If not, I fear that even if we crossed paths, I might have just walked past without forming a true connection." Yue blinked at the sudden cold touch but looked away when she saw Kyle staring at her with a soft expression. She cleared her throat and moved his hand, worried they wouldn't be able to continue the conversation like this. However, her eyes unconsciously drifted down to his body. Even though he was in a hoodie, it couldn't hide his toned physique. He appeared more muscular, almost as if he had trained his body a lot. Looking back at his face, she noticed he also appeared more handsome, and for some reason his presence was intimidating, more so than hers, even though she could clearly sense that the divine aura emanating from his body was weaker than hers. She had reached the final stage of the divine rank, and from Kyle's aura that was displayed to the world, she knew he had recently entered the divine rank. So why did it feel like he was stronger than her? But then she shook her head because he had always been stronger. Maybe he was concealing his strength. Yue's eyes widened as she realized her thoughts were drifting off the important discussion. Snap out of it. It's not the time to admire his physique and strength. She quickly refocused and resumed speaking. "What are you saying? Bia should have always been with you. She is your bonded companion. Also, there's no way she would leave your side on her own accord." She watched as Kyle lowered his hoodie from his head and let his body drop backward onto the bed as if he owned it. He placed his arm behind his head, and her heart sank when he nodded and let out a silent right. A bad premonition welled up inside Yue's heart. How could the Kyle she knew talk so nonchalantly when they were discussing Bia? Bia was someone he cherished a lot. "You." Her words were interrupted as he took her hand and pushed her to lie down beside him. Yue wanted to sit up again because they really needed to talk, especially when she could clearly sense that something was definitely off with him, but her movements paused when she heard his next words. "I know what you're thinking, but it's because I don't remember her." Not just Bia, I don't remember anyone. The knowledge I have is all that I have gathered, so don't ask me anything about her because I won't be able to answer. It took a few seconds for Kyle's words to sink into Yue's head, and when they did, she grabbed his clothes and let out a faint whisper filled with disbelief. What? Her eyes trembled as she replayed his words in her mind, especially the part where he mentioned that he doesn't remember anyone. Wait, doesn't everyone include her as well? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she felt like her heart dropped into the pit of her stomach. Yue's voice quivered slightly as she gathered her courage to ask, with a glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, she wasn't included in those he didn't remember. What about me? There was silence for a moment before she heard a deep sigh above her. I am sorry. Those words were enough to confirm her fears. He doesn't remember her either. Yue closed her eyes and clenched her fists tightly. But she relaxed her grip when Kyle grabbed her hands and carefully opened her fingers before tilting his head to gaze at her with a distressed expression. Yue let out a deep breath and swiftly collected her thoughts. It had been a long time since she had felt so many emotions and showed them so openly on her face. She wasn't usually like this. She had learned to conceal them, but she just couldn't in Kyle's presence. So she allowed them overflow, because she knew it was okay even if he didn't remember, yet she still asked to confirm. If you don't remember me, then why? Why didn't you push me away? And how did you know that we? No, how did you find me and recognize me when you don't even remember me? Kyle blinked and let out a laugh. There were many things he himself didn't understand, especially how easily he accepted the fact that she was his lover. I didn't push you because I didn't feel like it. I don't remember you, but it doesn't mean my body and heart don't as well. They do, and they were too reluctant to push you away. As for how I found you and recognized, a mischievous glint flashed through his eyes as he picked up a few locks of her hair and took a sniff. I placed a mark on your body. Huh, Yue's eyes widened as she gazed at him. You did what? When? Chapter 535. It's good you took care of her. Kyle let out a chuckle at the reaction of the woman lying beside him. I already told you I don't remember. How could I know when I did it? But one thing's for certain, I have always been able to feel your presence because of the mark, even when I forget who exactly I marked. Yue gasped and stared at him in disbelief. He marked her and she had no idea. She let out a soft sigh, but a smile appeared on her face as she thought about how the mark had led him to her, even though he had no memories of her. Perhaps Kyle sensed her strange behavior on the blue planet and decided to mark her to ensure he would know if she ever faced danger, but who would have thought it would turn out this way? Yue looked at him and wanted to question how he lost his memories. Did he face a dangerous situation on the blue planet after she left? Is their home planet safe? What happened to Bia? Why wasn't the Phoenix with him when the latter had always stayed with him? What about Alec, Lara, Mia, and the others? She had numerous questions in her mind but didn't know where to begin and how much he remembered. In the end, she was not even sure if he would answer or not, so she quietly started fidgeting with her fingers. Observing the array of emotions in Yue's eyes, Kyle snapped his fingers above her face to bring her back from her thoughts. She blinked and stared at his face with furrowed brows because after grabbing her attention, he settled comfortably on the bed and closed his eyes. However, Yue's eyes brightened when he started speaking in a carefree tone with his eyes closed. You know, you can ask me anything you want to know. I will answer if I know and remember. A faint smile appeared on his lips. After all, if I didn't want to share, I would have never told you I lack memories about the past, and trust me, I had enough knowledge to keep it hidden. So feel free to ask whatever's on your mind. Yue pushed back his hand that had been playing with her hair and sat down on the bed with a solemn yet curious expression. So, how did you forget? Kyle sighed in regret as his fingers, which had been running through the smooth hair, were left grasping empty air. It's a long story. He started by sharing how he was found in a bloody state in a far-off place called the No-Mana Land, a place with no mana and divine energy. The old couple who found him were members of the water dragon race that had resided in that land for many years. They took him back to their village and took care of him when he was injured. The duo also called their village leader, Hubert, who healed his injuries with spiritual energy and told him everything about the land he had entered. It was a place where outsiders gradually lost their memories over time, the longer they stayed. Hubert also told him about the gray barrier surrounding the land, which only those with a transcendent rank physique could traverse. As he narrated, Kyle's thoughts briefly turned to A's and a flicker of coldness flashed across his face. He deliberately omitted every detail about A's and what he had experienced in the man's presence. After all, he had known from the moment he saw A's watching him with little to no emotions, while the monolith beasts fed on his flesh, that the man was dangerous. He didn't want to risk putting Yue in any danger, so it wouldn't be wise for her to know about the man. At least not until Kyle had the strength to retrieve the notebook A's took away from him and became powerful enough to make the man experience what he had endured. He opened his eyes and his expression softened when he noticed how attentively Yue had been listening to him. Her brows were once again furrowed, and her eyes conveyed a myriad of emotions, with sadness being the most prominent one. Yue noticed Kyle's pause, and before he could continue, she dropped onto his arm and hugged him tightly. I'm sorry I wasn't there with you when you were in such a place all alone. I thought I was the only one who had to go through hardships, but how wrong I was. Even though I was staying with strangers on the elven planet, my mother and Ellie were with me, but you faced it all alone without anyone beside you. Kyle blinked, and his heart warmed up at her words. He buried his face in her shoulder and let out a bittersweet smile. It's fine, it's not your fault. Also, I wasn't alone, the villagers were with me. Ah, right, Hubert as well. He is my second master, the one who helped me train my physique so I could leave that land. Yue patted his back and he chuckled at her gesture. After a brief pause, she cleared her throat and silently asked him to continue. Kyle's eyebrow twitched at her words and he picked up where he left off. He explained that after leaving the No-Mana land, he traced the mark he had left on her, leading him to the elven planet. However, he got there a bit late because she left on a ship right before his eyes. After that, two elven women, Eiley and her mother, whom he had recently learned about from Yue, spotted him, and he had a conversation with them for a while. Kyle hesitated when he thought about Glacia, wondering if he should tell her. After a few seconds, he decided to just say that he killed that woman because she was trying to kill him. Yet he blinked in surprise when he heard Yue's response and swore he sensed a hint of pride in her voice. It's good you took care of her. Nox and I had been wanting to get rid of her too because she had been getting on our nerves from the moment she forcefully took us to the elven planet. So well done. Kyle burst into laughter at her words because, for some reason, the words that came from her mouth sounded truly unexpected. He paused when he felt Yue's gaze sharpen and cleared his throat with a serious expression. You mentioned Nox. Who are they? Yue quickly got distracted and glanced around before pointing at the lynx that had been observing everything from a distance, or more precisely, after being thrown from the bed, Nox was watching them roll around on the bed from the ground with a solemn and sour expression. Kyle nodded and Nox felt a shiver run down his spine for some reason when the man called out his name. Oh, he is Nox. Chapter 536, they didn't sound too bad. After Kyle finished speaking, he let out a quiet yawn. He had never realized that talking so much could be so tiring, and now he felt the urge to rest for a while. However, before he could even close his eyes, Yue grabbed his arm and pulled him to sit in front of her with a serious expression. Now it's my turn, she declared loudly, and Kyle blinked in response with a mix of sleepiness and confusion on his face. What? Yue giggled. Of course, now that you don't remember, it's my responsibility to remind you of what you have forgotten. No need worry, I will fill you in on everything from your past that I know. Kyle groaned and attempted to slump back onto the bed, but Yue pulled him back to sit once more. She was determined not to let him off the hook until she had shared all the information. He sighed and raised his hands in surrender. I am listening. Yue smiled at him, and he rested his hand under his chin, prepared to listen to whatever she had to share. Unlike him, the elven woman had a wealth of information to disclose. She started by delving into details about his family, and he found out he had two older brothers, Neon and Ray, along with an old father. She also mentioned that his mother had passed away during his childhood due to her weak health. Kyle let out a thoughtful hum. He repeated his brother's names and his father's name in his head, only to blink in surprise when suddenly a faint image of a black-haired young man who was showing him his fist with a fed-up expression flashed in his mind. Instantly, he tried to hold on to the memory, but as usual, it slipped away before he could fully grasp it. He immediately became attentive because simply listening seemed to be more useful than he expected. Yue let out a chuckle when she saw how he crossed his arms and legs with a solemn expression. She didn't stop and continued. As time passed, Kyle's sleepiness dissipated and he became engrossed in her narration. But for some reason, he felt like she was exaggerating because she described him as someone who was always strong enough to fight enemies of higher rank. Yue also mentioned many unfamiliar yet familiar names, starting with a few humans like Alec, Giant, Carcel, Lara, and Mia before she told him about a demi-human named Sinon, then Regius, an elf. She brought up Han as well, his master, but paused for a moment before mentioning Nine, who was someone very close to him and his best friend as well. Kyle mumbled the names under his breath. Leaving everyone else aside, he had heard about Nine from Ellie and Yue's mother. Also, from the content of the note he found after he killed Glacia, he already knew that Nine was his friend. But he was still surprised when Yue told him Nine is a mermaid. Instantly, his eyes brightened a bit and his interest was piqued. A mermaid, he couldn't believe he had befriended someone from the mermaid race. The more he listened to Yue, the more incredible he felt because, according to her, all his friends were extraordinarily strong just like him. So, they are all strong, Yue nodded. Yes, especially Alec. He is, the most hardworking one among us all. Carcel and Giant are also strong, but I don't know who is stronger, them or Alec. Lara and Mia are too. As for Nine, she let out a chuckle. Last time I heard from Ellie that he had a motto to follow you around and bask in your luck. Giant and he both have this motto. When I heard that, I really wondered if your luck is really that high. I do know you are always fortunate, but the do always exaggerates things. Kyle raised his brow with an O as Yue continued and told him how he suddenly went into a coma when they were all fighting the monster lords on the blue planet together. It was all due to a strange man who appeared out of nowhere and retrieved an artifact from his body. The elven woman's eyes reflected bitterness and sadness as she recounted everything that happened while he was in a coma, but they softened when she mentioned he woke up soon. Then Kyle, Alec, and the others, along with every remaining soldier on the blue planet who was willing to fight, engaged in battle against the people from the dark side and completely vanquished them. Kyle's gaze remained focused as she finished recounting the events. He let out a sigh, gathered all the information he had collected, and began piecing it together. He hadn't mentioned Leroy and the ethereal tunnel to Yue yet. Upon realizing he had many friends and family, he quietly hoped in his heart that he was the only one harmed by the ethereal tunnel and that they were all safe. His lack of emotions or attachment towards them didn't matter because he knew he would regain them once his memories returned. But when he closed his eyes and sensed Bia's presence, a feeling arose in his heart that he wasn't the only one. It seemed likely that someone, or perhaps everyone, was with him on the day he was drawn into the ethereal tunnel. Kyle stared at the dark ceiling with a distant expression. I just hope they are alive, nothing else. Because from Yue's account, they didn't sound too bad. It wouldn't be a bad idea to get to know them once again. He chuckled inwardly at his thoughts. It was true that he had started feeling fewer emotions compared to before. That's why he never imagined that even before gaining his memories, he would worry about other people. If they are just as strong as Yue had described them, I am sure they will be fine wherever they are. Chapter 537. Did you find who it was? Yue glanced at his face. Now she understood why he was so tired after speaking so much because she was too, her throat was dry as well. She was sure she had talked the whole night and the new day had probably started. Well, it can't be helped. She became too excited and just started to tell everything in detail. Kyle stepped down from the bed and headed over to the table in the distance to grab the glass sitting on top of it. With just a snap of his finger, water appeared in midair and dropped into the glass. He then strolled back to the bed at a leisurely pace, even though he could hear a faint commotion on the building's ground floor, and offered the glass to Yue, who blinked but then accepted it with a smile. She observed as Kyle moved to her left side. After picking up the blanket, he lay down on the pillow only to gaze at her as she drank the water. When she finished, he patted the space beside him. Yue placed the glass on the floor and moved closer to him with a slight blush. However, she blinked in surprise when he simply wrapped her in the blanket and suggested she take a nap for a while. Sure, Kyle felt a surge of affection when he noticed a subtle pout on her lips. He took a quick look at Nox and saw the lynx sleeping peacefully on the floor. Yue let out a surprised gasp when he grabbed the blanket and pulled it over their heads. Her eyes widened as he pressed his lips against hers. She instinctively grasped his shoulders and her cheeks flushed red, not to mention her heart, which had barely quieted down, skipped another beat. But a smile soon appeared on her lips, and she wrapped her arms around his neck to pull him toward herself. The touch on her lips wasn't cold, just as she remembered. A giggle escaped her throat when she remembered that just a moment ago he had asked her to sleep. I wonder who just said that. Nox's eyebrow twitched violently at the sight before him. He wasn't sleeping, Yue knew about it. Darn, he hadn't even turned 10 and he had to witness such a sight. I need to clean my eyes and mind. He quickly leaped toward the room's exit with dark eyes, but the moment he slipped out from the door, he noticed a faint ripple in the air and his eyes widened when he sensed a divine barrier before him. The lynx let out a sharp exhale when he thought about how he and Yue both had failed to even notice when this barrier was erected around the room. He flinched when the layer of divine energy in front of him parted to give him enough space to leave. A shiver ran down his spine at the mere thought that the silver-haired human could sense everything around him clearly without even using a skill. He shook his head and quickly jumped out from the barrier. But the moment he did, it was as if he stepped out from a different chamber altogether, because instantly he heard a loud commotion downstairs. Nox glanced down to the ground floor where the noises were coming from, but then he turned back and noticed that the barrier had become silent as if it had vanished into thin air. He tried to touch it, but his hand met nothing but empty air. Is this an array? It seems to conceal the presence of the people inside the room because I can no longer sense the two of them. Without wasting any more time, he hurried towards the staircase and made his way down to the ground floor. As he reached the ground level, he noticed the light streaming into the building through the entrance, signaling the start of a new day. He might have blamed Kyle for disrupting his sleep and taking his spot on the bed. But all other thoughts dissipated from his mind, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity when he spotted numerous familiar faces gathered on the ground floor. Almost 50 of the elves from planet Luminara who had arrived at the sacred divine land to take part in the gladiator arena were gathered on the ground floor. The remaining elves from the same planet were also joining the gathered crowd with each passing second, either descending from upstairs or entering the building through the entrance. Nox chuckled at the sight of Sebastian and the friends the green-haired elf had made on the ship while traveling to the sacred divine land. All four of them were kneeling before the old supreme rank elf who had given Kyle a sharp look the previous night. The old elf, named Wesley, stroked his beard with a grim expression as he looked at Sebastian's battered condition. Wesley clenched his fist tightly as he thought how someone had the audacity to harm the people under his protection without his knowledge. All this went down under his watch, his a supreme rank individual's watch, yet he was intoxicated all night just because of a bottle of liquor. He glared at Sebastian, who flinched under his gaze. Sebastian felt like crying. After he was abandoned in the alley, he fainted and just woke up as the morning sun was rising. He came to the old man to complain and seek help because he was attacked by a hooded individual last night. He never expected to receive punishment instead. Another supreme rank old elf with a muscular build entered the building and glanced at the many elves crowding the space. All the young elves were informed to gather together so the older folks could find out if someone had seen who beat up Sebastian last night. But unfortunately, no one had any idea how Sebastian got so badly beaten that even as a divine rank, his whole face was swollen with dark bruises everywhere. Wesley noticed his presence and asked with a solemn expression, "Did you find who it was?" The other supreme rank individual shook his head with a sigh. He had searched the whole place, but he didn't find the hooded man Sebastian had described. Well, it was to be expected because the young elf wasn't even able to see the face of the person who beat him up. Chapter 538, But I Can't Sense Her. The ground floor of the building was shrouded in palpable tension as the elves cast glances at Wesley. The old elf walked before them with a solemn expression. He couldn't believe they hadn't found the one who had beaten up Sebastian. Also, to top it off, Sebastian, that idiot, couldn't even identify the person who had attacked him. Who the hell gave such a useless person the chance to come here with the others? Wesley shot a stern look at Sebastian, and everyone understood who the old elf was referring to. The other supreme rank elf let out a sigh and approached him. "Let it slide. I don't think the one who harmed Sebastian is an enemy. If they were, they would have killed him by now instead of just beating him up. Our kid likely got on someone's nerves and that someone retaliated." Sebastian wanted to argue that he hadn't made contact with anyone except the elves who came with him, so how could he have gotten on someone's nerves? However, he refrained because he knew the folks in front of him wouldn't treat him like his father and just brush off his slip-ups. Wesley rubbed his temples. After a long minute, he solemnly nodded. He wanted to send the youngsters away, but the supreme rank elf stopped him. He looked at the older man in front of him, who then informed him that upon hearing about what happened with Sebastian, the other supreme rank elves had decided that instead of letting the kids waste time, it would be more beneficial to divide them into groups and go with them to explore some tombs together. Wesley nodded. It wasn't a bad idea. He glanced at the young ones and started talking with Oldius, the supreme rank individual standing opposite him. After a while, they used an emblem that was given to every elf under them before leaving the planet and sent some signals to call everyone to gather. It didn't take long for over 100 additional elven men and women to show up outside the building. Wesley and Oldius also stepped out from the building and began waiting with the young ones for the other youngsters who had not yet arrived. At that moment, two more supreme rank individuals appeared in the air. One of them was an old woman, and the other was a cyan-haired male elf who seemed to be in his early 40s. Wesley greeted the cyan-haired man respectfully, and the man acknowledged with a nod. Ronan was the most powerful among the four, having already reached the pinnacle of the supreme rank. Ronan looked at the gathered crowd and requested the older woman next to him to explain everything to the youngsters when they all arrived, as he could see that many faces were missing. His eyes moved towards the lynx seated in the distance, observing everything with a bored expression, and he started looking around for the beast owner. There were a few other elves in the crowd with bonded beasts, but none of those beasts came close to the lynx that had reached the pseudo-divine rank. Ronan had encountered Nox before on the ship, and he had also conversed with Yue because he sensed that her aura was akin to the few elves who were stronger and more refined than the rest. However, upon not locating Yue, he looked at Wesley to ask about the beast's owner. But unfortunately, he got no reply as Wesley had also just noticed that Yue was absent from the group of elves. Wesley furrowed his brows and scanned the area. Yue should have arrived earlier than everyone else since she was one of the elves staying in the same building as him. So why wasn't she here? He spotted Nox and hastened towards the beast. "Hey, little one, where is Yue? All the elves received the signal to gather. She should have as well. What is she doing?" He extended his senses to ensure nothing was amiss with Yue, but genuine shock filled his eyes when he didn't sense the elf. Wesley spun around, but before he could react, Knox climbed onto his shoulder and let out a yawn. "Don't worry, she is sleeping." The old man looked at the lynx who had just spoken and let out a sigh. He almost had a panic attack, fearing that just like Sebastian, Yue might have faced some problem as well. Wesley chuckled to himself because if something had truly happened to Yue, her bonded beast wouldn't be sitting so calmly before him. Yet why couldn't he sense her presence? Had she left the building? He gazed at Knox for an answer. "Sleeping, but I can't sense her. Don't deceive me, little one, it wouldn't be good for you. Has she secretly wandered off? If so, it's fine. After all, many others have done the same. There's no need to lie." Knox's eyebrow twitched as he shifted his body around the man's neck, wearing a solemn expression. It had been more than a few hours, and the bright day had transitioned into afternoon since he left the duo alone, and he couldn't help but wonder if they were still up to what he had seen before. But when he closed his eyes and tried to communicate with Yue, he sensed from her peaceful emotions that she was truly sleeping. Sensing his silence, Wesley let out a sigh and attempted to reach for him, but before the man's hand could even touch the directly support the authors on web novel. Links the latter slipped away from his grasp. Knox snickered and gazed at the old man. Reach for him, but before the man's hand could even touch the links, the latter slipped away from his grasp. Knox snickered, and I'm not lying. She underwent intense training under Glacia before joining your group, so now that she finally has some peace, it's natural for her to rest as much as possible. Don't worry about her. She will join us once she wakes up. Wesley's eyebrow twitched. Why did it feel like the lynx was bossing him around? He massaged his temples and looked at Ronan to let him know, only to see the cyan-haired man observing him and Knox. Ronan had overheard the conversation between him and the lynx as he stepped toward the lynx and the old elf. Wesley furrowed his brows when the man across from him suddenly narrowed his eyes at the building, almost as if sensing something he couldn't. Ronan looked at the lynx, his brown eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of incredulity, because he had just sensed a powerful concealment array crafted around a room to hide everything inside from the outside world. She is indeed sleeping, but... He stopped his words midway and he shook his head, thinking he shouldn't interfere in other people's affairs. If Yue had allowed someone into her room willingly, she must have had her reasons, or perhaps she knew him personally. Ronan had just recently returned to protect the youngsters participating in the gladiator arena and doesn't have much knowledge about her or any other elf under him. Moreover, the individual he sensed with Yue. He wasn't strong, just a divine rank human. He couldn't be an enemy as well because Ronan didn't sense even a speck of dark energy from his body. He may be weak, but his knowledge of arrays is quite profound. If I didn't have some understanding of them, I wouldn't have been able to detect the array. Chapter 539. Should I go check? Wesley stared at Ronan, waiting for him to finish his words, but the latter just patted his shoulder with a sigh and started discussing the topic at hand. There are still around 20 or so youngsters who have yet to arrive here. The other two supreme-ranked individuals, and I will divide the ones who have already gathered and accompany them to train, and provide them with a real experience of the tombs they have only read about. He stopped and gestured towards the elderly supreme-rank elven woman, who, upon receiving his signal, began explaining to the youngsters before her that they were going to explore the ancient tombs hidden in the sacred divine land. Instantly, many elves were surprised because just a day ago when they arrived on this land, the supreme-rank individuals had instructed them not to venture beyond the boundaries of this busy area without permission, citing the dangers posed by the dark, demons, and nightkin races freely roaming the land. However, their eyes lit up with excitement when the woman assured them that they wouldn't be alone and that the supreme-rank elves would accompany them. Wesley watched the enthusiastic youngsters, even though many of them had outgrown being called kids. But for those who had experienced what truly felt like being aged, they were still young and excited individuals. They would one day become stronger if they were fortunate and had the ability to overcome the hardships that would come their way. Renan removed his hand from his shoulder and completed his words. You gather those who are absent and guide them to explore a tomb tomorrow as well. By then, everyone should be present. Also be cautious and reach out to me and the others if anything occurs. Wesley nodded. The day was already getting darker, so he realized that instead of waiting for the few people who had not arrived yet, the others should leave. He would look after the remaining ones. But when everyone was about to leave after the supreme-rank elves divided them into groups, Sebastian refused to go. The man insisted on going with Yue. If she hadn't arrived yet, he would wait. Wesley's eyebrow twitched. The old man had noticed from the short time he had spent with Sebastian how annoying the young man could become. So, without a second hesitation, he smacked Sebastian to try to make him see reason. However, to his surprise, Renan agreed with Sebastian's request and decided to leave the man behind. Wesley swore he saw a sly smirk creeping onto Renan's lips as he looked at Sebastian, and for some reason that smile didn't seem quite right. It was a smirk that he had only seen on the man's face when the latter had predicted something enjoyable and couldn't wait to witness the results. The old elf sighed and shook his head. It was probably just his imagination. After all, no matter how he considered it, there was nothing about Sebastian that would pique Renan's interest, especially considering the man had reached the final stage of the supreme rank. He entered the building and began waiting for the other elves who had scattered to at least observe and explore the bustling area after their arrival here. Nox sat on the chair next to him with a nonchalant expression, but then Sebastian, who had finally consumed a few healing potions to get rid of the bruises on his face, arrived beside him and asked eagerly, "Where is Yue? I haven't seen her for a while now. Is she in her room? Should I go check?" Instantly, the lynx hissed at him with a deadpan expression and huffed coldly, "Don't you dare disturb her. It's been a long time since she slept for so long. Unlike you, I had seen how she was never able to get proper rest in the past few years. So if you dare to go and wake her up, I assure you, you will face another beating similar to the one you received last night." Sebastian's face paled as he recalled what he had experienced the previous night. He shuddered and quickly changed the topic. He was okay with getting beaten up by Yue since the elven woman never seriously hurt him, but being beaten up by that hooded man was definitely a big no-no. Due to his panic, Sebastian didn't notice what Wesley did. The old elf's eyes narrowed at the lynx because from Nox's tone, it seemed like the latter had witnessed what happened to Sebastian firsthand. Inside Yue's room, Kyle stood before the table with a cold expression. He snapped his fingers, and a few symbols lit up midair before vanishing into the barrier he had erected around the room. He never thought someone would see through the barrier he made with spiritual energy and masked with divine energy. It was fortunate he sensed it right away when a supreme rank individual peeked inside his barrier using their consciousness. He did consider severing that part of the consciousness completely with the help of his mental power and spiritual energy, but he knew he couldn't afford to make enemies stronger than him, at least not when someone he now considered precious was by his side and his actions can potentially bring harm to them. Kyle glanced at Yue. She was sleeping peacefully with a smile on her face and his expression softened. It was as if the earlier coldness had vanished and the person exuding that cold yet threatening aura had changed into someone else altogether. Kyle stepped toward the bed and made sure the blanket was securely tucked around Yue's body. He glanced at her for a few seconds, then he grabbed the edge of his hoodie and slipped it off his body. He placed it on the bed before sitting on the floor half-naked to meditate until Yue woke up naturally. He didn't want to disturb her, especially when the expression on her face was so calm and beautiful. Chapter 540. You can follow me openly. The night had already fallen when Yue stirred on the bed. She sleepily reached out to the space next to her, but even after moving her hand up and down, she didn't feel anything. Instantly, her eyes flew open, and she glanced around to search for the man who should have been by her side, thinking whatever happened yesterday was a dream. Before her heart could sink into the pit of her stomach, she saw the person she was looking for from the corners of her eyes. Yue let out the breath she didn't even know she was holding and pushed the blanket aside before she moved on the bed to get near the silver-haired man. He was sitting on the floor before the bed, half-naked, with his eyes tightly closed. The air around him was icy, and Yue could even see a layer of ice beneath him. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she let out a hum and reached out her fingers to touch the space between his shoulders. Kyle let out a sigh as he felt her fingers move on his body before she started playing with his hair. He had already sensed her movements from the moment she woke up. Opening his eyes, he shifted his body to grab her hand before leaning back to softly brush his lips against hers. "Done sleeping?" Yue giggled and moved back. "It's been a while since I slept for so long." "How much time has passed?" Kyle let go of her hand and reached for his hoodie. He slipped his head inside and pulled it down to cover his body. "It's night. Do you want to eat something?" Yue shook her head. She wasn't feeling hungry, but she blinked when Nox's voice sounded in her head. The lynx expressed his sorrow at how she had left him after meeting the silver-haired human before promptly providing her with a summary of what occurred while she was away, and informing her that she has to accompany Wesley and the other elves tomorrow to explore an ancient tomb. Kyle noticed her quietness, and when she released a deep sigh with a frown, he stood up from the floor and settled down on the bed next to her. "What's wrong?" She reached out to straighten the wrinkles in his clothes and told him what Nox had informed her before mentioning that she has to join the elves tomorrow. Kyle thought for a few seconds. "Do you have to go? You can simply refuse to follow their orders." Yue shook her head. "I wish I could, but I can't because Mom and Ellie are still on the elven planet. I can't risk putting them in danger." Kyle nodded and understood she needs to ensure her mother and Ellie's safety before going against the elves. After a brief pause, he proposed another alternative. "Should I follow you secretly? I don't have anything to do right now and just need to gather enough divine energy to advance to the next rank." Yue chuckled at his words and shook her head. Her eyes sparkled as she grabbed his hand with a smile. Why should you follow me secretly? You can follow me openly. It's not like anyone would ask you anything when I tell them that I know you. He raised his brow. Now that he thought about it, the elves didn't have any enmity with him. Even when he beat up Sebastian, he made sure to hide his face. They would be wary of him when Yue introduced him to them, but he didn't think they had any reason to attack him, as he would be a stranger to them who wasn't even strong enough to pose any threat. In just a few seconds, his mind processed Yue's words and he nodded. Okay, I'm fine with it. Yue rolled her eyes at him. His eyes were saying he would follow her even if she didn't ask. That's why she couldn't believe how hesitant his words sounded, almost as if she was forcefully dragging him along. Now that they had settled on their next steps, Yue glanced down at her attire. Her robe appeared creased and even her hair seemed slightly disheveled. She then shifted her gaze to Kyle and discreetly cleared her throat to get his attention. So, you know I need to change my clothes. It won't take long. Kyle looked at her with a puzzled expression, though a spark of interest flickered in the corner of his eyes. You can. Yue's face flushed with embarrassment. There was no bathroom in the room. That meant she had to change in the room. Why couldn't he understand? She gestured towards the room's exit and pursed her lips. I know, but can you step out for a while? You can come back when I'm finished. Instead of complying with her request, Kyle propped his hand under his chin and fixed her with a penetrating gaze. She flinched as his eyes roamed down, taking in every part of her body. He rubbed his other hand's fingers and a smirk crept onto his lips. Why though? I have already touched everything. There's no need to hide it. You know, he fell silent as Yue glared at him. Her face turned a deep shade of crimson when she remembered what they had done before she fell asleep. But even though they had rolled around on the bed for a long time and touched each other, she still felt embarrassed to undress before him. Kyle sighed with regret when the elven woman kicked him out of the room. He waited outside for a moment, but then remembered that he had also gotten a room for himself in the building the day before and knocked on the wooden door. Hey, once you're finished, head down to the ground floor. I will be stepping away briefly to change too. A response came immediately, and after checking the array he had set up around the room one last time, Kyle searched inside his mind space to find the room's key that the man who helped him get Sebastian out of the building had given him the day before and left the area. Chapter 541. Who is that? After checking the number engraved on the key, Kyle ascended the staircase to reach the 4th floor of the building. In a matter of moments, he stood before another wooden door. After unlocking it, he pushed it open and stepped inside. Surveying the room, he observed its interior bore a striking resemblance to Yue's room. It also contained only a bed, a chair, and a table. Kyle shook his head, then snapped his thumb and middle finger. Instantly, water materialized before him, then the hovering water merged into a large curtain that mirrored his figure. He took off his hoodie and selected a clean light blue shirt and dark trousers from his mind space to wear, but when he caught his reflection, his eyes narrowed at his overgrown hair. They had grown too long once again. I had just cut them a few months ago in the No Mana land. They grow easily if I'm not paying attention. I should use my spiritual energy to halt their growth. He didn't stop their growth even though he could because he wanted to see them grow and recognize the time passing while he was by himself. But now, he realized that Yue's mere presence was enough to signify the passage of time around him. Kyle gazed at his reflection and grabbed a pair of scissors from his mind space. He undid the bands securing his hair, and the silver strands promptly fell down to his neck. He had learned to trim his hair after the day when Hubert offered to help cut it short, but Kyle's eyes reflected pure shock when he saw the condition of his hair. They were trimmed short but ended up resembling a bird's nest. After destroying his hair, the old man burst into laughter and confessed that he had never cut someone's hair before and wanted to try it for the first time on him. This incident prompted Kyle to go to the village and learn to cut his hair by himself whenever necessary to prevent a repeat of such a situation. He twirled the scissors in his fingers, feeling the weight of the metal tool. Then he grabbed a section of his hair and began cutting it shorter with surprising speed. The silver strands floated to the floor around him as he snipped away, each cut bringing a new shape to his hair. After just a minute, Kyle brushed away the hair that had fallen on his shoulders and took a look at his reflection. The shortened hair gave him a more refined and polished appearance. Not bad. I feel lighter. Kyle waved his hand, and the water gathered before him enveloped his body to clean him before disappearing into thin air. He leisurely put on the blue shirt and dark trousers, then left the room, heading downstairs. It didn't take him long to reach the ground floor, and without even glancing around, he knew the place was bustling with numerous people. Just like the first time he entered the building, from the noises in the air. He stepped down the staircase, and the moment he did, many eyes turned toward him. Kyle's ears twitched as he heard many people whispering to each other to know who he was, as they hadn't seen him enter the building, and it's not like they would have forgotten such a face once seen. Kyle ignored the curious eyes on him and proceeded to walk toward an empty table in the distance to sit down. He didn't glance around because he knew Yue was still in the room due to the array. However, his attention was immediately drawn to a familiar person standing on his left. It was Sebastian with a few more elves and the supreme rank old elf Wesley, whose name he had learned from Yue. Kyle's eyes shifted to the round table at the center of the elves, where he saw Nox sitting with a bored expression. He hadn't spotted the lynx since it left the room, and nodded inwardly at how sharp the little beast was. At that moment, his attention shifted to a middle-aged man carrying a food tray towards a nearby table. As the middle-aged man approached Sebastian's location, Kyle's eyes narrowed, and he quietly murmured a weak spell to control the air. The spell was so subtle that it resembled a gentle breeze, but when it reached the tray of food, it momentarily hastened its pace. Kyle moved closer to the empty table he had been heading towards earlier, and he could barely contain a smirk as a loud crashing sound erupted behind him. He counted to 3 in his head, and then Sebastian's loud cry echoed in his ears. Kyle blinked and turned around to become one of the many audience members who stood up to watch the commotion. He watched as the green-haired elf bared his teeth at the middle-aged server with a furious expression. Sebastian even went as far as to tell the middle-aged man if he were blind to spill the whole tray of food on him, but he shut his mouth because the middle-aged server let out a bit of his aura with a smile that didn't reach the latter's eyes. Sebastian's eyes widened when he sensed that the server was stronger than him. He quickly changed tactics and scrambled back to hide behind Wesley before pointing his finger at the server. "You. How dare you? So what if you are stronger? I have someone even stronger by my side." Before the server could even reply, Wesley smacked Sebastian on the head with a fed-up expression. "Would you not make trouble just for a day? I am telling you I am going to toss you between a nest of insects if you speak even a single additional word." Sebastian's expression paled when he saw Wesley's dark eyes directed at him, and he quickly shut his mouth with an aggrieved expression. The server nodded and left after Wesley assured him that everything was okay, and they acknowledged that it was an unintentional mistake. In that very moment, Yue also stepped down from the staircase. She glanced at the heated atmosphere, and after spotting Kyle in the distance, she started walking toward him. Wesley noticed her figure and raised his hand to call her towards himself. All the elves who would be under his guidance tomorrow when they would go to explore a tomb had already gathered at the table. Only Yue was missing. Now that she was here, he would just discuss their plans for tomorrow with them. However, his eyes narrowed as he watched Yue walk towards a silver-haired stranger and then grab his hand with a smile he hadn't seen on her face before. "Who is that?" Chapter 542. "Will he also participate?" Sebastian furrowed his brows when he heard Wesley's question. Not only did he, but the other elves behind him also turned their attention to the old elf who had asked the question out loud. They followed Wesley's gaze when they saw a solemn expression on his face, but no one could describe Sebastian's shock when he saw Yue clinging to an unknown person. He clenched his chest and asked out with a furious expression. "Who the heck is that? No matter who it is, how dare he touch Yue? I won't." His words were abruptly halted as he emitted a pained cry when Wesley struck him on the head with a fed-up expression. "I already mentioned for you to be quiet." Sebastian's expression paled as he massaged his head and let out a cry filled with bitterness and frustration. But Yue." This time, Wesley made no attempt to silence him and simply seized his shoulder before tossing him towards the other young elves behind him with dark eyes. "Ensure he remains silent, or else all of you will face the consequences in his place." The elves glanced at each other, and in a flash, one of them muffled Sebastian's mouth with his hand to quiet the struggling man. Then, like Wesley, the group of elves behind him also started observing Yue, and the overly handsome, silver-haired human beside her with curiosity, while the pair in question chatted without a care. Meanwhile, Yue let out a smile as she scrutinized Kyle from head to toe to take in the sudden change in his appearance. She pouted and grabbed his hand upon noticing a few eyes focused on him, especially from the females. It was somewhat expected, even though he was only wearing plain clothes without any designs. His handsome features made the clothes look luxurious on him. Yue glanced at Kyle's hair and reached out to touch them with a smile. "You cut them short, the longer ones weren't bad either, you know." "Well, it's not like the shorter ones are bad." Kyle raised his brow, sensing a hint of regret in her voice as she gazed at his hair and reached out to touch the tips. He leaned down slightly so she could touch and whispered softly, "Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Wesley and the other elves are looking at us." Yue blinked at his remark, lowered her hand, and leaned closer to reply. "I did even before I reached you. I wanted them to watch so I wouldn't have to explain much about you and they would automatically understand." Kyle gazed down at her long, fluttering lashes which looked beautiful, and he let out a hum in response, not fully focusing on what she was saying. Yue moved back when Wesley called out to her and mumbled under her breath. "It seems the old man ran out of patience." Kyle watched as the smile on her face vanished, replaced by a composed expression as she turned to look back at Wesley, who raised his hand to wave at her. Yue waved back at the old elf and reached out to intertwine her hand with Kyle before the duo walked toward Wesley together. Wesley's eyes narrowed at their clasped hands, and even though he had an inkling of what was happening, he still asked Yue to confirm his suspicions while gazing at the silver-haired man beside her. Behind him, after struggling for a while, Sebastian managed to remove the hand that was stopping him from speaking and shouted loudly through gritted teeth. "Who is this man? I want to know too." The elves around him swiftly quieted him before Wesley could scold them, but they were also keeping their focus on Yue and the silver-haired man. They were curious to know who he was because it was hard to believe that Yue, the elf woman they had seen as distant and unapproachable, had suddenly acquired a man overnight. But what unfolded next left not just Wesley but all of them stunned. Even Sebastian ceased his struggle as his eyes widened at the silver-haired human who shamelessly encircled his arm around Yue's waist and pulled her closer to himself. Kyle opened his mouth and answered Wesley's question instead of Yue. Her partner. Yue's face flushed as the atmosphere around her grew quieter. She could sense it without even looking around. Right now, every single person around them, whether elf or not, had their eyes fixed on them. Wesley's eyebrow twitched as he glanced at Kyle's hand. It was wrapped around Yue possessively, as if attempting to erase any distance between them. The old elf rubbed his temples, uncertain of where to start. Should he ask how Yue found a partner or why she brought him here? Eventually, he released a deep breath and looked at Yue with a serious expression. "I understand it's not my place to meddle, but I hope you have an explanation." Yue quickly peeled Kyle's fingers from her waist and stepped away from his cold yet comfortable embrace. She cleared her throat with a composed look. "I understand, let's talk." Wesley nodded and turned to Kyle. "Stay here and refrain from interfering." He then proceeded towards an unoccupied table placed at the far end of the area, away from prying eyes. Yue glanced at Kyle, and after giving him an okay sign indicating that she would handle everything and he need not worry, she followed the old elf. Wesley set up a barrier around the table to ensure privacy and took a seat before motioning for Yue to sit across from him. He fixed his gaze on her, waiting for her to begin the explanation as she settled in. Contrary to his expectations, Yue didn't provide any explanation. Instead, she mentioned a few things that ended up giving him a massive headache. "My partner has just arrived at the sacred divine land and he is unfamiliar with this place. I kindly request your permission for him to stay with me." Wesley let out a frustrated laugh. "Just that. How about you first tell me about him a bit? I know I have no knowledge about you because I rarely stay on Elven Planet, but now that you have proposed him to stay with you, I need to know about him to ensure he isn't an enemy." He paused for a moment and a scowl appeared on his face. "I can't abandon you. Not just you, I can't abandon any of the elves who are under me. We are here, including me and the other supreme rank elves, to guide all of you to the gladiator arena and minimize casualties as much as possible. Now you are saying your partner is here and you want him to join you. Doesn't that mean that me and the others have to take responsibility for his life as well? Also, if he's going to accompany you, will he also participate in the gladiator arena?" Yue fell silent. She hadn't thought this far, but now that she heard about the gladiator arena from Wesley again, she knew that if she participated, there was no way Kyle wouldn't. He would definitely join her to ensure her safety. She furrowed her brows and considered the danger of the gladiator arena. However, when she gazed back at the silver-haired man, her brows relaxed. She shook her head. She wasn't sure how strong he was, but he was stronger than Glacia, a transcendent rank individual whom he had killed. So did he really need protection? Who knows, maybe he was powerful enough to protect himself. Also, she believed that whether to participate in the gladiator arena or not, Kyle was capable of making the right decision for himself. A smile spread across her face as she looked at Wesley. "It's his decision to participate in the gladiator arena or not. There's no need for you to protect him. I believe he can handle it himself. I just want him to follow because he's unfamiliar with this place." She paused for a moment. "Now, if we consider the possibility of him being your enemy, do you truly believe that if he were an enemy, he would have revealed himself to you? I have known Kyle for a long time and can assure you that he would never harm others without a valid reason." Wesley gazed at Yue for a full minute, his expression indescribable. He had already sensed the silver-haired man's rank and knew the latter wasn't a threat. But for some reason he couldn't pinpoint, he felt an overwhelming sensation when he looked into the man's eyes. The old man closed his eyes and released a breath. Yue awaited his response and her eyes brightened when Wesley spoke again. "I will talk to the other supreme rank individuals and let you know tomorrow if he can join us or not." He opened his eyes, stood up, but before leaving to contact the other supreme rank individuals, he glanced at Yue with a solemn expression. "You still haven't told me anything about him. Regardless of whether he's an enemy or not, he's still an outsider, so I hope he doesn't cause any trouble because Sebastian is already a handful and I don't need another useless person under my command. Chapter 543. I hope you don't cause any trouble. Kyle glanced at Yue, who was seated at the table, before shifting his gaze to Wesley as the old man rose and headed towards the building exit with a frown. I wonder if he agreed or not. Well, even if he didn't, I can always follow Yue from a distance. It's not like he can stop me. He quickly scanned the many elves beside him who had been observing him since Yue and Wesley left to talk. Stepping forward, he casually pulled an empty chair from the adjacent table and sat down between them without a care. The elves seated at the table and those holding Sebastian all stared at him with astonished expressions as he paid them no mind, as if they were invisible. Kyle then signaled a young server and placed an order for something to eat. Nox stretched his body before fixing his gaze on Kyle with a solemn expression. You took your time coming out, huh? I couldn't sleep because of you. He flinched and almost stepped back when Kyle reached out his hand towards him, but he gathered his courage and stayed put. There was no way he would show fear, even though the man had once attempted to eat him. However, he blinked when Kyle gently rubbed the space between his horns. If you're tired, just rest. Tomorrow you have to accompany and fight alongside Yue if Wesley takes all the elves to explore a tomb and encounter danger. Nox scoffed at him. Of course, he would always stay by Yue's side, so he didn't need any reminder. Despite being somewhat wary of the silver-haired man due to their past, he leaned into the comforting touch, which felt vastly different from Yue's because it was extremely cold. The elves seated at the table exchanged glances before one of them attempted to get Kyle's attention by tapping on the table in front of them. He even inquired if Kyle was truly Yue's partner and how they had met, but his eyebrow twitched when the silver-haired human disregarded him. The other elves surrounding him all stifled their laughter as his face stiffened. At that moment, Sebastian pushed aside the elves around him with a furious expression. The old man is gone. So for the world's sake, stop grabbing me now. He gritted out, and the elves around him backed away, silently hoping for a good show as Sebastian rolled up his sleeves and advanced towards Kyle. However, just as Sebastian was about to reach Kyle, the human shifted his chair to the side and glanced at Yue, who was approaching. The events unfolded rapidly, catching Sebastian off guard, and in the next second he found his body getting dangerously close to the table filled with half-eaten food. He instinctively grasped the table's edge and sighed with relief, but who would have thought that the table would topple over onto his feet due to his weight? Sebastian cursed under his breath as he gazed at his condition, which looked no better than that of beggars. He turned sharply towards the silver-haired human with a grim expression, but Kyle had already risen and moved towards Yue, who met Sebastian's gaze with an icy expression, as if daring him to touch the human in her presence, and she would make him regret it. Sebastian's expression darkened, and he sank into a nearby chair with a resentful look. How could she support a human after all the time he had spent by her side? He shot Kyle a fierce glare and opted to ignore him for now since he was with Yue. He had sensed the human's rank and knew they were evenly matched in strength. Deep down, he made up his mind to challenge the human to a duel as soon as he reached the next stage of divine energy in the divine rank, feeling confident that he was almost there. Then he would beat up the human in front of Yue to show her who is superior. After planning his next moves, Sebastian stood up, his eyes filled with determination as he left the area to change his clothes first and foremost. He would train hard to grow stronger and defeat the human who had taken away the person he liked. Blissfully unaware that the human he planned to beat had already labeled him as an annoyance who needed some help to get some brain cells. Kyle glanced at Sebastian's fading figure from the corner of his eye as he chatted with Yue, who informed him that they would find out after Wesley spoke with the other supreme ranks whether Kyle could join the elves or not. He nodded and they began walking towards another table to eat, aiming to avoid any further interaction with the elves nearby. Nox glanced at them and then leisurely hopped down the table to follow behind the pair. But he nearly panicked when Kyle suddenly halted his steps and extended his hand towards him. "Come here," the human called out to him as he suspiciously stared at the hand reaching out to him. After a long and thorough battle in his mind over whether to approach Kyle or not, he slowly climbed onto Kyle's hand before settling on his shoulder. Despite that, the lynx could never get used to the human's gentle behavior. It always sent a chill down his spine. They sat at the table and the food Kyle had ordered earlier quickly arrived. Kyle grabbed the lynx sitting on his shoulder and placed him on the table. Then he pushed a plate filled with meat in front of Nox and asked him to eat. The lynx's eyes narrowed suspiciously, and he looked at Yue. Only after getting her assurance that everything was fine did he start eating. When they finished eating and were sitting at the table chatting, Wesley returned. Upon spotting them, the old man approached their table. He couldn't believe the other supreme rank individuals agreed so easily. He even emphasized the fact that the human was very suspicious. However, for some reason, Ronan said it was okay to let the human stay by Yue's side. Wesley stopped in front of Yue and her face lit up when he told her that Kyle could accompany her. Then he gazed at the human with a solemn expression. But I hope you don't cause any trouble and simply stay silently by her side. Also, I won't interfere or help you if you face danger because I'm already occupied with the elves under my protection. You see, currently, the sacred divine land is very dangerous as many powerful individuals from the dark side are roaming around in this territory. Kyle nodded silently. He believed he could defend himself, and if the opponent was above the transcendent rank, he was confident in his ability to escape before they could even lay a hand on him. Wesley let out a heavy sigh. Even though he said he wouldn't assist the human, he knew he would if the man was in danger because Yue would undoubtedly try to help, and he had to protect her, which meant he had to protect Kyle as well. All right, I will see both of you tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Just join the other elves who will gather in front of the building and wait for me. Chapter 544. Are you certain this land is dangerous? Wesley left the duo alone after he finished. He had a massive headache and just wanted to rest for the day, so he did. That's why the next morning he was a bit late to arrive outside the building. The 26 elves under him had already gathered, including the silver-haired human. The old man cleared his throat, a bit embarrassed that he was late instead of the young people. Without wasting any more time, he informed them that they would explore any tomb he sensed nearby. He would follow them while they trained and wouldn't interfere unless they were in an extremely dangerous situation. The elves nodded enthusiastically and began preparing their weapons while Wesley stepped back and retrieved a small square-shaped artifact used to instantly send emergency signals to their allies if they were in danger. He tucked the artifact into his sleeve so he could quickly reach out to Ronan and the other supreme rank elves if the elves under him encountered any peril he couldn't manage. Kyle rolled up the sleeves of his blue shirt. He hadn't changed because after getting a good sleep, Yue wasn't able to rest. So she dragged him around to explore the area around the building. He simply went along and walked beside her as she spent the whole night looking around the small shops and stalls selling strange things while buying a few she liked. He hummed and glanced around at the elves surrounding him. He could see everyone, including Yue, was tense but excited at the same time. Nox was sitting on his shoulder. After he had shown some kindness to the lynx, the latter warmed up to him quite easily. He has a brain, but he is too naive and trusting. I need to train him properly so he can support Yue and assist her in danger instead of being a burden. The lynx's scales bristled when a strange sense of dread crossed his heart, making him alert with narrowed eyes. Yue looked at Kyle, and upon seeing the serious expression on his face, she touched his arm with concern. What happened? Kyle's expression softened. Nothing. Yue nodded and glanced at Wesley, who clapped his hands to grab everyone's attention. The old man then gestured in a random direction and started walking. Stick close to me because, apart from this area where many powerful individuals are gathered, every other place in the sacred divine land is extremely dangerous at the moment. The elves nodded solemnly and trailed closely behind him. But strangely, even after they left the bustling area and ventured into a barren land filled with boulders and rocky formations, they barely encountered any powerful monsters. The group didn't even stumble upon individuals from the demon, dark, or nightkin races. They did spot some small groups exploring the surrounding land, but all of them were preoccupied with their own affairs and simply ignored them. Sebastian squinted and surveyed his surroundings with furrowed brows before muttering under his breath with a touch of suspicion. Old man, are you certain this land is dangerous? Because from what I can see at the moment, it doesn't appear dangerous in the slightest. Wesley's eyebrow twitched as he raised his hand and smacked the man's head, causing the latter to grumble in response. The old man pinched the space between his brows and glanced at the people following him. Don't let the peace and silence deceive you. Stay vigilant at all times because we could be ambushed at any moment. Instantly, the elves loudly agreed with him that they were and they would stay vigilant at all costs. After getting the response he wanted, Wesley closed his eyes to sense any tomb nearby. Being a supreme rank, his senses were strong enough to detect them unless they were very powerful and had a concealing effect around them. Kyle observed everything from beside Yue and let out a bored yawn. At this rate, they were going to spend the whole day here without any progress, but then he glanced at Nox and reached out his hand to rub the lynx's head. Nox leaned into the cold touch but blinked when the human's voice sounded in his head. Go and lead everyone to the right side. I believe you can spot an enigmatic arrangement of boulders there, right? I have a feeling something lies beneath, perhaps a tomb, so help Wesley in reaching it. Nox gazed at Kyle with a dumbfounded expression before shifting on his shoulder and tentatively asking with narrowed eyes, you can sense the tomb's location. But why are you asking me to guide the elves when you can do it yourself? He fell silent and grumbled inwardly upon hearing Kyle's response. Do you want to be useless? Just follow my instructions. If they ask how you knew about the tomb, say you sensed it. Take all the credit because I don't want to reveal my skill to them. Knox jumped down from his shoulder. A quick thought crossed his mind that he was agreeing to the human's instructions quite easily, even though they didn't sound like a request. But he brushed the thought aside because within just a day, he had noticed the human wasn't mean, just not great at showing emotions. He approached Wesley, who was gazing into the distance. Knox leaped onto the old man's shoulder and communicated directly in his mind, informing him that he could sense something strange in the right direction. Wesley's eyes widened slightly as he glanced towards the area Knox was pointing to because he had also felt the presence of an underground tomb there. He turned his gaze to the lynx and his eyes sparkled with a touch of joy. You can sense the tomb's location. It's a powerful but risky ability. If a greedy person finds out, they might try to capture you. So don't tell anyone else about it, got it? Knox nodded before giving Kyle a stern look, who had put his life at risk. Now he just hoped Wesley would keep this information to himself and not share it with anyone, or else the lynx was unsure what would happen to him. Chapter 545. So they aren't bugs. It didn't take long for the group of elves, one human and one beast, to reach the massive formation of rocks. Knox leaped down from Wesley's shoulder and headed towards Yue, while the old man soared above the array of rocks before landing in the midst of the formation. The others quickly followed behind, with Kyle being the only one to climb one of the rocks instead of flying over like all of them. He extended his hand towards Yue, who chuckled and grabbed his hand before the duo jumped into the formation together. Many eyes twitched at the scene, but they chose to ignore it except Sebastian, who gritted his teeth and swore in his mind that he would break the human's hands that touched Yue. He secretly decided to keep an eye on Kyle to learn his combat style, which would help him in the future. After everyone entered the space, it appeared empty at first glance. The rocks stood tall and silent around them, casting shadows on their figures. Wesley closed his eyes and felt a wave of highly concentrated divine energy coming from behind one of the small rocks nearby. He walked towards the energy source and, after pushing the rock aside, uncovered a hidden entrance leading into the depths of the rock formation. Found it! The old man chuckled and stroked his white beard as he glanced back at the group. He quickly gestured for them to gather because they would enter this very underground entrance leading to a tomb buried below. However, in that moment, his eyes widened when he saw a small winged creature wholly made of light flying towards Kyle from behind. Wesley wasn't the only one who noticed the light. Instantly, every elf froze. Even Knox, who was sitting on Yue's shoulder, narrowed his eyes at the light approaching Kyle from behind. The atmosphere turned eerily silent as everyone stood frozen in their spots, observing the human and the luminous ball with anticipation and eager eyes. They all had learned essential information about the sacred divine land on the elven planet, and even though they had never come across a mystical spirit before, they were absolutely sure that the light approaching Kyle was indeed a mystical spirit. Mystical spirits were known to be extremely elusive. They consistently stayed hidden and rarely revealed themselves to others, yet here one of them was approaching Kyle so willingly and enthusiastically. It was unbelievable, and everyone immediately got the cue when Wesley gestured for them to cease all movements so as not to scare away the mystical spirit. A huge grin spread across the old elf's face. He couldn't believe they had just begun their exploration and already found a mystical spirit. He chuckled inwardly because with the help of this mystical spirit, they would easily find many powerful ancient tombs hidden in the sacred divine land that even supreme rank individuals couldn't sense, along with many valuable treasures. However, not just Wesley, but everyone's thoughts came to a sudden stop, and the happiness in their eyes vanished quickly when they saw Kyle's next move. The human furrowed his brows as the light approached his body. Kyle raised his hand, and just when everyone thought he wanted the spirit to rest on his hand, he closed his thumb and index finger together, creating a precise grip. He then flicked the spirit powerfully, sending it flying away into the distance. The spirit quivered in the air and let out a pained sound that drifted like a melody before vanishing into thin air with a poof. The sequence of events happened so fast that no one was able to react and stop the human. Only when the spirit vanished did they believe what had transpired before their very eyes. The first person to call out Kyle, who was oblivious to the inner shock and bewilderment he had caused to the people around him, was Yue. Kyle. The elven woman squeezed out his name with a helpless smile, and Kyle glanced at her with a clueless expression. Yes, he blinked when he saw Wesley staring at him with a dark expression, as if he had stolen the latter's precious treasure right under his nose. The old elf wasn't the only one. Every person around him was staring at him with a solemn expression, so he furrowed his brows and asked out loud, "What happened?" Those two words were enough to make everyone around him cough out blood. Instantly, the elves looked away from the infuriating human, or else they would want to strangle him. It was a mystical spirit for the world's sake, yet this human flicked it away like it was a bug. Wesley let out a bitter laugh that looked out of place beneath his empty eyes. They were just an inch away from getting a mystical spirit that would have helped everyone, but the old elf took a deep breath and calmed himself. He finally grasped the significance of Yue's words that Kyle had no knowledge about this land. The silver-haired human really knew nothing, and he had to provide the latter with ample knowledge, or else his old heart won't be able to take it if he saw Kyle flick away another mystical spirit. Wesley glanced at Yue with a forced smile, and she understood he wanted her to tell Kyle about the mystical spirits, so she quickly approached Kyle and informed him about them. He let out an "oh, so they aren't bugs. I thought they are because some of them clung to my body when I arrived here." Instantly, the facial expressions of the people around him stiffened. There was only one thought in their heads. So it wasn't the first time he encountered a mystical spirit. They didn't dare to think further than this, or else the blow would be too big for them to digest. Yue let out a soft laugh at his words and shook her head. They are not bugs. So next time just let them come closer, then we can use them to locate tombs and treasures. Chapter 546. It can't be a coincidence. After Yue informed Kyle about the spirits, Wesley quickly urged everyone around him to enter the underground entrance without further delay, or else he would lose his composure. The old man stood before the entrance and observed as the elves entered one by one due to the narrow opening. Yue intended to join the queue, but suddenly Kyle grabbed her hand. She stopped in her tracks, staring at him with confusion. Her eyes widened when he gestured towards the spot in the distance where the spirit had disappeared earlier, only for it to reappear and head towards Kyle again. This time, Kyle didn't flick the spirit away. Instead, he reached out to hold the spirit, and it willingly allowed him to grasp its body. He then raised Yue's hand and placed the spirit on her palm. Kyle's eyes softened. He watched Yue as she stared at the small, winged creature entirely made of light with bated breath, refraining from any sudden movements to prevent harming the delicate being. The mystical spirit tried to fly towards him, but upon receiving a dark look from him, it obediently settled on Yue's palm. Wesley glanced back to see why Yue and the human weren't keeping up with the other elves, and the old man's astonishment was indescribable when he noticed the spirit seated on Yue's palm. He quickly approached the pair and fixed his gaze on the spirit. Kyle shrugged his shoulders and lifted Nox, who was sitting on Yue's shoulder. After transferring the links to his own shoulder so Yue could place the mystical spirit on hers, he gestured for her to enter the underground entrance. Wesley's eyebrow twitched intensely when he was disregarded like air. He took a deep breath and exhaled because, as the eldest, he should be the one with a bigger heart. Nevertheless, they had acquired the spirit. A broad grin spread across his face as he quickly pushed Kyle, who intended to follow Yue into the underground entrance and entered first. Kyle blinked and watched the old man's fading figure. Nox, who was sitting on his shoulder, laughed at the scene. The human pinched his brows and also entered the underground entrance. He stepped into the dim tunnel and hurriedly made his way towards the group ahead. Kyle's ears perked up when he heard a loud, pained shout in the distance. It was a male voice, so he didn't bother to identify who had been hurt. Upon noticing Yue's figure, he raised his hand and drew some symbols in the air to envelop her body in an array powered by his spiritual energy. This way, if she encountered a trap within the tunnel, she would be safe. Wesley noticed the bright symbols but didn't have time to ask about them as he promptly vanished towards the source of the distressing voice. He discovered that one of the elves had fallen into a trap and been injured by a poisonous thread. After examining the elf's wound and determining it wasn't severe, he instructed the elf to drink a healing potion. Yue glanced at Kyle, who appeared behind her, and asked her to follow him instead of moving in front. She let out a pout but still moved back a little to give him space to pass through the narrow passage. But Kyle came to an abrupt stop when he caught her grumbling softly under her breath. "I am strong, don't underestimate me." He raised his hands in surrender and remained in his place. A faint smile crept onto his lips, illuminated by the glow of his shining green eyes in the darkness. "All right, then I'm counting on you to keep me safe. Your divine energy is stronger than mine, so I'm confident that you can watch over me and I can just relax." Yue's face flushed at how shamelessly he portrayed himself as weaker, even though he was a lot stronger than her. However, as she thought carefully about how she could demonstrate her strength in front of him due to his words, her eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on her lips. "Okay, leave it to me." Kyle stifled a laugh at her words and followed slowly without any protest. He extended his scent perception skill and divine senses in all directions to detect all the poisonous traps around them. And before Yue could even step toward them, he quietly murmured a few spells under his breath and drew some symbols in the air to manipulate the earth around them to alter the traps' positions. It wasn't hard because the traps were quite old, and the duo reached the tunnel exit without encountering any trouble, unlike the other elves who were following Wesley. Nox, who had watched Kyle from the start to the end, mumbled spells and drew symbols, could do nothing but watch the human speechlessly. After seeing how effortlessly Kyle cleared Yue's path, he doubted the human ever needed anyone's protection. His eyes sparkled with mischief, and he wanted to tell Yue about it, but when he saw Kyle's eyes fixed on him, he quietly curbed his urge. His life was more important than a bit of fun. The moment Yue and Kyle stepped out from the tunnel's exit, they saw a vast empty space before their eyes. Looming in front of them stood a majestic golden gate, adorned with intricate ancient symbols. Instantly, Wesley, who was standing before the gate with the other elves, beckoned the duo over to join the others. Despite the old man's vigilance, a few elves had fallen into the traps. So he suggested that everyone wait outside for a while and only enter the gate when they were all ready. Kyle's eyes narrowed at the golden gate. If he remembered correctly, the last gate he saw was silver, right? His question was answered when Wesley informed everyone that they had discovered a divine ancient tomb, indicating that the tomb would contain more divine treasures rather than spiritual ones. So, did the silver gates contain more spiritual treasures? He hummed, feeling content. After all, he required divine energy more than spiritual energy at this moment to advance to the next rank. As he moved closer to the gate, Kyle noticed a few names sloppily inscribed on one side of the gate. He approached the names and read them aloud. Sinan, Mia, Regius, Alec, Lara, Carcel. These names bear a striking resemblance to the ones Yue told me about. It can't be a coincidence. Don't tell me they are also here. Chapter 547. I trust you can do it right. Yue found herself surrounded by all the elves the moment she joined Wesley, thanks to the spirit on her shoulder. She hastily backed away from their numerous questions with a helpless expression and hurriedly joined Kyle, who stood before the golden gate. Her eyes also fell upon the names and she let out a gasp. This, she looked at Kyle with surprise, which then turned into happiness and joy as she saw Alec and the others' names, signifying the group was also present here. However, the joy soon faded into a frown as many questions flooded her mind. She wondered how they all ended up here and whether they would also participate in the gladiator arena. But unfortunately, no one could answer her questions, and she refrained from asking Kyle, knowing he doesn't recall anything about the past. Kyle noticed her conflicted expression and touched the engraved names, feeling a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had done it before. Had he? He concentrated, and an image of himself engraving something on a towering castle gate flashed in his mind. The gate was shining brightly, and he had a smile on his face as he gathered mana on his finger and began inscribing. The words were large and clear, almost damaging the once beautiful castle's gate. Caution, don't enter the little phoenix took everything. Kyle blinked as the memory grew clearer with each passing second. He was curious to learn more because there was someone conversing with him in that memory, a small creature perched on his head. But his train of thought was abruptly halted when Wesley called out to him and Yue from behind, suggesting they should use the mystical spirit sitting on Yue's shoulder after entering the Golden Gate. A vein throbbed on Kyle's forehead. It marked the first instance he had witnessed such an extended scene from his forgotten memories, and he believed he could have recalled more if the old man hadn't interrupted him. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head to throw the matter to the back of his mind for now, hoping he might encounter a similar situation again. Nonetheless, he was certain of one thing: the small creature sitting on his head was definitely Bia, his bonded beast. Kyle picked up the spirit from Yue's shoulder and shook its body roughly, almost giving heart attacks to the people around him before he let the spirit go as it flew around him with an aggrieved look. Okay, little one, if you want to follow us, lead the way to a powerful divine treasure without giving us trouble. I trust you can do it, right? Wesley's eyebrow twitched as Kyle commanded the spirit. The old man was a little shaken that the spirit hadn't attacked or left from the human's side despite the treatment it received. He took a deep breath and rushed towards the Golden Gate to check if there were any restrictions on the number of people allowed to enter. Many tombs can only hold a set number of people inside. Once the capacity is reached, the tomb gate won't open, even if supreme rank individuals attempt to enter. He wanted to make sure there wouldn't be any problems with everyone entering together. Wesley examined the symbols on the gate and didn't see any restrictions. Without hesitation, he pushed the gate, and it opened with a creak. He looked back at Kyle, who pushed the spirit forward to lead the way with a serious expression, as if he would abandon it if it wasn't useful enough. Yue stifled a laugh at the sight and promptly followed behind him. The other elves behind them became alert and swiftly followed the floating spirit that guided them before entering through the partially open gate, which sealed shut behind them after everyone stepped in. Instantly, a familiar smell of decay and death filled Kyle's senses, causing him to furrow his brow as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. It felt like he had stepped into a completely different realm. With a murky gray-red sky above, numerous shattered structures, and a barren landscape devoid of any greenery. However, the divine energy in the air was twice as potent as it was outside. The smell around him was quite unpleasant, but he didn't hold back his scent perception skill. Instead, he spread it out in all directions further and further until it covered half of the tomb. Surprise flickered in his eyes because this tomb was wider than the previous one, almost double the size, which made it difficult for him to thoroughly check every corner. Kyle observed as everyone gradually appeared around him, one by one, and then shifted his gaze to the spirit hovering in front of him. He wondered if the spirits were even useful to him when he could just sense everything in his surroundings. Well, at least it is directing the others to discover something valuable. He mumbled under his breath and shifted his gaze toward the area where he detected dark energy and the distinct scent of blood. 1, 2, 3, counting silently in his head, he identified 4 different groups of people inside the tomb. 2 of them were of the dark race, while the races of the other 2 remained unknown. Wesley stepped back after they entered the tomb and began watching everyone from a distance, as he had stated he wouldn't assist anyone inside the tomb unless necessary. Surprisingly, the first person to move forward was Sebastian. He grunted at Kyle and locked his intense gaze on the spirit. "All right, let's go move. It's time for me to grow stronger. Hurry up, little spirit." Kyle raised his brow as he found the elven man's behavior a bit amusing. The spirit didn't even acknowledge Sebastian and stayed rooted in its spot. Instantly, a few laughs echoed in the air, and Sebastian's face turned red with embarrassment. He pointed his shaky finger at the spirit, wanting to say something, but before he could, Kyle prodded the spirit and pushed it forward. As soon as he nudged the spirit, it started moving ahead, and it didn't forget to emit a distressed sound as if it was being taken advantage of. Chapter 548. Join the group and walk with them. The elves, including Yue, all followed the spirit, but Wesley's eyebrow twitched when the silver-haired human stepped back and positioned himself beside him. Just like him, Kyle also started observing everyone from behind like a guardian. The old man managed to control his impulse to scold the human because Kyle wasn't under his authority like the others. Instead, he patiently attempted to converse with the silver-haired human. "What do you think you are doing? The others will face powerful monsters and easily find treasures thanks to the spirit that will boost their strength. If you hang back and don't join in, no one will share the treasures with you. So join the group and walk with them." Kyle turned to the left side to gaze at the old elven man walking next to him. Well, it's not like he could say that if he joined the others, they wouldn't come across any monsters or enemies due to his luck stat. It was something he had grown accustomed to over the years. After all, his luck in these types of situations was quite good, even though it sometimes turned out to be useless. Not to mention, he could effortlessly defeat all the monsters present in the tomb alone since he had already sensed they weren't powerful, which wouldn't help the group gain experience. Therefore, he chose to respond nonchalantly. "It's all good, I will join them when they are fighting for something I require." His feet began to levitate as he settled comfortably in the air with a yawn. Wesley could hardly believe his ears. He repeatedly restrained his hand from slapping the brat who casually mentioned he would join the group only when they found something he needed. How could someone be so exasperating and lazy? Unbeknownst to him, Kyle wasn't slacking off. He had long abandoned laziness. He was actively utilizing his senses and scent perception skill to maintain a keen watch over his surroundings, particularly the 4 groups of people he had sensed earlier inside the tomb. Even though the smell of death and decay was quite overwhelming. Nox stayed on Kyle's shoulder for a while, then jumped down to follow behind Yue and the rest of the elven group as they moved through the shattered structures, following the spirit. Finally, they encountered their first opponents, a flock of divine rank ravens with sharp, hooked beaks and dark fire dancing along their black feathers. The ravens were feasting on a huge dead creature that seemed to have passed away quite some time ago, but they perked up immediately when they sensed the elves. Kyle observed from a distance, knowing that everyone, including Yue, had enough experience and skills to handle the opponents effortlessly. Just like that, he didn't even need to intervene, and they swiftly began defeating the ravens. He complimented Yue inwardly as she shot an arrow at a raven and simultaneously cast spells that hit another raven behind her. Her combat style was impressive, combining the use of a bow and spells simultaneously. So she's a mage but has also learned to use a weapon. Not 2 weapons. Kyle quickly adjusted his words when he saw Yue taking out a small knife from her mind space and throwing it towards another raven behind her. Beside him, Wesley proudly told him to watch how the young people under him are so talented and powerful, unlike someone who didn't even dare to join them and fight. Kyle's eyebrow twitched as the old man kept emphasizing that someone, clearly hinting that he was that spineless individual. In the middle of the elves fighting the ravens, Sebastian secretly started laughing in delight when he spotted Kyle standing with Wesley and doing nothing. Initially, he had believed the human might pose a threat, but now it appeared all his concerns were unwarranted. With this newfound realization, Sebastian made up his mind to challenge Kyle to a duel as soon as they exited the tomb. His eyes shone with burning determination, and he became aggressive in his attacks as he swung his blade at the nearest raven. I will also show Yue in this tomb that I'm way more powerful than the weak human. Even though she can beat me, Kyle can't. The group swiftly defeated the ravens, and after taking a brief rest, they resumed their journey. Suddenly, the mystical spirit they were following halted in front of a large, ancient circular structure. The elves glanced at each other before a few of them headed towards the only narrow entrance into the structure. Once they all went inside, Kyle grabbed the spirit, and he and Wesley followed. He didn't sense any treasure within the structure, but he remained silent, curious if the spirit could truly lead them to treasures. Additionally, for some reason, he felt that the scent of death was stronger inside the structure than outside. Upon entering the structure, they found themselves in a large room with a sandy floor and a dark ceiling. At the far end of the room, a floating golden storage ring caught Kyle's eye. Seeing the ring, Kyle realized why he couldn't detect any treasures inside the structure. They were inside the ring. He noticed from the corner of his eye when Wesley quietly began to float and moved away from the sandy floor with a grin. The old elven man returned to the spot everyone had entered the room from and started observing the people who advanced towards the floating ring. Kyle followed suit and floated next to Wesley, who wrinkled his nose in annoyance. Kyle ignored the old man. He was curious about what would happen next. But unlike others who tensed due to the silent atmosphere, his curiosity was dampened when he saw the events unfold. The sandy ground began to sink, and suddenly, numerous bodies emerged from the sand. Kyle pinched his nose as he pinpointed the source of the decaying smell. It emanated from the bodies of undead creatures crawling out from the sand. Their bodies were devoid of flesh, revealing their skeletal forms beneath the thin, dark, tattered fabric around them. Also, by looking at their skeletons, he could tell that these bodies belonged to people from different races. Those eerie figures rose from the sand and fixed their hollow eyes on the elves who were approaching the ring. Kyle let out a sigh. Nevertheless, he understood why the tombs were filled with the scent of death and decay. It seems they were really teeming with undead creatures. However, he wondered why the divine and spiritual energies were so high in the tombs, considering they were essentially housing dead bodies. Chapter 549. I will share them with you. When the undead started rising from the sand, the elves wasted no time and began attacking them. However, due to the enclosed space, many of them were unable to use their most powerful skills to avoid harming others nearby and damaging the structure. Consequently, they had to rely on their weapons to fight the growing horde of undead saturating every corner of the circular structure. Yue shouted at Nox to stay behind her and attack from a distance, when one of the undead figures attempted to strike the lynx with its skeletal hand that transformed into a large blade unexpectedly. After the first undead hand turned into a blade, many other undead body parts also began morphing into different weapons. Some even started spitting fire and sharp shards from their mouths. The elves' faces turned serious when their attacks barely made a dent in the skeletons shrouded in ragged clothes, almost as if they were crafted from unyielding steel. The undead's hollow eyes gleamed with a golden glint before they began lunging at those around them, displaying no regard for the blows hitting their bodies as they were already walking dead. The tension in the air heightened, but when one of the elves used his spiritual energy to strike one of the closest undead, his eyes sparkled with success as he managed to sever the undead's head. He immediately shouted at everyone to utilize their spiritual energy, although not all of them possessed it. Those with spiritual energy gathered at the rear to cast spells and skills at the undead, while the rest stood at the front to defend and deflect the attacks. The situation gradually eased as the undead bodies started to break and disintegrate under the impact of the spiritual energy used against them. Wesley's eyes sparkled with joy as he watched the group of elves effortlessly taking care of the undead, even though the undead were quite powerful because they were formed in a tomb filled with divine energy. He noticed from the corner of his eye when the human floating beside him narrowed his eyes at the undead bodies. Kyle raised his brow as his eyes caught a faint golden glow at the center of the undead bodies, draped in thin fabric. The glow was so subtle that if he hadn't spread out his scent perception skill, he would have never detected it. Not to mention the pure divine energy surrounding it. He noticed Wesley's sharp gaze and his lips curled into a smirk because, for some reason, he had a feeling that whatever was inside the undead bodies was definitely not useless. That's why, before the old elf could stop him, he left Wesley's side like a breeze and landed on the sandy floor. Kyle quietly positioned himself behind the group of elves battling and destroying the undead bodies. His gaze traced each attack as they tore through the undead skeletons, causing them to disintegrate into sand. Amidst the disintegration, he noticed the bodies left behind tiny golden beads, each no larger than a nail, that fell onto the sandy ground without any sound. As the elves advanced towards the floating storage ring, defeating one undead after another with joyous expressions, Kyle softly murmured a few spells under his breath to control the sand and air around him. In the next second, the scattered beads on the sand rolled towards his feet, and he bent down to collect them in his palm. Wesley's eyebrow twitched violently, and his urge to give the human a few good smacks almost got the better of him, but he held back and instead muttered curses under his breath. Just like Kyle suspected, the beads were filled with divine energy, which made them pretty valuable. Even though they only had a small amount of divine energy, it was pure. If someone absorbed it, they could very well boost their divine energy stat. Kyle observed as UA and the rest successfully reached the floating ring, with one of them beginning to examine its contents. At that instant, Sebastian turned back and gave him a sneer, implying that he hadn't contributed anything, hence they wouldn't share with him. However, Sebastian's eyes narrowed when he noticed a cluster of tiny golden beads in the human's hands. Before the elven man could get a good look at the beads, they disappeared from the human's palm. Kyle spun around only to find Wesley's dark eyes glaring at him intensely. The old man was angry because the rest had done the labor while the human had single-handedly gained nearly 50% of the rewards. It was unjust, and he wanted to instruct Kyle to give back the beads to the others, but before he could, the square-shaped artifact he had concealed in his sleeve before departing the building they were reciting in began to vibrate. Wesley blinked and pulled out the artifact from his sleeve. He shot Kyle one final glare and quickly turned to the side to check who was reaching out to him from the other supreme rank elves, because only they could communicate with him through this artifact, as each of them possessed a similar one just like him. At the same time, the other elves took out the contents of the storage ring after breaking the weak barrier around it. However, they were disappointed to find only a large golden shield inside along with an ancient artifact that, upon some investigation, they realized was used for teleportation in times of danger. Yue glanced at the shield and the round artifact, but they weren't useful to her, so she left them to the other elves. She then walked over to Kyle and circled his body while examining his empty hands. "What were you picking?" "I was fighting, but I saw you pick something up from the sand." Kyle was surprised that she noticed, unlike the others who were too busy reaching the storage ring. He chuckled and a golden bead appeared in his palm. "Just picking up what others ignored." Yue glanced at the bead and picked it up from his palm with a curious expression. She had actually seen a few similar beads fall to the sand while she was fighting, but she didn't think they were valuable. But now that she looked at it closely, she noticed the pure divine energy around it. She sighed and placed the bead back in his palm. "You always pick up good stuff." She blinked as more golden beads appeared on his palm and he extended his hand towards her. "I will share them with you since you didn't take the treasures from the storage ring. I collected them with effort, so make good use of them." Yue chuckled at his words, and before she could decline, Kyle placed the beads in her palm and walked towards Wesley. She gave a resigned smile, stored the beads in her mind space, and then reached for the spirit that had been silently observing everything from a distance all this while.